Chapter 1 God Pet Evolution System. Ningping County Yucai Middle School, Jiangshui City, Class 3, 9. It was June, and the hot weather made the whole class look a little impetuous, and from time to time, there was a loud noise. Squad leader, this is about to pass the exam. Are you preparing for the text or martial arts exam? Aren't you talking nonsense? The squad leader is so good. The family bought a variety of elixir for him from a young age. It must be Wu Cao. The same is true of a young genius like a class leader who is excellent and wealthy. How can he choose the literary exam? Some of the students in the first few rows of the class were all around a strong man, chattering about the impromptu entrance exam. The squad leader touted by everyone was Li Kaiyuan. He just smiled and waved his hand, beckoning everyone to stop saying that. But the arrogance on his face did not mean humility at all. Li Kaiyuan ignored the praise of everyone, but turned his eyes to a thin man in the back right, proudly said, "Hey, do you think about which exam to choose?" The thin-faced teenager who was originally sitting at the back right of Li Kaiyuan was staring at the chimney in the distance outside the window. At this moment, Li Kaiyuan suddenly regained his mind and sneered. This must not be seen if there is the blood of the war spirit. It seems to be made up to you. The boy's name is Feng Yixiu. Today is his 15th birthday, but he has the kind of maturity that his peers do not have, and he has a weather-resistant temperament at a young age. He knew that the reason why class leader Li Kaiyuan would ask himself alone was that he wanted to attract the attention of those around him. So naturally, he had no good looks. Squad leader, what nonsense are you talking to him? He is an orphan, and it is difficult to get enough food on weekdays, where there is still a heart to think about Wu Cao. That's just, you look at his skinny look, not to mention taking the martial arts exam. I'm afraid even the sports exam for the cultural exam can't pass. Even if his cultural achievement ranks first in the year, then the most respected profession in this world is not a war spiritualist. You and he are not in the same world at all. The classmates around the class leader were choked by Feng Yixiu's words first, and then they refuted badly. Li Kaiyuan also had a condensed face, and said in a bad tone, "It is also said that he is just an orphan. I am afraid that he will go to the mixed society after graduating from junior high school. There is no academic background. It is estimated that he can only go to the restaurant as a waiter. Ask him this. The problem is that I was abrupt." Li Kaiyuan, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that I have to go to the restaurant as a waiter after graduating from junior high school? OSW.com. Not waiting for Feng Yixiu to speak, the girl beside him slammed the table suddenly, sulking. The girl sitting next to Feng Yixiu's name is Shen Ruyu. She is a recognized school flower in Yucai Middle School, but unfortunately, she is also an orphan. Because I grew up together with Feng Yixiu in the same orphanage, I always like to stick to Feng Yixiu on weekdays. This makes Feng Yixiu offend many people who admire Shen Ruyu in Yucai Middle School. This is Li Kaiyuan, one of them. Ruyu, you know I don't mean this. Of course you are different. Li Kaiyuan panicked and waved his hand. Huh. If you say bad things about Brother Feng, then don't blame me for not knowing you anymore. Shen Ruyu stared angrily at Li Kaiyuan, who panicked in front of her eyes, angrily. Is it? Li Kaiyuan quickly said yes. But in my heart, I was jealous. Damn it. Feng Yixiu is just a poor boy. Why should I be favored by the school flowers? I must make your boy look good. Don't be squad leader. Don't be angry. You will have a qualification assessment later, and Shen Ruyu will know that this kid is just a useless little white face, and then you will not choose the better you. A boy sitting beside the squad leader, he whispered in his ear. The same is said. I will let Shen Ruyu know the gap between me and the boy later, Li Kaiyuan said, clenching his palms and gritting his teeth, making a clear noise. Not at this moment. The figure of a young man passing by the window of Class 9 passed by, and the murmurs in the class gradually became tiny until the whole disappeared. This young man was the head teacher of this class. I saw the young man slowly pacing to the center of the rostrum, holding a transparent bead carved with bizarre runes in both hands, and glancing very seriously around the students in the class. The eyes of everyone in the class were all focused on the transparent bead engraved with strange runes in the hands of the young man, because it was a soul-calling pearl that was enough to change the trajectory of life. The moment Feng Yixiu saw the soul evocation bead engraved with bizarre runes, it seemed that his head was hit with a heavy hammer, and the whole person seemed to be in a dizziness. Ding! Detecting aura fluctuations nearby, the pet's pet evolution system automatically activates and automatically opens the war spirit bloodline for the host. After a strong sense of dizziness, a series of electronic sounds suddenly appeared in Feng Yixiu's mind. Immediately, his body seemed to be opened with a certain kind of shackles, and his weak body suddenly became alive, as if he had endless energy. Chapter 2 Great Maniac. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Is your body uncomfortable? Shinryu on the side observed the abnormality of Feng Yixiu and said with concern. No, nothing, you don't have to worry. Feng Yixiu subconsciously replied. But at the moment, his heart stirred up the waves, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the legendary system? But what's your use? The answer to Feng Yixiu was a long period of silence, as if the tone in my mind had never appeared. If he didn't feel the changes in his body exactly, he doubted whether he had just hallucinated. Hey, it turned out to be a dumb system, but I heard the War Spirit bloodline right now. That means I am qualified to apply for War Spirit Academy. Feng Yixiu couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. The class teacher carefully placed the soul bead on the podium, pushed his glasses, and said in a straight voice, Cough. I believe you have waited a long time for this day. This is to test whether you have a battle. Lingzhu of the Spirit Blood Vessel, students who are willing to participate in the Wu Cow test line up to test. Anyone who has the blood vessel of the battle spirit can participate in the Wu Cow regardless of its quality. Wow! Almost all the students scrambled to the podium and tried to test whether they had blood of war spirits. For a time, the small podium was surrounded by water, and everyone was surrounded by the soul beads, wishing to imagine his future. The Earth star experienced the biggest catastrophe in history 300 years ago. The sky cracked with huge dark cracks, and countless dark cracks were like fierce wounds on the sky all over the world. OZW.com. People can even see strange worlds through the cracks. Some people even saw all kinds of creatures that only exist in the legend through the cracks. Some people even saw the dragon in China. Of course, this dragon naturally does not refer to the dinosaurs of the Jurassic era, but a real Chinese dragon with a staghorn snake body that can take the clouds. However, the scenes seen in the cracks in each place are different. For example, some people saw the existence of dragons in the cracks in China. In Northern Europe, they saw various strange warcraft in the Nordic mythology, such as that can surround half of the Nordic python, the earthly Pythonumengad. Because of the appearance of dark cracks, countless monsters entered the Earth star, and the original creatures on the Earth star also began to appear crazy mutations and ancestors because of the appearance of dark cracks. Creatures that could not have threatened the dominance of human beings started to become more and more powerful. It seems that God is joking with humans. The only creature that has not changed is humans. That period can be described as the darkest 100 years of the entire human race. The whole Earth star seems to be returning to the era of great recklessness again. Even though human beings possess the power of science and technology, they can only survive in the face of these terrifying warcraft. The only nuclear force that can threaten powerful monsters, although it can temporarily suppress those monsters, but nuclear radiation is able to accelerate the evolution of those monsters, and humans have paid a more heavy price later. But the road to heaven has no way. Just when mankind thought he would be abandoned by the world, he finally discovered the secret key hidden in the bloodline of human being, the blood of war spirit. Humans can successfully summon their own war spirits through war spirit awakening rituals, and through continuous training of their own war spirits, humans begin to have capital to compete with those monsters. This has formed the most respected special profession on the Earth star War Spirit Master. Chapter 3 War Spirit Bloodline. After more than 100 years of fighting by countless war spiritualists, it is finally to regain part of the territory for mankind. Only then can mankind have a home on which to survive and be able to thrive under the protection of the steel fence. Humans who have their own homeland finally have a chance to breathe and develop their own strength, which is to train war spirits to fight against those terrifying monsters. After people's long experience, almost 1 in 100 people has the war spirit bloodline. The best age to awaken the war spirit bloodline cannot be too small, otherwise it will be easily repulsed by the war spirit, but it cannot be too old, After all, time is also very precious. Finally, after deliberation by the entire Warfare Alliance, it was decided that the midterm exam was the day to awaken the blood of the war spirits. The age of about 15 is the best age for the development of war spirits. Therefore, the high school entrance examination will develop into a more important examination than the college entrance examination, which is divided into literary examination and martial arts examination. The literary exam is the same as the high school entrance exam before the Great Manchurian Era. It is normal cultural and scientific knowledge. After all, scientific culture is the cornerstone of the entire human society, and it still needs corresponding talents to ensure the normal development of society. The martial arts examination is a special examination that appears solely for the development of war spirit masters. The qualification to participate in the martial arts examination is to have the war spirit bloodline in order to be eligible for the martial arts examination. At this moment, the soul bead on the podium is a spirit bead that detects whether the student has the blood of the war spirit and can accurately detect whether the student has the blood of the war spirit. Since the development of the education mechanism of the warlords, basically all children with the talents of warlords have been cultivated as the pillars of the country, and the power of humans has become stronger and stronger. However, the current situation is still not optimistic. Now that the monsters outside the steel wall are evolving faster and faster, humans may not be able to keep up with the evolution of those monsters with a little care and eventually become a stepping stone on the evolutionary path of those monsters. OZW.com. Student Joe, you have tested it 3 times. You can't go wrong with summoning Pearl. You should go on. The head teacher looked helplessly at a student named Zhou He, who refused to put his hands down from the soul-calling beads, reminding him kindly. At this moment, the soul-calling beads are bleak. This is the symbol that the person being tested does not have blood of war spirits. If a person has blood veins of war spirits, the spirit-calling beads will emit various colors of light. No. Impossible. Impossible. My parents bought almost all the savings for me. Even the house was sold, just to make me become the war spirit master Guangzhong Yaozu. I can't have no war spirit bloodline. Zhou He shook his head frantically, looking at the unresponsive spirit master with a frightened face, said frantically, "Hey." The head teacher shook his head helplessly, and then contacted the school's security guard to take him to the counseling room. He has seen too many such families to become prosperous in order to become a war spiritualist. Although there are many successful families, more people like this Zhou, he spent one guan's wealth for the blood of war spiritual. No one knows the reason for their appearance so far, but people have reached a consensus, that is, the stronger the physical and mental qualities, the higher the probability of having the war spirit bloodline. So there are many businessmen. He smelled the business opportunity and began to sell this kind of elixir that can increase the probability. Although the Alliance has announced that the effect of this elixir is very small, and it is almost negligible, there are still many families who would rather exhaust their wealth and try it out, just because their children hope to become respected by thousands of people. Spiritualist. Chapter for the Pride of Heaven. Then some people came forward one after another to touch the soul beads, but still no one can let the spirit beads shine. At this moment, the inspection work has been half done, and almost half of the students in Class 9 have been tested, but none of them have succeeded. I hope that students can put their minds right, and those without the spirit of war can learn scientific and cultural knowledge through hard work, and they can also be called talents that are useful to the society. Everyone should not learn that Zhou He classmate, so extreme. Looking at those disappointed students caringly, he said seriously. He also understands the mood of these students. After all, who doesn't want to be the arrogant of heaven and become a spiritualist admired by thousands of people? But only 1 out of every 100 people can awaken the war spirit bloodline. Even if your class is a big class, there are only more than 60 people. Even if no one has the war spirit bloodline, it is not uncommon. However, as a teacher of the people, he naturally hoped that some of his students could become war spiritualists. His eyes were naturally placed on a prominent student in the team. Li Kaiyuan, you come to test first. The head teacher waved at Li Kaiyuan in the middle of the team and smiled. At the invitation of the teacher, Li Kaiyuan slowly walked in front of Xingling's Wu. He saw that he took a deep breath, and then slowly placed his hands on Xingling's Wu. The original transparent beads have begun to change. A ray of light yellow light is scattered through Li Kaiyuan's fingertips. All eyes are suddenly attracted by this faint light yellow light, as if this is the world, the most wonderful light. Well, yes, it seems that our class is also a seedling of a spiritualist. Don't forget the teacher and the school afterwards. The class teacher nodded, pretending to look calm. In fact, he was already happy. Flower. There is a Miaozi of a war spiritualist in a class. This is also a great honor for his teacher, which also has great benefits for his future professional development. The 9th class, which had originally become somewhat silent due to successive failures, was excited by the success of the squad leader. The squad leader actually has the blood of war spirit. I thought the broken glass bead was fake. I knew that the squad leader must be the arrogant of heaven, and I must cover my younger brother after becoming a war spirit master. Squad leader, don't you think I look good? Or should I be your girlfriend? For a while, everyone approached the squad leader, as if a group of fanatic fans saw their idol as crazy. OZW.com, however, Li Kaiyuan was not happy with these tasteless compliments, but instead saw Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu standing in line in the end. The two of them apparently saw the situation on their side, and they didn't even mean to celebrate. He didn't care about the attitude of Feng Yixiu. After all, he had always been like this. However, Shun Ryu was so indifferent to seeing that he had the blood of the war spirit, which was unacceptable to him. Originally thinking that after seeing that she possessed the blood of war spirits, Shun Ryu would understand the difference between her and Feng Yixiu's waist, and she would make a difference to herself, and even give her arms. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. The two people are still talking and laughing in the back of the team, and they don't care about their blood. Damn, it's abominable. Li Kaiyuan couldn't resist the anger in his heart, but it was still like a spring breeze on the bright side, and he couldn't see that he was angry and angry. I saw him walking slowly to Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu's side, laughing softly. Feng Yixiu, it's not too early this day. Don't you have to go to a food stall to work? Or should I accompany Sister Ryu? Anyway, you can't have war spirit bloodline. When Shun Ryu was preparing to be furious, he was directly pulled by the side of the wind, and it was blocked behind him. I thought you knew you would let girls help you out. Li Kaiyuan sneered. You just said that I can't have the blood of the war spirit? Are you so sure? Feng Yixiu slowly walked forward 2 steps and walked straight to Li Kaiyuan, looking at the man in front of him indifferently. Although Li Kaiyuan was very tall, he grew to 1 meter 7 or 8 at the age of 15, but Feng Yixiu's height was not inferior, and he was able to look down on Li Kaiyuan, and his momentum did not fall into the wind. It's a joke. If the weak waste like you can have the blood of the war spirit, then I am afraid that the sow will be on the tree. Li Kaiyuan refused to give in front of the goddess, coldly. If it is usual, he dared not dare to be so presumptuous in the presence of the teacher, but today is different. Today is the last class of junior high school. The junior high school teacher's binding force on him is almost 0, and he still has the blood of war spirits, and his status has been different from that of ordinary people. I believe that the school will not favor an orphan without help and balance. Chapter 5 Radiant. Sure enough, the head teacher on the podium tried to stop the farce several times, but ultimately chose to wait and see the changes. It was easy to have a seedling of a warlord, and now it is obviously not a wise choice to offend an orphan without background. I don't know if this sow will go to the tree, but you are sure to go to the tree. Since you are so confident that I don't have the blood of the war spirit, would you dare to make a bet with me? Feng Yixiu Feng Qing Yin Dandao. Hara, it's a joke, then I'll bet with you. If you don't have the blood of war spirits, then you're shirtless. There is a sign hanging on your neck. The sign says that I am waste, and then run around the playground 10 laps. Do you dare? Li Kaiyuan smiled angrily and proposed one of the most vicious gambling he could come up with. That's good, but I still feel a little unexciting. Or let's add another 2,000 yuan bet. Feng Yixiu smiled slightly and said lightly. Li Kaiyuan looked at Feng Yixiu like a madman. He just said that such a vicious bet was just to let Feng Yixiu wipe the face, but he didn't expect that he didn't think about it, so he agreed to not say it. There is even an additional 2,000 yuan bet. The other party is so confident that it is impossible for this kid to really rely on it. Impossible? How is this possible? Li Kaiyuan shook his head fiercely, driving out the unrealistic ideas in his mind. What's the matter? Isn't Mr. Li afraid that my brother will not succeed? Why is it that a boy like mother-in-law is so annoying? Just when Li Kaiyuan was hesitant, Shun Ryu looked aside. How could I be afraid of his waist? I will let you see the difference between me and this waist. Bet on it. Whoever is afraid. Faced with the cynicism of his goddess, Li Kaiyuan agreed to the game without thinking. It's a word. OZW.com. Feng Yixiu directly rolled up his sleeves and walked quickly towards the podium, preparing to put his hands directly on the transparent soul-calling beads. At the moment, the sky was approaching dusk, and the light in the classroom has become smaller and smaller. In addition, because the students around other 9 classes are filled with many other students watching good shows, blocking a lot of light. Because of the conflict that just occurred in Class 9, the test process was dropped by other classes. Many students in other classes have completed the test. Hearing that someone in Class 9 has successfully awakened the blood of the war spirit, they just saw it. This scene. Did you say that Feng Yixiu's brain was burnt out? Dare you to bet such a big one with Li Kaiyuan on this 1% win rate? I don't think there is even a 1% chance. The kid grew up in an orphanage. Since he was a child, his health is not good. I'm afraid there is not even 1,000th chance. Didn't the boy lose? But it was his own responsibility. He was not a good person. He had to be so close to Xiaohua. This is not to die. Not only did the students in Class 9 have a lot of discussions, but students from other classes who watched the bustling outside the class were also in a good posture. Feng Yixiu adjusted his breath a little and slowly placed his hands on the transparent soul-calling bead, meditating in his heart. Don't pit me on the evolutionary system of God's pet. However, 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The transparent glass bead was still the same, and there was no response at all. Hurrah! Feng Yixiu, your kid loses. Before Li Kaiyuan finished his speech, the dull spirit-calling beads suddenly emitted a dazzling light at this moment, just like the luminous lamp in the night, lighting up the classrooms that were originally poorly lit. Chapter 6 Light of Rice Grain. Feng Yixiu looked at the shining bead in front of his eyes and was also very excited, secretly lamenting. This pet evolution system is really true. At the moment, the light in front of him made him feel the meaning of light again in the darkness all year round. He swears that this is the most beautiful light he has ever seen in his life. No one. Hiss. All the people present, whether students or teachers, could not help but take a breath. Although the brightness of this light does not directly represent the talent of the war spirit master, but this light indicates the purity and richness of the blood spirit of the war spirit, Jane, until it reaches a terrible level. There is no doubt that Feng Yixiu has the blood veins of war spirits, and the blood vein purity is extremely high. How is this possible? Li Kaiyuan stared at the dazzling soul pearl with a frightened face, ignoring his own eyes that had been burned. Classmate Feng, enough. You have proved that you have the blood of war spirits. Let go of it quickly. My eyes will not open. The head teacher was the closest to the soul-calling pearl, and the intense light made him narrow his eyes, reminding him quickly. Feng Yixiu only released his hands. Don't look at Li Kaiyuan not far away, and didn't speak, just raised his eyebrows slightly, an expression you should know how to do. Absolutely impossible. It must be that the spirit beads are broken. Li Kaiyuan climbed to the Lingzhu with a roll and placed his hands directly on it. The bead immediately began to emit a yellowish light. This light cannot be said to be bright enough, but there is no harm without contrast. This weak light with a visibility of less than 1 meter is quite similar to the light just now, and it has a kind of meaning that the light of rice grains competes with Haoyue. OZW.com. For a time, the strange eyes of the people around you looked at the faint light, as if to say that you are still not ashamed. Go on. Li Kaiyuan dropped his hand from the soul bead in an electric shock, and his face suddenly turned extremely blushing. Seeing the increasing number of teachers and students gathered in Class 9, the class teacher realized that things seemed a little difficult to control, so he said, I don't care about any conflicts between you. Before I left this class, you are still me. Students, I hope you don't embarrass me. Feng Yixiu and Li Kaiyuan also realized this, and consciously shut up and did not talk about gambling again. But Feng Yixiu did not intend to let go of Li Kai Yuan. After all, 2,000 yuan was a huge sum for him. Paragraph. It's not too early now. All the students who want to take the martial arts exams quickly come up to test. The head teacher saw that the scene had been brought under control, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and organized the inspection again. This time the inspection speed is much faster. As long as the hands do not respond to the soul bead for 10 seconds, they will be replaced directly. However, the miracle of Class 9 did not happen again, and even a dozen students did not cause the slightest reaction of the spirit pearl. Hey, really there are only 2? It seems that I am too greedy. The class teacher was also a little sorry to see this. However, it is already a miracle for a class of dozens of students to have 2 Zhongling bloodline students, and the hope of a third miracle is minimal. The melon eaters around Class 9 have gradually lost their patience, and it is getting late, and they are all ready to go home for dinner. Haven't you tested it yet? You're not going to try it yet. Feng Yixiu saw that the detection had come to an end, and Shun Ryu beside him hadn't checked yet, so she pushed her beside him. Chapter 7 Accidental Fire. Me? Or forget it. I should have no blood of war spirits. Shinryu lowered his head and said softly, I don't allow you to say yourself like this. Even I have created a miracle. Why can't you? You must believe in yourself. Feng Yixiu saw that Shun Ryu refused to step forward to detect, so she looked at the girl who was evasive in front of her eyes seriously, put her hands on her shoulders, and encouraged softly. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Shun Ryu saw that the wind could not be repaired. He could only walk to the Lingzhu and gently put his hands on it. Still experiencing a short silence, just as Shun Ryu was about to let go of her hands, the spiritual beads began to emit a dazzling red light, like a hot flame that made people dare not approach. This red light is obviously different from Feng Yixiu's white light. Although the brightness is not so dazzling, it is like a real flame, with an unbearable intense high temperature. However, in just a few seconds, the wooden podium with spirit beads was directly ignited. Oh my God! It's on fire! Hurry up! The head teacher saw the podium burned in an instant, which was the first time he encountered this situation, and it was chaotic for a while. But after all, he was an adult who had met the world. When other people were still in shock, he directly lifted the fire extinguisher that had never been used by the rostrum and opened the safety rod extremely rudely. Student Shun, hurry up, the head teacher shouted in a panic. Feng Yixiu brought Shun Ryu, who was still in a daze on the podium, to her in a thunderous manner, which made her escape the white powder of the dry powder fire extinguisher. After the surrounding students reacted, they all started to fight the fire, but fortunately the fire did not spread, and the fire was quickly controlled. It's just that the brand new podium is suffering, and it has been burned into a piece of dark charcoal by flames. OZW.com. Huh. I didn't expect that there were 3 students of War Spirit bloodline in my Class 9. My class teacher didn't act in vain. After the fire extinguishes, the class teacher sits on the ground with a collapsed face, staring at Shun Ryu and Feng Yixiu with a complex complexion. I am afraid that he will become a star teacher in the future. It is estimated that all the dignitaries in the county will be rushing to send their baby son to their class. You really have the blood of the war spirits. I will say you must do it. Feng Yixiu looked excitedly at the panicked Shun Ryu beside him. Excitedly. Okay. But Shun Ryu wasn't as excited as Feng Yixiu imagined, but just responded with a smile. Okay, 3 of us in Class 9 this time have the qualifications for the martial arts exam. The 3 of you will come to the school gate to gather tomorrow. All the martial arts students of our school will go to Jiangshui City for a unified martial arts exam. I hope you can successfully pass the martial arts exam. Formally become a student of the War Spirit Academy. The head teacher slowly stood up, patted the white powder on his body, and said to the 3. The 3 also nodded unanimously, saying they would come to the school gate to gather early tomorrow. You also go home and rest earlier. You must meet at the school gate at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, especially Feng. Don't stay on the bed. The head teacher deliberately emphasized the time and named Feng Yixiu not to like being late, as usual. Feng Yixiu scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, Tomorrow I will set 10 alarm clocks to ensure that I will not be late. Your kid is still so slick. No wonder Shinryu is so. Chapter 8 I Am Waste. As soon as the head teacher walked out of the classroom, the students around him instantly frantically surrounded Feng Yixiu and Shinryu. Brother Feng, I have known for a long time that you are not a thing in the pool, and one day you will soar into the sky. Don't forget my brother. I already said that you and Shin Xiaohua are born to be a pair, and now you all believe it. Li Kaiyuan's kid still wants to compare with you. He just relied on too money at home to buy elixir, and the meager blood of the war spirit he had, which is too far from your talents. Those students who had always looked down on Feng Yixiu all came forward and wanted to get acquainted with Feng Yixiu. Feng Yixiu just smiled and didn't say much. At a young age, he didn't know how many cold eyes and ridicule he had received in recent years. He had already practiced a heart of indignity. These hypocritical classmate friendships could not make him feel the slightest joy, let alone show the superiority in front of them. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Kaiyuan, who was about to slip out of the classroom, and immediately squeezed out the crowd and walked quickly. Hello? You seem to have forgotten something. Feng Yixiu slapped Li Kaiyuan's shoulder fiercely, frightening him. The 2,000 yuan will be passed on to you with a mobile phone, and I won't rely on you. At the end of his speech, Li Kaiyuan was ready to forcibly break away from the shackles of wind and repair, but what he did not expect was that his shoulders were as if they were held by a huge vice, and he could not move at all. Damn, this kid looks so thin. How can he be so powerful? Li Kaiyuan surprised. What he didn't know is that Feng Yixiu has been doing odd jobs outside since the beginning of the day, like the kind of cargo handling. He often does a lot of work. He has already trained a strong body, plus the awakening war. The spirit blood, the strength that was already good again soared again. OZW.com, however, Li Kaiyuan only looks more burly. In fact, he usually eats more elixir on weekdays. He hasn't experienced much exercise at all, and his strength is completely incomparable with Feng Yixiu. The 2,000 yuan is naturally to be given, but you seem to have forgotten our bet. Feng Yixiu still held Li Kaiyuan's shoulder and said coldly, Gamble? What gamble? I don't know. Li Kaiyuan said cheekily. Huh? Are you sure you don't know? Feng Yixiu frowned and suddenly increased his strength. It hurts so much. Li Kaiyuan couldn't hold back immediately, and the painful cold sweat quickly asked for forgiveness. I'm not going to write a brand. Because of the fire just now, the students who were originally going home for dinner rushed back along the fire, and this time they saw a picture that made them stun their jaws. I'm going. What's the situation? Although I didn't see what happened just now, but I didn't come back in vain. This is what Li Kaiyuan is saying is also our school's hegemony. It was actually beaten by the unknown Wind Yixiu on weekdays. This is too fierce. It seems that Feng Yixiu is a ruthless person who can't be offended. Most of these students are just teenagers. Of course, they inevitably like to watch the excitement. Seeing that the original low-key Feng Yixiu actually put the school uniforms on the campus and forgot to go home for a while, Feng Yixiu only released Li Kaiyuan, let him go back to the class, and found a small blackboard. Under the watch of Feng Yixiu, Li Kaiyuan distorted the words, I am a waste, on the small blackboard. The 4 big characters hung around his neck. Then in the voice of everyone's argument, he ran into the playground with a face of grievance, took off his coat, and began to run wildly on the playground. Chapter 9 Faiyua. But while Li Kaiyuan was still running on the playground with blushing, Feng Yixiu had already pulled Shinryu away from this noisy crowd. The two walked side by side on the way to the orphanage, and under the dim street light, their figures were stretched infinitely. Hey, Li Kaiyuan's kid is still credit-worthy. 2,000 yuan is in hand. Let's go. Brother invites you to have a big meal. Feng Yixiu smirked while holding his mobile phone, and then pulled Shinryu to stop a taxi. It didn't take long for the two to come to a place full of Vocal's food stalls. This is the big meal you invited me to eat. Shinryu rolled her eyes helplessly, but she couldn't restrain the joy in her eyebrows. It's not a big meal yet. You see wine, meat, seafood, and your favorite crayfish. It's too sad to say that. Feng Yixiu's eyes widened in doubt, and then he was about to pick up a bottle of beer next to him and take a sip. I don't allow you to drink. You are underage. Shinryu hurriedly snatched the beer bottle from Feng Yixiu's hands and said with a sullen expression, Okay, lady boss. Bring me a bottle of milk, a big one. Feng Yixiu waved helplessly, then shouted with his voice. Come here. A middle-aged aunt with a physique came over and saw that it was Feng Yixiu, and she greeted me very familiarly. Yo, it's different to have a young girlfriend. Start drinking milk here? Your big bottle of milk. Feng Yixiu has worked in this food stall before, and all of them are familiar with many of the bosses here, so they also seem to be more friendly. Don't talk nonsense, boss. Who is his young girlfriend? Shinryu pretty blushed and shyly said. Ouch, your little girlfriend is shy? Then I won't disturb your world. The lady boss retired very consciously. Shinryu immediately opened the big bottle of milk, filled the 2 empty glasses in front of him, and then lifted the glass in front of himself. OZW.com. Brother Feng, I congratulate you for successfully awakening the blood of the war spirits, but today you are in the limelight. Shinryu said excitedly. Then how can I compare with you? You almost ordered the school, or you are awesome. Feng Yixiu smiled and raised the glass in front of him, making a laugh. Hate, you know you are making fun of me. Ignore you. Shinryu shyly said. But after all, how do I feel that you are not very happy when you awaken the war spirit bloodline? This feeling is like you know that you must have the war spirit bloodline. Feng Yixiu drank the milk in his hand, and then seemed to recall what he was wondering. How could there be? Shinryu's complexion changed, and soon returned to normal. She immediately changed the subject and said, This is my birthday gift to you. After that, he took a sachet from the school bag, which is exactly a sachet embroidered with a pink flower, but the embroiderer really couldn't compliment it. I knew you wouldn't forget my birthday. Feng Yixiu quickly took the sachet in the other's hand, and then carefully looked at the pattern on the sachet in his hand. He looked confused and said, Lo Lotus? Fool, that's Feiyu flower. That's my favorite flower. If you don't like it, give it back to me. Shinryu said with her hands on her hips, angry. How could I not like what you sent? Feng Yixiu hurriedly shoved the sachet into his school bag, afraid that the other party would take it back. The proprietress brought up a large pot of spicy crayfish and smiled and said, Not enough. The dishes are ready, let's eat. Feng Yixiu smiled. At first, Shinryu cares a lot about his image of a lady, but he can't bear to look directly at the back. The pile of lobster shells in front of him is more than double that of Feng Yixiu. After eating and drinking, the two returned to the orphanage by car again, to be precise, called the Social Welfare Home. Chapter 10 Little Gray. This food stall is still a certain distance away from the Social Welfare Home where the two are located, and even the car took almost half an hour. As soon as the two got out of the car, they saw that the Dean Zhou of the welfare home was actually at the door, and the two immediately walked over when they saw the case. Where did the two of you guys go again, and came back so late? Dean Zhou said with a serious face. This is the dean of the Social Welfare Institute, where Feng Yixiu and Shinryu are located. It is a very harsh old man with a very kind heart in his heart. The whole people are called Zhou Kongmen. Feng Yixiu and Shinryu are also very caring on weekdays. After receiving a call from the class teacher of Class 9 today, they have been waiting for them both at the door of the orphanage. Grandpa Dean, it's not Brother Feng's birthday today. I went to dinner with him, so I'll be late. Won't you be angry? Seeing that President Zhou seemed a little angry, Shinryu pulled the clothes of President Zhou coquettishly and said softly, Hey, I'm really a bad old man. I'm really upset with you two lives. Hurry and follow me in. Dean Zhou could not bear the coquettishness of Shinryu, and his original stiff face immediately broke. The two came to the dean's office with ease and sat on the sofa in the dean's office very casually. I heard that both of you have awakened the blood of the war spirits. Have you made a big move? Dean Zhou asked with a smile. I'm okay, but Sister Yuer almost gave all the schools. Feng Yixiu picked up an apple in the fruit plate in front of him casually and took a bite, vaguely. Are you okay? Why don't you say that you let Li Kaiyuan, the deputy magistrate's son, streak on the playground? Shinryu was unwilling to show her weakness. Puff. Dean Zhou was preparing to take a sip of tea, but was scared to spray out the tea in his mouth. Grandpa Dean, are you okay? The two of them quickly came forward and cared. No, nothing. Dean Zhou's mouth twitched obviously. Tomorrow we will follow the school to take a martial arts test in Jianshui City. It is estimated that it will be difficult to see you again in the future. Shinryu suddenly became sad and said softly, "She has been in this social welfare institute for 2 years." He came to this social welfare institute in the first 2 years. Dean Zhou has always been very concerned about her. OZW.com. Feng Yixiu came to this social welfare home on the first day and stayed in this social welfare home for nearly 3 years. When he first came to this orphanage, he was a child with problems, and some people even suggested that he be sent directly to a volunteer school for strict discipline. In the end, Dean Zhou gave his own guarantee, and then Feng Yixiu was stabilized in this social welfare institution. With his concern, Feng Yixiu also slowly faded the spikes of self-protection and slowly integrated into this social welfare institution. Children, you have all grown up. Grandpa believes that you will become a great war spiritualist in the future and will not waste your grandfather's concern for you in these years. Dean Zhou caressed the hair of the two children with a look of affection. Softly, the grandfather and Dean are assured that I will be admitted to the War Soul Academy, and then I will become an excellent War Soul master like you. Feng Yixiu was confident. He also behaved like a minor child in front of Dean Zhou because he knew that Dean Zhou was one of the few people in the world who really cared about himself. You are a silly boy. Grandpa accidentally awakened the blood of the war spirits at the age of 30. Now he is almost 70 years old and is a third-level war spirit master. You will be more powerful than Grandpa in the future. Dean Zhou smiled. He flicked Feng Yixiu's forehead and said happily, I don't care. Anyway, in my eyes, Grandpa is the most powerful war spirit master. If you don't let the small gray ash come out to breathe again, I haven't seen it for a long time, and I think of it. Feng Yixiu for a time or two eyes flashed, looking forward. I'm nothing more than a grown-up war spirit. Let's forget it. Dean Zhou was embarrassed. No. Let Xiaohui come out for a while. We don't know when we will be back this time when we go out. It's just a matter of telling Xiaohui. Shinryu, led by Feng Yixiu, also unfolded offensive. Okay. Really you two little guys can't help it. Then let you take a look. Dean Zhou said helplessly. Immediately, Dean Zhou thought, and suddenly a quaint book appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is the magic book that every warlord has. That magic book automatically moved without wind and slowly opened the first page, which was a greyhound pattern. It's just that, unlike the general pattern, the greyhound on this pattern jumped into the painting and calligraphy excitedly. Shipdog, come out and meet old friends. With the summoning of Dean Zhou, the greyhound on the original Devil's Collection suddenly disappeared, and a summoning circle appeared suddenly on the ground of the dean's office. A greyhound with the exact same pattern appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Chapter 11 Evolution Route. Wow, Grandpa Dean is amazing. Although they didn't know how many times they had seen it, they couldn't help wondering when they saw it. This is the psychic's ability. This greyhound is called the Blast Dog. This Blast Dog is very powerful both in speed and smell. With the strong sense of smell and speed of the Blast Dog, it has really caught many bad people who want to come to the orphanage in these years, and it is also a Star Wars spirit. As soon as the Blast Dog was released, he kept Haratsi rushing towards the wind. Small, little gray, calm. Feng Yixiu was frightened and shrunk to the corner of the wall with a terrified expression. Xiaohui could not help but say that Feng Yixiu fell down, and then he began to lick madly on Feng Yixiu's face. But at this moment, a series of data suddenly appeared in Feng Yixiu's mind. War Spirit name, Blast Dog. Zhanling Master, Zhou Kongmin. War Spirit level, level 3 and level 4. War Spirit rank, growth period. War Spirit attribute, wind. War Spirit skills, tracking thousands of miles, biting, slashing wind. Evolutionary maturity requirements. Moon Chaser, Lord level Darkline Warcraft Crystal Nucleus, 100-year-old Wind Wood, 1 Caddy, 10 Jade Grass, U Steps. Blast Wolf, 1 Advanced Wind System Crystal Nucleus of Warcraft, 100-year-old Wind Language Flower, 10-year-old Campanulaceae, U Steps. This is... Feng Yixiu was stunned for a while, and even Xiaohui continued to lick herself, but she couldn't resist her resistance. He immediately reacted, which is obviously the ability given to him by the divine favored king system, which can easily obtain the attributes of the war spirit. OZW.com. The most important thing is that he can clearly learn all the evolution routes, and even the evolution methods are clearly visible. You know that most of the evolutionary routes of all war spirits today are unknown. People only know the evolutionary methods of war spirits based on the trial and error of their predecessors step by step, and which type of evolution has greater potential. But the evolutionary routes and methods that have been documented today are only a drop in the ocean. There are still many evolutionary routes that have not been discovered. But now Feng Yixiu is able to get an insight into the evolutionary route and evolutionary methods of all war spirits, which is simply a kind of ability that can be called against the sky. Is this the ability of God's pet's evolution system? It's really amazing. Feng Yixiu raised the corner of his mouth unconsciously and said secretly in his heart, "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you today? You don't resist little gray licking you. It's not like your character. Shouldn't you jump up and fight little gray? Shinryu also realized that Feng Yixiu was not normal and immediately pulled the small gray ash aside to rescue Feng Yixiu. Feng Yixiu got up quickly and hurled a few sheets of toilet paper to wipe the saliva on his face. He smiled and said, "I'm not afraid that it will be difficult to see the little gray in the future, since he likes to lick me. Let him lick it." Xiao Hui came, and when the elder brother was away, the job of protecting the children in the orphanage was left to you. You must not let your brother down. Feng Yixiu waved at Xiao Hui with a smile. Woo! Xiao Hui seemed to understand Feng Yixiu's words and made a reluctant voice, shaking his tail and walking towards Feng Yixiu. My blast dog seems very reluctant to you, Dean Zhou said in a deep voice. That's not bad. After all, we stayed together for 3 years. Feng Yixiu smiled and touched the back of the wind dog, and then asked inadvertently, Grandpa Dean, have you ever thought about making your blast? Has the dog evolved into a moon chaser? Chasing the moon dog? What's that? Isn't this blast dog only able to evolve into blast wolf and greedy wolf? Dean Zhou said with a puzzled expression. Ah. Feng Yixiu suddenly froze, and then scratched his head, and asked again, that may be a mistake in my mind. Haven't you thought about letting little gray ash evolve into a blast wolf? Hey, I'm a bad old man. This lust is almost buried in the neck. Where else has the mind to let this little guy evolve into a mature war spirit? Dean Zhou sighed helplessly, then continued. Besides, this evolutionary blast wolf not only has high requirements for war necromancer, but also needs extremely valuable evolutionary materials. I can't afford a bad old man. Oh, this is the case. Feng Yixiu nodded. Originally, he wanted to help the grandfather of the dean evolve before leaving, but now it seems that he thinks too simple. Even if he knows the most perfect evolutionary route and method, there is no evolutionary material. Chapter 12 Magic Card. Tomorrow you are going far away, and Grandpa has nothing good for you, and these 2 magic cards will be given to you. During the speech, Dean Zhou took the only 2 cards from the last few pages of the Devil's collection and handed them to the 2. Grandpa, what is this demon card? Feng Yixiu took one of the demon cards and looked puzzled. This demon card is related to your future warrior upgrades and battles. It can greatly increase the combat power of war spirits. It is a very rare card. 10 Warcraft may not be able to burst a demon card, but this is just the lowest gray iron level demon card. When you upgrade, try not to use this lowest level demon card. Dean Zhou said seriously. Although I didn't understand it, it sounds very important. I will keep it well, Grandpa Dean. Feng Yixiu scratched his head in confusion and said seriously. He could understand that this demon card is very important, which is related to their future upgrade and battle of War Necromancer, and this devil card is obtained by the Warcraft outside the city wall. Presumably, the more powerful Warcraft bursts the demon, the more powerful the spirit card is. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. When you formally become a student at the War Soul Academy, there will be a dedicated teacher to explain these things to you. You don't have to care too much. Dean Zhou was afraid of the psychological burden of the 2 and immediately explained wrote. The 2 looked at the magic card in their hands. The magic card in Feng Yixiu's hand was a black vine, and the card read Devil's Vine Toughness. The magic card in Shen Riyu's hand is a green mantis, and the card reads Chui Mantis Sharp Blade. It's not too early. You still have to get up early tomorrow. You go back to rest earlier, and tomorrow I will get up earlier to wake you up. Dean Zhou looked at the clock on the side, and it was almost 10:30, so he sent the two little dolls back to their dorms to sleep. The dormitory of Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu is naturally not together. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Feng Yixiu sent Shun Ruyu to the door of the female dormitory before returning to his dormitory. He carefully pushed open his dorm and found that his roommate was also asleep. I originally wanted to pack my clothes, but found that I already had a suitcase on the edge of my bed. OZW.com. Apparently, the dean had already packed himself while waiting for his vacancy, and his heart could not help getting warm. After a little washing, he lay on his bed because he lived in the lower bunk, but did not disturb his roommate. He lay on the bed and used the faint light of his cell phone to write a farewell letter to his roommate and placed it on the side table. Then, with the help of the faint light of the phone, he took out a yellowed photo that had been pressed under the pillow with a real smile on his face. This was a family portrait when he was a kid. He was held in the arms by his parents in the photo. At that time, he smiled so happy. But since graduating from the 6th grade, my parents have disappeared as if they were evaporating on the earth. It doesn't matter how I look for them. Since then, he has changed from a happy family of 3 to a helpless orphan, and the heavy blow almost made him a problem child. If it was not the care of Dean Zhou that made him feel the warmth of his long-lost home, I am afraid that he would be imprisoned in the juvenile labor camp now. My parents, it's been 3 years. Where have you been? Did you really not want me? You must be bitter, right? Must be. As long as I become strong enough, you will definitely see me. The teenager's consciousness became more and more blurred in his thoughts, and he slowly fell into a dream. Chapter 13 New Journey. Little guy, don't get up soon. Feng Yixiu faintly heard that someone was yelling at himself in his sleep, and then his sleepy woke up slowly from his sleep. Only then did I see the person in front of me. It was Dean Zhou, who was standing on his bedside and staring at himself. Feng Yixiu subconsciously picked up the phone next to him and looked at the current time. The phone showed 5 o'clock. Grandpa, it's 5 o'clock. You are too early, Feng Yixiu said helplessly. The teacher told him that the meeting time was 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was too early to get up at 5 o'clock. It's not too late for these matters. Yuer has been waiting outside for you for a long time. You have the patience to let a little girl wait for you for a long time. Dean Zhou flicked Feng Yixiu's forehead with a smile, smiling. Good. Get up immediately. Without saying a word, Feng Yixiu immediately crawled off the bed, and the wind rushed towards the washstand. This child, it seems that Yuer can cure you. Dean Zhou shook his head helplessly. Moments later, Feng Yixiu dragged his suitcase to the door of the Social Welfare Institute. At the moment, a small car has been parked at the door of the Social Welfare Institute. It should be the car arranged by President Zhou for them. Dean Zhou personally helped the two men salute in the trunk, staring at Feng Yixiu and Shun Ryu for a long time, and then said, Children, this river city is not comparable to our small county. There my bad old man takes care of you, and I can only rely on you from now on. Grandfather. Feng Yixiu and Shun Ryu came into the arms of Dean Zhou and wept silently. Child, this is the breakfast I made for you in the morning. Remember to eat on the way. Dean Zhou wiped away the tears for the two children, and then passed the breakfast in his hand. As a result of the breakfast in the hands of Dean Zhou, the two of them entered the car at the urging of Dean Zhou, and both looked at Dean Zhou with a sad face. OZW.com. As the vehicle gradually went away, Dean Zhou stood at the door of the Social Welfare Institute and watched the car slowly disappear into his sight before he slowly left. Go with. Feng Yixiu also realizes that there may be some things that he always understands when he is lost, such as affection. After more than 20 minutes, the two people took the car to the door of Yutsai Middle School. What surprised the two was that they thought they were early enough, and there shouldn't be many talents right at the door of the school, but apparently they underestimated the enthusiasm of the parents and the society for the spiritualist. At the moment, the entrance of Yutsai Middle School can be described as a crowd of people. There are not many students. This adult has come a lot. Most of them are parents who come to send their children away, as well as teachers and leaders of Yutsai Middle School. Feng Yixiu and Shun Ryu led their suitcases alone, but they seemed lonely. After some naming confirmation, all the students, under the leadership of their teachers, prepared to take the school bus dedicated to Jiangshui City. The head teachers of these 9 classes followed Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu, as well as Li Kaiyuan, who felt like they were walking with wind. After all, in this whole Yucai Middle School, only this class has 3 students of the spirit of war. It is good for the other classes to be able to produce 1 person. If there are 3 in this class, it is a miracle class. After the class teacher personally sent the 3 people to the bus, they originally wanted to let them unite and help each other. But when they thought about the contradiction between Feng Yixiu and Li Kaiyuan, they just suffocated back. After thinking for a long time, I only suffocated a sentence. Let's fight less. Then all the eyes of everyone in the car gathered, all in a confused look. This general class teacher seeing off is to say something to encourage students. What do you mean by letting them fight less? Chapter 14 Qingyan College. The head teacher also knew that he might have said the wrong thing and left the bus before embarrassed. It didn't take long for the bus to slowly start under the attention of many people and set off toward Jiangshui City. But don't look at the farewells. In fact, the number of people who can take the martial arts test in the whole school is only 100, that is, 2 passenger cars. After all, there are only more than 1,300 people in the 1st and 3rd grades of Yucai Middle School. This number should be the best record in the past years. Good classmates, my name is Haiyun Xing, and this time I will introduce to you Qingyan Intermediate College, which we arrived 2 hours later. Within 10 minutes of starting the school bus, a young man with eyes stood up, facing all the students, loudly. This young teacher must be the teacher of Qingyan College. It seems that the aura is completely different from the ordinary teachers. There is an indescribable pressure on him. This Qingyan College is one of our key war spirit colleges in Jiangshui City, and one of the middle-level war spirit colleges that the War Spirit Alliance focuses on. It has a long history, and the resources and environment in the school are also excellent. Then the teacher began to make a long discussion in the bus, like a dedicated guide who led the tour group to introduce the attractions. After listening to Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu for a while, they fell asleep in midway. After about 2 hours or so, the voice of the teacher just awoke many students who were asleep on the way. Student, Qingyan College has arrived. We can get off the bus. Don't run around after getting off the bus. First, follow me to the cafeteria for dinner. We will have a war awakening ceremony after a little rest. OZW.com people lined up and got off the bus one after another. They wanted to get their salute, but were told to wait for someone to send their salute to the dormitory. Feng Yixiu was just shocked by the school bus, and was shocked by the magnificent gate of the school. I saw that the magnificent gate was written with the words, Qingyan Intermediate College, which is a dragon dance. If he didn't know that this was Qingyan Intermediate College and a high school, he would think it was a first-rate university in China. Wow, this is Qingyan Academy. It's more stylish than I thought. Feng Yixiu couldn't help but sigh. He spends most of his time in the small county town of Ningping County, and he rarely has the opportunity to come out on a weekday. It is difficult for him to restrain his inner excitement for a while. Look at the way you haven't seen the world before. It's really embarrassing to be with you. Li Kaiyuan on the side looked disgusted. You don't talk. No one takes you as a dumb. Shun Ruyu said sullenly. Cut. You think I want to talk to that steamed bun. But don't you say that I am a class with you. I'm afraid of being ashamed. Without saying anything, Li Kaiyuan walked towards the cafeteria without looking back, as if he Feng Yixiu together lowered his grade. Hey, class teacher, I might have failed your old request. Feng Yixiu shook his head helplessly, and then pulled Shun Ruyu into the cafeteria together. Under the leadership of the teacher, the two first entered the dining hall to eat. The lunch of Qingyan College was very high in taste and nutritional value. After everyone had finished eating, he followed the pace of Teacher Hai and came to a place called Awakening Hall. Chapter 15 Awakening Hall. The area of this Awakening Hall is very exaggerated and can accommodate more than 1,000 people. The hall is full of people at this moment. There are thousands of students coming to participate in the martial arts test of Qingyan College this time. These are students from the subordinate counties of Jiangshui City and Jiangshui City Junior High School who have the spirit of war spirits. Almost everyone has an excited and nervous look. After all, there will be an awakening ceremony soon. Will it be an outstanding war in the future? Spirit Master, it is very important to awaken the war spirit. Students, please calm down. First of all, Congratulations to everyone who has become one of the best in the world. Today we are going to start the first part of the martial arts exam, that is, the War Spirit Awakening Ceremony. I am responsible for this awakening ceremony. Is also the age director of Qingyun School. You can also call me Director Li. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black suit slowly walked onto the high platform in front with a serious expression. For a while, the originally noisy awakening hall quieted down instantly. Everyone was staring at the people who were standing on the high platform and talking, fearing that some key factors were missed. After seeing that all the students were quiet, Director Li cleared his throat again and said loudly, "This martial arts test is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the War Awakening Ceremony. All students who successfully awaken the war spirit. You can participate in the assessment of the second level, but all students who successfully awaken the advanced war spirits are directly sent to Class A without having to participate in the assessment of the second level." Suddenly, the whole awakening hall exploded, and all the students started chatting with Twitter. Some optimists believe that they will awaken the high-level war spirits, but most of the students are worried, fearing that they have awakened a low-level war spirit and may not even awaken the war spirits. Do you know what high-level war spirits? Aren't the newly awakened war spirits all young spirits? There are also high-level and low-level points. Feng Yixiu was a little confused and asked Shunryu beside him. OZW.com. This high-level and low-level war spirit seems to be divided by the War Spirit Alliance according to the development potential of all young spirits. This development potential is good, and its powerful war spirits are naturally classified as high-level war spirits, but as far as I know, a total of it is divided into 3 levels: high, intermediate, and low. Shinryu thought for a while and then replied, "So what is this so-called Class A?" Feng Yixiu was still puzzled. I don't quite know." Shinryu was also confused. After all, she is not a native of Jianshui City, and she doesn't know much about the mechanism of class assignment in Qingyun College. As for the basic knowledge of those war spirits, it was only through reading some books about war spirits on weekdays, but it was only a half knowledge. But at this moment, a tall man next to Feng Yixiu suddenly said, "This Qingyun College will divide all students into 4 classes according to the potential of war spirits. This class is naturally the best of the 4 classes. When the school allocates resources, of course, it tends to give a large amount of resources to Class A, and the more resources it gets later, the less." "Oh, this is the case." Feng Yixiu nodded seriously, and then realized that it was not Shunryu who answered him. He looked at the tall man next to him in amazement and extended his right hand with a smile. Politely said, "Thank you for your explanation. My name is Feng Yixiu, from Ningping County." The tall man was a little shocked for a while, and then extended his right hand as well, smiling. "Hello, my name is Han Xiao, from Beijing." Chapter 16 War Spirit Awakening. Beijing. Feng Yixiu exclaimed subconsciously, then wondered, "Schools in this capital should be better. Why did you come to Jianshui City to take the Wu Cow?" This Beijing is still the capital of China and one of the most powerful base cities. He really can't understand why this man named Han Xiao came to Jianshui to take the Wu Cow. Feng Yixiu took a close look at this Han Xiao. Although he didn't wear any obvious brand name on his body, the kind of rich child's breath on his body was very obvious. Obviously, it was impossible to be a poor family. In fact, he still has a good impression of this person named Han Xiao. When he just said that he was from Ningping County, he did not see the slightest contempt and surprise in Han Xiao's eyes. He had a slight affection for this person. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said lightly, It's a long story. If we have the opportunity to be in the same class, I will tell you." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the high platform. "Next, Han Xiao. At present, the awakening ritual has been carried out for an hour, and many people have already obtained their own war spirits through the awakening spiritual ritual. At this moment, more than 400 people have performed the awakening ritual. As a result, some people are happy and some are sad, and many students who failed to awaken inevitably leave the awakening hall. Those candidates who failed to awaken means that they have lost their qualifications to become a war necromancer. They can only go home and take the cultural examination 2 days later. It's your turn, good luck." Feng Yixiu smiled. Han Xiao nodded with a smile, and then slowly walked to the front of the awakening circle, you can see that he is also a little nervous. At the moment, the entire awakening hall has a total of 10 awakening magic circles working together. Otherwise, the awakening of thousands of people will be difficult to complete in a single magic circle in one day. Feng Yixiu looked at the strange, awakening circle, as if these circle with carved strange spirit lines had strange magic power. OZW.com. Indistinctly, there seemed to be something moving in my heart. Feng Yixiu watched Han Xiao slowly walk to the central area of the awakening circle. Then the teacher responsible for the awakening directly started the awakening circle. Then the circle slowly emitted a strange yellow light, and Han Xiao also slowly condensed a light yellow light above his head. Feng Yixiu can see that Han Xiao's state is very uncomfortable at this moment. I saw his eyes close tightly, his cold sweat slowly dropped with his forehead, and the yellowish light above his head had also slowly approached substantive. After a moment, the light yellow light finally faded away, and a pale yellow book floated quietly on Han Xiao's head. Han Xiao, now you can try to summon your war spirit. The person in charge of this summoning circle did not have much expression, and then signaled. Han Xiao controlled the magic book to fly to his hand, and then slowly opened the first side of the magic book, above which was a sleepy turtle spirit. As his thoughts moved, the tortoise spirit in the magic book immediately appeared at his feet. Goo! This turtle spirit is bigger than the ordinary spirit turtle. If it is upright, it can be as tall as Han Xiao's knee. I saw that the yellow turtle spirit just came out and rubbed Han Xiao's trousers very intimately, as if thanking Han Xiao for giving him life. Hey, turtles of the Earth Department. Unfortunately, if they are water-type turtles, it would be a senior war spirit. The teacher in charge shook his head with regret, and then quickly wrote on a blank form. Chapter 17 Supreme Holy Spirit. This table records the basic information of the candidates, which naturally includes the information of the awakening war spirit. Han Xiao took the form the teacher handed to him, and took a closer look at the form in his hand. Name, Han Xiao. War spirit, turtle spirit. Attribute, Earth. Potential evaluation, low-level war spirit. Suggested placement, Dingban. Sure enough, Han Xiao smiled bitterly, hugged the turtle at his feet, and returned to the team without a word. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened your war spirit. Feng Yixiu smiled and patted Han Xiao, who was afraid of him. Congratulations, but it's just a low-level war spirit, and it has been assigned to Dingban. Han Xiao said with a helpless face. Low-level war spirits? That's just that they don't know the goods. I think you war spirits are quite strong. In the future, they may become holy spirits. Feng Yixiu didn't care, smiling, and said, Thank you for your comfort. I'm not as fragile as you think. I also think my little aide is cute, at least I like it. Han Xiao smiled and touched the turtle in his arms, smiling. Guru. The turtle spirit in Han Xiao's arms seemed to like his caress and made a comfortable grunt. In fact, the reason why Feng Yixiu said that those people do not know the goods is not a comfort to Han Xiao, but he has already seen all the evolutionary routes of this soil turtle spirit. This evolutionary route is like a complicated one in his eyes. Big trees generally have their own branches at each stage of evolution. Although most of the evolutionary branches of the tortoises in the soil system can only evolve to the full body at the most, then let alone the evolution to the ultimate body, it is rare and pitiful. OZW.com. But one of the evolution routes is unique, but it can evolve into the existence of the Supreme Holy Spirit. It should be known that the Holy Spirit on the entire planet today is a legendary existence. Every Holy Spirit is a national weapon and will not easily appear in the eyes of the world. Xiaoba, is this the name you gave your war spirit? Feng Yixiu asked with a smile. Yes, I think this little turtle spirit is quite similar to Han Bagawei. Looking at the lazy one, then just call him Xiaoba. Han Xiao hugged the turtle spirit in his arms, carefully. Read it for a while. The next one, the wind, is also repaired. But at this moment, the voice of the teacher called from the high platform. It's up to you next. I hope you don't follow me. Han Xiao also heard the call and smiled. Feng Yixiu quickly walked to the awakening circle on the high platform. It would be impossible if he wasn't nervous. After all, it determines whether he can become a war spiritualist, but it is related to his own destiny. Are you ready? I'll start the awakening circle when I'm ready. The teacher in charge of the awakening reminded. Get ready. Feng Yixiu took a deep breath and responded. The awakening array slowly started, and suddenly Feng Yixiu felt as if he had a kind of magical power that was opening some shackles in his body, and a sense of electric current gradually spread throughout the body. Everything in front of him slowly blurred. He seemed to see a blurry blue figure, but whenever he was going to see clearly, this light and shadow flowed, making him unable to see clearly. However, the teacher responsible for the awakening was stunned. The wind in his eyes was also surrounded by a purple thunderbolt at that moment. The white luminous cluster above his head also emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by the crackling current sound. This is the awakening of the thunder attribute war spirit. The teacher in charge of awakening could not help but exclaim. Chapter 18 Thunder War Spirit. The harsh electric sound and the dazzling light made the eyes of all the candidates in the whole awakening hall focus on, and they wanted to see what war spirits such a huge candidate could awaken. Not only the candidates, but also the teachers in charge of the team are paying attention to the situation here and have started to discuss. As long as it is not the young spirit, it is 100% advanced war spirit. The lay system can be said to be one of the strongest attributes. The war spirits with these attributes are hard to think of if they are not strong. Look at the intensity of this thunderbolt again. It seems that this candidate's war spirit bloodline is also very powerful. Yes, as long as it is not the young spirit, this candidate will definitely become a genius. Almost all the teachers who led the team came around and wanted to witness the birth of a genius. After a while, the dazzling electro-optics began to converge slowly, and the magic book above Feng Yixiu's head gradually condensed out the entity. This is a white magic book. This material looks like flawless sheep fat white jade, just like a carefully carved artwork. Feng Yixiu, now you can summon your war spirit. The teacher who was responsible for the awakening took a while to recover and looked forward. Demon Book began to windlass automatically, following the will of Feng Yixiu into his hands. Cull. Feng Yixiu took a deep breath, adjusted his breath a little, and opened this cold magic book. What greeted me was a snow-white snake spirit. This snake spirit seemed to feel the owner's gaze, and he spit out the bewitches with extreme excitement. Even the snake believers were snow-white in color. As Feng Yixiu's thoughts moved, a small summoning circle suddenly appeared in the palm of his other hand. The white snake on the magic book suddenly coiled around Feng Yixiu's arm. OZW.com. His hiss. This little white snake had a long arm that Feng Yixiu had just touched Chuhi's arm as soon as he came out. From time to time, he licked Feng Yixiu's cheek with the cold snake Shinzi. Snake spirit. The teacher responsible for the awakening was filled with regret. He looked at Feng Yixiu with his sympathetic eyes, and then whispered, "This is what I am afraid of." The teachers who had gathered in Feng Yixiu's awakening circle all sighed. Hey, this is a pity. I thought our Qingyan college was going to have a peerless genius. It's a waste war spirit for a long time, and waste my feelings. Why are these hundreds of young spirits awakening? It is a pity that they must awaken the snake spirits. Each of the onlookers looked sorry. This feeling was like buying a lottery ticket for 10 million jackpots. The first 5 digits were all right. The last digit suddenly changed, and it was better than eating. The flies are still uncomfortable. Feng Yixiu ignored the words of others, but instead glanced at the attributes of his war spirit in his mind. War spirit name, snake spirit. War spirit attribute, thunder. War spirit rank, young spirit. War spirit level, level 1. War spirit skills, death winding, arc strike. Long-term demand for promotion. Yulin snake. 1 low-level thunder crystal nucleus. 1 white orchid flower in 10 years. 1 pound of wood in 10 years of lightning strike. Steps. Chapter 19 Become a giant. What the hell? There is only one evolutionary method. Feng Yixiu repeatedly read the data of his war spirits, but there was no accident that there was only one evolutionary method. He has seen all the war spirits so far, and no war spirit has appeared in this situation. Even if the tortoise of the Earth system has just evolved into a growth period, there are more than a dozen evolutionary routes, which is still very few, and some even have dozens of evolutionary routes. However, it seems that his thunder snake spirit is special. There is only one evolutionary method to the growth period, and it can only evolve into the jade snake. Feng Yixiu took a quick look at his evolutionary tree of war spirits. Unlike the other complex evolutionary trees of war spirits, his evolutionary tree is like a light rod commander. There is only one main branch, and there is no other branches. But he was gratified that the end point of his only evolutionary route was actually the Supreme Holy Spirit. Just when he was watching other people awakening the war spirits, he had been using his God's pet evolution system to analyze the evolutionary trees of other war spirits. Among them, only 3 had the opportunity to be promoted to the Supreme Holy Spirit. 2 of them are the young spirits of themselves and Han Shao, and the other is a light spirit of the light system, which is the extremely rare elemental young spirit. That kind of young spirit has no entity. It is a kind of existence similar to natural elements, and it can evolve freely into a light warrior in the growth period. That person was naturally sent to Class A, not only exempted from the second level of assessment, but was also directly appointed to be the monitor of Class A. Hurrah! Almost scared to death, Feng Yixiu was finally relieved and could not help exclaiming. The amount of this evolutionary route may be very important for others, because the more evolutionary route warriors are more likely to be discovered, it will generally be recorded. This is the predecessor planting trees and cooling off too. But for Feng Yixiu, it doesn't matter how much this evolutionary route is. Anyway, he must be going along the evolutionary route of the Holy Spirit. There is only one evolutionary route, but he avoids picking his eyes. OZW.com, children, don't be too sad. Although this thunder snake spirit can only evolve to maturity, it can evolve, but at least you can be considered a war spiritualist. Too pessimistic. The teacher who was in charge of awakening heard Feng Yixiu's laughter, thinking that this kid could not stand the blow and was already in a state of insanity. Feng Yixiu was stunned for a while before realizing his gaffe, and he smiled and said, "I'm not too pessimistic. I'm so happy." Ah. The awakening teacher was confused, and only half a day later, he shook his head and said, "Hey, this finally awakened the property of Lei, but it turned out to be a waste war spirit. No wonder you will collapse. This is your personal information form. Please take it." Feng Yixiu took the form in the other party's hand, and then briefly glanced at his personal information form. Name, Feng Yixiu. War Spirit, Snake Spirit. Attribute, Thunder. Potential evaluation, Low-level War Spirit. Suggested placement, Dingban. Sure enough, he didn't have the slightest surprise about the result of this placement. I'm afraid he has already abandoned it in the eyes of these teachers. Feng Yixiu shook his head helplessly and wanted to go down immediately, but then suddenly turned his head to the awakening teacher and said, "Since I can't stand on the shoulder of the giant, then I will be that giant." Chapter 20 Pet Snake. After speaking, Feng Yixiu stepped off the platform and returned to his team. The teacher responsible for the awakening stared at the back of Feng Yixiu's departure for a long time, and for a moment, he even thought that this kid might really be able to create a miracle. My God, what am I thinking about? The teacher responsible for the awakening shook his head fiercely and then sneered. No one in the world can break the Yulin snake into a complete body, even the wilderness. I have never seen its complete body. What can you do as a child? It is ridiculous. Nowadays, all the existence of being rated as advanced war spirits is caused by the numerous failures of the predecessors. However, all war spirits that can successfully evolve into complete bodies or even extreme bodies will be recorded in the Alliance, and these will be evaluated for advanced war spirits. Therefore, future generations only need to evolve step by step along the footsteps of their predecessors, which is standing on the shoulders of giants. The Lei snake spirit was naturally awakened by someone, but no one could make the Yulin snake break through the maturity period. Even many scientists specializing in the evolution of war spirits asserted that the Yulin snake could not evolve into a complete body at all. Over time, almost all war spirit masters have reached a consensus, that is, the only rare war spirit among the extremely rare thunder war spirits is the Yulin snake. However, because of its beautiful appearance and non-toxic species, the breeding Yulin snake is the most important thing is that it can also release a weak current and can perform appropriate electrotherapy for the owner, so it has become a very popular pet snake for the rich. As soon as Feng Yixiu returned to the team, he was pulled by Shun Ruyu, and Han Xiao on the side also approached inadvertently. Brother Feng, what kind of class have you been assigned to? Shun Ruyu said excitedly. Nual. Feng Yixiu handed the personal information form on his hand to Shun Ruyu aside. OZW.com ding. Ding ban. How could this be? The thunder that you just triggered is so powerful, you must enter Class A. How can it be ding ban? Shun Ruyu looked upset. Road. She just stared at Feng Yixiu's awakening ritual just now, the kind of majestic thunder, and so many teachers were attracted in the past. It must be a very powerful warrior, but she did not expect to be directly rated as a low-level war spirit. They said that my snake spirit can only evolve to maturity, and it is a waste war spirit, so it was assigned to Ding Ban. Feng Yixiu reluctantly spread his hands. It doesn't matter. How could they do this? I went to them to study the theory. Shun Ruyu frowned, and was about to go on stage to talk to the teacher who was responsible for Feng Yixiu's awakening ceremony. Don't go, it's useless. Feng Yixiu took the impulsive Shun Ruyu seriously and said seriously. But Shun Ruyu still wanted to help the wind and also discuss a fair one. It's nothing. This Saiwing is unwise. I don't care what other people think of me, as long as you believe in me. Do you believe that I will make my snake's spirit evolve to a complete body? Feng Yixiu looked sincerely. The woman in front of her said softly. Of course I believe it. Shun Ruyu answered without hesitation. Feng Yixiu rubbed Shun Ruyu's hair with a smile and said with a smile, then it will end. Not just a shift. I don't care. Okay. Shun Ruyu then settled down. Chapter 21 Fire Spirit Awakening. I didn't expect that the two of us really became classmates. You poisoned milk. Feng Yixiu glanced at Han Xiao beside him, jokingly. Han Xiao also gave a helpless grin and responded, blame me. Next, Shun Ruyu. Suddenly shouted Shun Ruyu's name above the platform. It's finally me. Shun Ruyu said in a deep voice. I hope you don't follow us too. Han Xiao smiled at Shun Ruyu. I beg you, you should stop talking. Feng Yixiu quickly covered Han Xiao's mouth, and then smiled at Shun Ruyu. We are waiting for your good news here. Oh, Han Xiao resisted symbolically, but it made him understand one thing. This is also the strength of Feng Yixiu. Pooh, wait for my good news. After talking, Shun Ruyu turned and walked toward the high platform. She was not as nervous as the two men looked. She saw him standing calmly in the center of the awakening circle. Are you ready? The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony reminded. Shun Ruyu settled, and then responded. Okay, teacher, you can start. Immediately, this awakening circle slowly emits a red flame. This is not a temperatureless light, but a real flame with a violent high temperature. OZW.com. A substantive flame slowly condensed on the top of her head, making people dare not approach. Is it necessary to awaken the fire spirit? The teacher in charge of awakening looked at Shun Ruyu with a surprised look. After a long time, he recovered and continued. It seems that our Qingyun College is in good luck this year. The third elemental spirit. The awakening rituals of general war spirits will have signs, but they are distinguished according to color. For example, blue is generally the war spirit of the water system, green is generally the war spirit of the wood system, and the red color is naturally the war spirit of the fire system. However, the awakening ritual of the elemental spirit is not the same as the awakening of the general war spirits, because the general fire awakening of the fire department is only a red light, and this light is only a light. It is impossible to produce flames. So much more don't mention that Shun Ruyu directly produced a substantial flame. Anything that directly generates substantial elements, such as flames, water waves, ice crystals, etc., means that 100% will awaken the corresponding elemental spirit. However, just half a minute before Shun Ruyu came to power, someone even awakened the second elemental spirit of Qingyun Academy, which was an ice spirit composed entirely of ice crystals. All the teachers and students were attracted in the past, but no one noticed the situation on Shun Ruyu's side. At this moment, the red flame around Shun Ruyu's body slowly coalesced, and the flame above her head slowly disappeared, revealing a red magic book. This red magic book is red all over, exuding a scorching high temperature, and even can see a trace of small flames overflowing from time to time. You. You quickly summon your war spirit to see. If there is no accident, it should be the fire spirit. The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony saw the magic book in Shun Ryu's hands, confirmed the speculation in his heart, and immediately urged. Shun Ryu nodded slightly, and then, under the control of her mind, the crimson magic book slowly flew into his hand. Chapter 22, I'm going to Dingban. Shin Ryu gently flipped his demon spirit collection, and what caught his eyes was a red fireball. There were 2 black holes in the fireball, which seemed to be the eyes of the fire spirit. Along with Shun Ryu's call, a red call-out circle slowly condensed at his feet, and the temperature around him suddenly increased several degrees. A red fire spirit suspended in the air appeared in front of Shun Ryu. As soon as this little fire spirit appeared, he rushed directly into Shun Ryu's arms. Shin Ryu also hugged this cute little fire spirit subconsciously, but what surprised her was that this little fire spirit was not as hot as she thought, but just felt like holding a hand warmer and was very comfortable. Sure enough, it's really the fire spirit. Although the teacher in charge of Shun Ryu's awakening ceremony has been psychologically prepared, it is still very exciting to witness the birth of the elemental spirit, with these tremolos slightly. Shin Ryu also smiled and touched the little fire spirit in her arms. She was naturally happy to be able to awaken the elemental spirit. Oh, little fire spirit also made a sound of excitement. Congratulations on your successful awakening of the elemental spirit. You can be directly delivered to Class A. The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony looked excited. The teacher was ready to ride on Shun Ryu's form, but was interrupted by Shun Ryu. Wait. What's the matter? Did you want to compete for the monitor? Also, you can really compete with the light spirit. We did not expect that there are so many elemental spirits in this session. This monitor is indeed certain. Some are too early. The teacher responsible for the awakening thought that Shun Ryu wanted to compete for the monitor, and then he was a little embarrassed. How rare is it to awaken an elemental spirit in the past? OZW.com. It is thankful that the entire Qingyun Academy can have an elemental spirit, so the position of the squad leader was determined at the moment when the light spirit appeared, but I never thought that there would be an ice spirit and a fire spirit coming out behind this. I am afraid it is something that all teachers did not think of. I don't mean that. I'm not interested in Class A. Shin Ryu pouted disdainfully. Then you want to? The teacher responsible for the awakening looked puzzled. I'm going to Dingban, Shin Ryu said suddenly. The teacher responsible for Shun Ryu's awakening was stunned on the spot, with question marks all over her face. Is this woman afraid to be crazy? Want to enter the worst class? No. It must be that I just had auditory hallucinations. It must be. The teacher responsible for the awakening shook his head vigorously, clearing his absurd thoughts, and then asked again. Classmate Shun, I just seem to have auditory hallucinations. I didn't listen too clearly. You said you have to enter a few class. You don't have auditory hallucinations. I'm talking about Ding Bing. I'm going to Ding class. Shin Ryu looked impatient, then said one word after another. The teacher. This female doll must be crazy and has already been sent to Class A and even asked to go to the worst class. This is not crazy. What is it? Teacher? Are you listening? Shin Ryu saw that the teacher in front of him had been stunned, reached out, and shook his hand in front of him, then shouted loudly. Chapter 23 Eat, Hard Not Soft. No, this is absolutely impossible. How can you go to Dingban with an elemental spirit? If you let the principal know that you must not kill me. The teacher responsible for Shun Ryu's awakening said righteously. An elemental spirit appeared at last, and it was all made up as a treasure. If the principal knew that she had been assigned to Dingban, I might be expelled from her in a rage. Anyway, your computer system lists are all public, and no teacher has noticed my situation now. You have so many teachers who are responsible for awakening. If you don't say I don't say, no one will know. I beg you. Shin Ryu begged softly. There are now more than a dozen teachers in charge of awakening, and now they are all attracted to the awakening circle of the awakening ice spirit. It happened that Shun Ryu's awakening circle was in the far left corner, and Bing Ling's awakening circle was in the far right corner. Now, almost no one notices that Shun Ryu has awakened the fire spirit, and the list of computer systems used by these teachers responsible for awakening is public. It is impossible to confirm which teachers awakened which candidates. Anyway, it is just to follow this list one by one. After the awakening ceremony is completed, directly check the system candidates. Enough. Then, that won't work either. I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm afraid of it. I can't let you go to Dingban. The teacher in charge cut the railroad. Shen Ryu frowned, slowly turning to look at Feng Yixiu under the stage, and found that he was looking at himself intently, and his heart became firmer. Since this teacher is not so oily and salty, don't blame me for using extraordinary methods. Teacher, if you do not let me enter Dingban, then I will withdraw from the martial arts exam of Qingyan College. As far as I know, it seems that Jiangshui City is not the only middle-level war spirit college in you. And before I quit, I told the principal that because of your bad attitude, I was too disappointed with your college, and then I had to withdraw from the martial arts exam at Qingyan College. When the time comes, what do you think the principal will do to you? OZW.com. Shen Ryu's tone was uncharacteristic, and his tone suddenly became tough, coldly. He could see that the teacher was hard and soft. Although he seemed very calm on the surface, he was still very nervous. After all, this was the first time he learned to threaten others. And the threat is not ordinary people. This is a teacher who is responsible for awakening in the War Soul Academy. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous. The teacher responsible for the awakening fell into silence for a while, touching his forehead in cold sweat, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you. If you really let the principal know that because of your own reasons, a candidate who awakened the elemental spirit was forced to leave Qingyan College, I am afraid that his job will not be guaranteed. At least it is better to enter Dingban than to go to other colleges. After all, if you enter other colleges, the talent of this little girl will inevitably be fully cultivated by other colleges. Wouldn't it be a competitor to your college?" So after careful consideration, she finally agreed with Shen Ryu's request. Her trembling right hand picked up the pen beside the table and wrote Dingban in the column of suggested placement. Chapter 24. This pod is on my back. With a look of excitement, Shen Ryu was going to get his personal information sheet, but he was tightly held by the teacher and refused to let go. Do you know what it means to enter Dingban? The allocation of resources by our Qingyan College is not average. The resources of this class may be more than 10 times more than the resources of Dingban. Do you really think about it? The teacher responsible for Shen Ryu's awakening suddenly said seriously. Of course I know, but I don't care. Shen Ryu suddenly pulled hard, and finally pulled the information sheet in the other's hand. Can I take the liberty to ask why? The teacher in charge asked with a smile, not dragging his chin with interest. Because he is in Dingban. After talking, Shen Ryu hugged her personal information sheet with excitement and quickly left. The teacher responsible for Shen Ryu's awakening looked at Shen Ryu's back. She shook her head a little regretfully and suddenly smiled. She couldn't help but sigh. It's a really enviable youth. Feng Yixiu saw Shen Ryu walking towards her side and quickly pulled her over with excitement, anxiously said, I just seemed to see you awakened a ball of fire. Would it be my dazzling? Poof. What a fireball. Silly brother, that's the fire spirit. Shen Ryu was amused by Feng Yixiu and said cheerfully, Yes, it's the fire spirit, but that's the elemental spirit. Then you must have entered Class A, and then you will go and beat the ice spirit and the light spirit. You are the class leader of Class A. Think about it, I am happy for you. After Feng Yixiu got a definite answer, he was more happy than awakening the elemental spirit. I have also been assigned to Dingban, Shen Ryu said abruptly. Feng Yixiu was stunned on the spot, frowning at the girl in front of her, and did not speak for a long time. Of course, he knew that with Shen Ryu's talents, he could not be assigned to Dingban. He must have asked to be assigned to Dingban. The reason for this was clear to him. OZW.com. For a while, I have mixed feelings in my heart. That is, I feel sorry at the same time, I am touched a little bit, and at the same time, I also hate why I am so invincible, even dragging you down. How good can I become to be worthy of your sacrifice? Feng Yixiu sighed in his heart, and felt his shoulders were heavy again. Feng Yixiu slightly adjusted his emotions, then looked at Han Xiao with a sorrowful face, complaining, I blame you for a poisonous milk and made you say it again. Han Xiao on the side. What does it matter to me? You are too much. Even if you let me eat dog food, even let me carry the pot? But at this moment, the turtle spirit pattern in his arms became uneasy and even followed Han Zhao's clothes, climbed to the hat behind his sweater, and looked forward with his lazy mung bean eyes. Han Zhao smiled helplessly and grieved. Come, this pot. I'm carrying it. Ha ha. Then the three laughed in unison. It seems that our fate is indeed not shallow. Feng Yixiu Shenruyu. We will be classmates in the future. We need more care in the future. Han Xiaoling said. That's natural. I'm just 15 years old this year. Yuer's birthday is just 1 month younger than me. How about Han Xiao? Feng Yixiu asked with a smile. I am studying late, and I will be 16th birthday later. Call me big brother, shouldn't you suffer? Han Xiao smirked. Chapter 25 The second round of assessment. No loss, no loss. Brother, I thought you were an adult. Feng Yixiu was a little surprised. I can't blame him for saying this. It's because Han Xiao is a bit too premature. This vaguely can even see his stubborn stubble, and his size is 1 or 2 centimeters higher than Feng Yixiu. But in addition to these, Han Xiao can be said to be a melancholy handsome guy. If it is not a pair of ice faces, I am afraid that there will be a lot of fans who come forward to contact. Do I look so old? I always feel like a baby face. Han Xiao said with a sad face. Brother, do you have any misunderstanding about the 3 words of your baby face? Shenryu couldn't help but spit out. 3 sisters. Why do you say so? Han Zhao's face was unreasonable. After awakening their war spirits respectively, the 3 people have been sitting on their positions, waiting for the war awakening ceremony to end. There were no miracles in the second half of this battle spirit ceremony, and no elemental spirits have appeared, but this time it has been quite good, and it can be considered a miracle to have 3 elemental spirits. The War Spirit Awakening ceremony was successfully completed. You candidates who are now on the field are all lucky. No matter what the quality of the War Spirit of the Awakening, at least you have successfully awakened your War Spirit, which means that you have completed the first place in the Wu Cao round. The second round of the martial arts test will be carried out immediately. That is to enter the Forest of Steel and obtain a gray iron level demon card. Director Li did not know where to get out of it, and once again stood on the forefront of the podium, reading out the assessment of the next level. OZW.com Director Li? What is a magic card? Suddenly, a candidate asked from the rostrum. Monster cards can be obtained by killing Warcraft. An average of 10 Warcraft can burst out a monster card, so the probability is about 10%. Gray Iron level monster card needs to kill lower level Warcraft. This monster card, the Guan, is very important to the War Soul Master. So this is your second level of assessment. Except for the students in Class A, everyone must pass the second level of assessment in order to become a student of our Qingyun College. Director Li answered the student's question very seriously. Then what is low-level Warcraft? Will there be a higher-level Warcraft in the Iron Forest? Once again, candidates asked questions. You don't understand anything about this, freshman. This Warcraft is divided into low-level, intermediate, high-level, and lord-level Warcraft. As far as it goes, it is disaster-level Warcraft, but you don't have to worry too much. This Steel Forest is just us. The college prepares specifically for the martial arts exams, which are all low-level Warcraft, so you don't have to worry about encountering more advanced Warcraft. But if you are in danger, just call out for help. We will have a dedicated staff to rescue you. But that means you gave up the assessment. Director Li pushed his glasses, looking impatient. Now you follow your leader, teacher. Immediately go to the Iron Forest. The evaluation time is 24 hours. I wish you good luck. After talking, Director Li once again disappeared into the eyes of everyone. Then Feng Yixiu and Shenryu and others, under the leadership of teacher Hai Yunxing, prepared to go to the Forest of Steel. However, Feng Yixiu and others were a little surprised that this time they did not take a passenger car to the Iron Forest, but directly took a large helicopter to the Iron Forest outside the suburbs. Chapter 26 Few people talk badly. This college is too rich. A military examination actually sent so many helicopters. Feng Yixiu looked at the rows of helicopters in front of him and whispered, "What is this? You have to know that the most wealthy organization now is the War Spirit Alliance, and the War Spirit Academy is the key support object of the War Spirit Alliance. Naturally, it is rich." Han Xiao explained with a smile. "It turns out this way. But the assessment time is too long. It should take 24 hours. Shinryu grumbled. Teacher Hai on the side also heard the discussion here and explained, this second round of exams is not as simple as you think. It is still very good for candidates to get a gray iron magic card in these 24 hours. Difficult. You must not take it lightly, and you must hurry up. Thank you, Mr. Hai, for reminding us that we will hurry up. Shinryu smiled, a little embarrassed. Although you are all assigned to Dingban, don't give up on yourself. If you work hard, you can pass the martial arts exam. As long as you become a war spiritualist, there is hope. Teacher Hai has learned about the placement of several people. Intentionally encouraged. Thank you, teacher. We will try our best to pass the martial arts exam. Feng Yixiu said seriously. Okay, now the helicopter is about to depart. You all follow me. Teacher Hai saw that the plane was all ready and beckoned all the students who followed him to come. Immediately, all the candidates who followed Teacher Hai boarded a large helicopter, preparing to go to the Iron Forest. When the helicopter was about to take off, it suddenly rushed up to someone, Li Kaiyuan. Li Kaiyuan saw Feng Yixiu and others just as soon as he got on the plane. He randomly found a seat and sat down. He sneered at Feng Yixiu and said, I didn't expect you to have passed the first round of assessments. What? OZW.com. Even people like you can awaken the war spirits. Why should I not? Feng Yixiu sneered. Hey, but as far as I know, you seem to be just a low-level war spirit, and you were assigned to Dingban. Even if you passed the second pass assessment, you were lucky to become a student of Qingyun College, which is just a bottom-level student. Unlike me, I'm an intermediate war spirit, but I was assigned to Class B. Han Zhao's Yinyang Strange Airway. It seems that you have good news. Feng Yixiu felt uncomfortable when he heard this person's voice, so he could only perfunctory. However, with your waste war spirits, I'm afraid I won't be able to become a student of Qingyun College. I really can't imagine a picture of a pet snake fighting against Warcraft. I'm afraid your little snake is not even enough to feed the teeth of Warcraft. Yes, what do you take to get the demon card? Han Xiao still refused to accept, and said coldly, It's not easy for you to bother. We will pass the assessment anyway. Shinryu looked gloomy. Yo, I forgot his boy and you backed up, but it seems that you have also been assigned to Dingban. The silly big man next to you may have awakened a waste war spirit. This is really a matter of class and people. What? Hara, Li Kaiyuan said, and began to laugh wildly. I depend. I can't stand it anymore. Han Xiao, who was on the side, couldn't help but lift Li Kaiyuan's collar directly, and then pushed it directly out of the helicopter. Li Kaiyuan hung half of his body outside. I was wrong. Let me in. Li Kaiyuan counseled on the spot, almost not scared to pee pants. Both Feng Yixiu and Shinryu were stunned and could not help but gave their thumbs up. It's my big brother. So few people talk hard. Chapter 27 Iron Forest. All of the students on this helicopter, including the teacher, were frightened by the sudden change. However, Hai Yunxing took the lead in responding and said anxiously, Student Han, don't be impulsive. Han Xiao then pulled Li Kaiyuan back and threw aside his indifferent face. Don't let me hear your voice. Han Xiao said coldly. Li Kaiyuan was still in shock at the moment, sitting on the ground paralyzed. After recovering, he patted the dust on his body and returned to his seat without a word. Then Kaiyuan Li only looked at Feng Yixiu with a grudge, but he never dared to ridicule. After half an hour, everyone finally came to the periphery of the Iron Forest. As soon as the helicopter landed, Li Kaiyuan took the lead in jumping down. He turned back a little unwillingly and sneered. I will let you know that it will end against me. Han Xiao rushed down and beat him, and scared Li Kaiyuan with an agitated spirit, ran away with his legs, and disappeared in front of everyone in a blink of an eye. Zhaoyang Joker only. Don't have to worry about him in general. Feng Yixiu pulled Han Xiao. I'll scare him. Do you have a grudge against him? Han Xiaoan smiled, puzzled. Xiao is not talking. There is a little contradiction. Just let him streak once in our junior high school. Maybe he is more envious. Feng Yixiu scratched his head embarrassedly and whispered. Han Xiao froze on the spot. Do you call this a little contradiction? You are second only to the hatred of killing your father and taking your wife. Student, this steel forest is coming. Everyone follow me. Teacher Hai reminded. OZW.com. At this moment, all the students jumped off the helicopter following the pace of the teacher. Wow, it's no wonder it's called Steel Forest, it's too spectacular. The first candidate who jumped off the helicopter could not help sighing. What is inside at the moment is a large forest, but unlike the general forest, there is a very large metal mesh around the forest, which wraps it all up. The area of the iron forest is also very large. Is there some strange roar in it? This is the Forest of Steel. It is a large forest specifically circled by the War Spirit Alliance. In order to prevent the warcraft inside from harming society, a grid of special metal is set up outside. You can now form a team freely. We must seize the time. After Master Hai tapped the number of people, she said right. All the students started to group themselves at once, and Feng Yixiu naturally formed a team with Shinryu and Han Xiao. The other candidates are also actively looking for strong teammates. Since Feng Yixiu's group of 3 is all Dingban, no one is asked to join this group. Everyone is ready, then hurry up and go. Teacher Hai reminded. Suddenly everyone was a bird and a beast, and with a look of excitement walked towards the entrance of this steel forest. Feng Yixiu and his party were just about to leave, and were suddenly stopped by Mr. Hai. After you enter, you must be careful not only of the warcraft inside, but also other candidates, and good luck. Thank you for your reminder. We will pay attention. Feng Yixiu smiled slightly and thanked. He also understood the teacher's implication, that is, to guard against malicious robbing by other candidates. After all, Director Li did not say that he was not allowed to rob other people's magic cards. However, this teacher Hai reminded himself deliberately that he was seeing a contradiction between him and Li Kaiyuan. So he specifically reminded himself to beware of Li Kaiyuan. Chapter 28 Spiked Hedgehog. All the candidates entered the steel forest one after another. These hundreds of people seemed to the huge steel forest a drop of water into the sea, and everyone soon disappeared into it. As soon as Feng Yixiu stepped into it, he felt a feeling of weakness and weakness. The surrounding trees are completely different from the plants commonly seen in the world, and the volume and height are even more exaggerated. Almost every giant tree needs 3 people to hug. It can be seen that in this era of wildness, not only animals, but also plants have begun to evolve and return to their ancestors. Click. When the 3 of them walked in this steel forest, although they had been very careful, the dead leaves of their feet still made a crisp noise. Along the way, you will continuously see some shocking pictures, such as the corpse of Warcraft with its foul smell. They saw more than one time when a candidate saw these horrible pictures and was so scared that they couldn't move. They even were directly scared to shout for help. This assessment was only over half an hour. I think many people have been eliminated. Feng Yixiu couldn't help but frown. Everyone sent a signal flare before they came. As long as they gave up the assessment, they could release the signal flare so that someone would come to rescue them. It took only half an hour, and Feng Yixiu had seen many colorful signal flares being released, making it look like the new year. Actually, the significance of this assessment is to screen out those who are not suitable to be war spiritualists. Even if one's talent is the best, but seeing those pictures can scare you away. How can the college waste resources to cultivate this waste material? Han Xiao said in a deep voice. The same is said, this is just some low-level Warcraft is scared like that. If you see the high-level Warcraft, and even the Lord-level Warcraft, I am afraid to run faster than his war spirit. Shinryu echoed with a smile. This assessment may be difficult for other candidates, but it shouldn't be too difficult for us. After all, we have fire spirits and other powerful warriors. Han Xiao said with a relaxed face. Let's find a Warcraft first. Let's talk about it for almost an hour. Just hearing the roar of Warcraft around. I didn't see a Warcraft. Feng Yixiu looked depressed. I'm going. What the hell? OZW.com. Suddenly, Han Xiao made a harsh scream and immediately leaped in his place holding his feet. Then a small crater in front of Han Xiao slowly loosened, and a hedgehog covered with thorns emerged from the small burrow. However, it is completely different from the common hedgehogs. It is almost 5 times larger than the normal hedgehog. It is covered with a sharp spike. The spikes exuded a metallic glow, which made people sweat. Feng Yixiu's mind immediately appeared with all the information about the Warcraft in front of him. Name of Warcraft, Spiked Hedgehog. Warcraft attribute, Gold. Warcraft level, low level. Warcraft skills, spiked armor defense, spiked blast. Warcraft weakness, abdomen. Warcraft characteristics. When the spiked hedgehog encounters fatal damage, it will spray all the spikes all over the body. Pay attention to looking for bunkers to avoid. Everyone be careful. This is a low-level Warcraft spiked hedgehog. Be careful of his spikes. His spikes can burst. Feng Yixiu quickly pulled the two of them away from the metal hedgehog. As soon as the distance was opened, the three of them summoned their own war spirits at almost the same time. The three war spirits looked at the pointed armor hedgehog in a wary manner. Chapter 29 Tacit Cooperation. I'll take the lead first, Xiaoba, let's go. Han Xiao took the lead and wanted to make a good start. After all, this big brother can't be fooled. Then you must show yourself well in front of the two. However, Guiling looked back slowly and looked at Han Xiao with a puzzled expression. Guru. Gui Ling looked confused. What do you look at me? Look at it. Han Xiao said angrily. GG. The pointed armor hedgehog gave a roar, and then charged the snake spirit that was also repaired by the wind. Yo! Even came to me, and then look at my little white. Let's go. Feng Yixiu ordered. Hiss. Snake spirit heard the master's order and launched a charge towards the hedgehog without hesitation. Look at people and look at you again. These are all war spirits. This gap is so big. Han Xiao scratched his head helplessly and sighed. Gurulu. Turtle Ling shyly shook his head back. I'm going. You're not happy to say you too. Han Xiao was speechless. At this moment, the snake spirit had rushed towards the sharp-eared hedgehog, but he couldn't find a place to start. After all, the opponent had spikes all over his body, and there was no place to start. The two skills of the snake spirit, Death Coil and Arc Flash Strike, are close-range attacks, and they must be close to be released. However, the snake spirit also relied on its flexible positioning, constantly circling around the sharp-eared hedgehog in an attempt to find opportunities for attack. Little 8. I'm sorry. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Han Xiao hurriedly raised the tortoise spirit, and then threw it at the pointed hedgehog like a shot. When, with a clear sound, the spiked hedgehog was directly knocked to the ground, exposing his soft belly. OZW.com. Good opportunity. Aim at his abdomen. Use an electric arc to strike. Feng Yixiu quickly seized the opportunity and ordered. Cracking. The snake spirit began to release the power of thunder and lightning, and his whole body was wrapped in a strong current. Then the whole body turned into a snake-shaped lightning, and the fast one left only a residual image. GG. The sharp-eared hedgehog wailed with pain. The huge current caused him to fall into a brief paralysis state, and he wanted to try to turn over, probably because his sharp armor was too heavy, and he was always unsuccessful. Fire. Use flame bombs. Before the sharp hedgehog climbed up, Shun Ruyu ordered aside. Oh. The fire took a sharp breath, and a blast of flames carrying a violent heat was sprayed out of his mouth, aiming directly at the abdomen of the spiked hedgehog. Thorn. The fierce heat caused the pointed hedgehog to make a barbecue-like sound before turning over. Huh. It's finally shocked. This spiked hedgehog is really hard to tangle. Feng Yixiu saw that the spiked hedgehog no longer moved, and he was relieved. The tortoise of the unknown side slowly protruded his head, looked at the dark-skinned hedgehog beside him, and looked at Han Xiao in the distance, as if he didn't understand why he ran so suddenly. Far. Georgia. But just when everyone thought it was safe, the dark-skinned hedgehog suddenly struggled and turned suddenly. Then all the steel spikes on and off the body began to shake violently, as if they might burst out at any time. Chapter 32 Yuan Shield. Everyone be careful. This spiked hedgehog wants to die with us. He seems to be ready to use spiked blasting. Let's find a bunker. Feng Yixiu shouted badly and reminded him quickly. But when it was time, I didn't wait for the three of them to run behind the nearest tree, only to hear the sound of shoo, and the hundreds of steel thorns flew towards the three like a maiden. Feng Yixiu subconsciously took care of Shun Ruyu in his arms, facing the sharp spikes on the back. Dang dang dang. But apart from a violent collision, Feng Yixiu did not feel any pain. Huh? What's the situation? Feng Yixiu slowly loosened Shun Ruyu, but turned around to see a thin layer of light yellow shield in front of him. Huh? It's so dangerous. Han Xiao was also a little shocked and relaxed. Guru grunt. Not far away, Xiaoba crawled towards Han Xiao slowly, rubbing his trouser legs as if to invite merit. Is this shield a Xiaoba's warfare skill? Feng Yixiu guessed. Han Xiao smiled and hugged the tortoise in front of him, spoiled Xiaoba in his arms, and nodded. Yes. It should have been the war spirit skill used by Xiaoba on his own, to UN shield. Thanks to Xiaoba this time. You should treat Xiaoba well in the future, but this is our life-saving benefactor. Feng Yixiu touched Xiaoba's head with a smile and smiled. That's natural. So you still say, my war spirit, I must be good to him. Han Xiao patted his chest, assured. Then I want to talk to Xiaoba about how you used it to turn the sharp-edged hedgehog. Feng Yixiu said with a smirk. OZW.com. Woo. Feng Yixiu was covered by Han Xiao's mouth before he even said it. Don't say this in front of my warrior baby. It will leave him a psychological shadow. Han Xiao pleaded. Okay. I won't say it. Feng Yixiu smiled. Look, what is floating above the pointed hedgehog? Shinryu aside exclaimed. Immediately, both eyes turned to the body of the hedgehog. At this moment, a silver-gray light flashed above the body of the hedgehog, and a silver-gray card could be seen vaguely wrapped in it. Upon seeing the three, they immediately walked to the side of the hedgehog and took a closer look at this strange scene. This should be the magic card, Feng Yixiu calmly said. Although the card was wrapped in silver-gray light, it was not very real, but he had also seen the magic card, and he was not too surprised. Yes, this is the gray iron level demon card. Unexpectedly, the first time we hunted the Warcraft, the demon card broke out. Our luck is really not good. Han Xiao was excited. Shinryu stretched out his hand directly, took down the magic card floating in the air, and took a closer look. The light of the demon card quickly dissipated, revealing his original face, and there was a Warcraft on the card exactly like the sharp-eared hedgehog. Pointed hedgehog spiked. Shinryu directly read the information on the demon card. This magic card is estimated to have a greater effect on Xiabela. My turtle spirit doesn't seem to be very good. Chapter 31 Card Fusion. Xiabela? Are you talking about my war spirit? Feng Yixiu looked puzzled. Isn't his snake spirit called Xiaobai? When was it called Xiabela? Don't you just say, will you watch my Xiabela next? Is it that I heard it wrong? Han Xiao will also be confused. Oh, Xiabela is Xiabela. It's pretty good. Feng Yixiu only compromised. Originally, because his war spirit was white, he named his war spirit Xiaobai. He was wrongly heard by Han Xiao, so he changed it. Anyway, Xiaobai understands that it is too common. It is very likely that he will encounter a warrior with the same name in the future. That scene may be embarrassing. It's hard for him to imagine that the two war spirits they call their own at the same time are all Xiaobai. Little fellow, your name will be Xiabela in the future, remember? Feng Yixiu smiled and touched the snake's spirit on his arm and said loudly. Hiss! The snake's spirit vomited the letter and said it was remembered. Since Brother Han has said so, then give this brother the magic card Feng. Shinryu directly handed the magic card in his hand to Feng Yixiu. Feng Yixiu did not have any politeness. He took over the demon card directly. After all, he is still under evaluation. Try to improve everyone's combat power and strive to get more demon cards. Ding! It is detected that the host possesses 2 gray iron-level demon cards, which can be fused into a bronze-level demon card. Are they fused? Suddenly, a familiar sound of electronic synthesis sounded in Feng Yixiu's mind. Huh? What's the matter? 2 gray iron-level demon cards can be combined into a bronze level. Is this also the ability of the system? Feng Yixiu exclaimed. Although he had already set off waves in his heart, he did not choose to integrate as soon as he was impulsive. OZW.com. Now at the time of the assessment, if it is time to submit the demon card, take out a bronze-level demon card. I am afraid it will be said to be cheating. After all, it seems that this Iron Forest does not have an intermediate level of Warcraft, and it is impossible to explode bronze-level demon cards. No, Feng Yixiu immediately refused. Brother Feng, let's start looking for the next Warcraft. Shinryu looked at the time and reminded. It's been an hour and a half since they entered the Iron Forest. Although they have obtained a magic card, they have to say that they still have a certain amount of luck. After all, no one can be sure that they will have such good luck next time. Good. Let's find Warcraft quickly. We must all pass the assessment. Feng Yixiu was confident. Wait a minute, Han Xiao said suddenly. What's wrong, Brother Han? Feng Yixiu wondered. I'm hungry. Han Xiao smiled embarrassedly. When you say that, I seem to be a little hungry, but we don't seem to bring food. Feng Yixiu said with a headache. How can there be no food? We just hunted a spiked hedgehog. It also automatically pulled out the thorns. I'm sorry if you don't eat too much. With nothing to say, Han Xiao walked to the sharp hedgehog next to him, took out a saber, and cut off a piece of meat at will. Don't even say that your fire spirit is really powerful. This time it's cooked directly. Let's save our fire. Feng Yixiu took a bite directly, even more praise. Chapter 32 Bullet Ant Colony. Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu felt the empty stomach helplessly and came over involuntarily. They have been more than 5 hours away from lunch, and it should be time for supper now, but in this steel forest, where is the delicious food? This little hedgehog is so cute. How can you eat the little hedgehog? Shinryu saw this cruel picture, frowning straight. Feng Yixiu didn't say much. He took the saber in Han Zhao's hand directly and drew a small piece of meat directly into Shunryu's mouth. He smiled and said, Hurry and eat more while there is still cooked food. Don't forget our assessment lasts 24 hours. Shun Jade's symbolic struggle for a while. Then it is not withstand the temptation of food, direct bite a big mouth, and then some surprise. Are really fragrant. We don't eat this hedgehog, and other World of Warcraft will come to share it later. This is the law of nature, and we must learn to adapt. Han Xiao said seriously. Suddenly there was a weird sound all around, as if something strange was approaching here. What sound did you hear? Feng Yixiu suddenly froze and stopped his movements. I heard it too, as if something was approaching. Shinryu also stopped and raised her ears to listen. Han Xiao also watched the movements around him alertly, but at this moment, the body of the hedgehog in front of him was disappearing at a rate visible to the naked eye. He also took a closer look and found that the spiked hedgehog was covered with a layer of golden ants and was nibbling at the body of the spiked hedgehog, but only a skeleton remained for a moment. I'm not full yet. What the is this? Han Xiao gave an angry roar. Suddenly a series of data appeared in Feng Yixiu's mind again. Warcraft name, Bullet Ant. Warcraft attribute, Poison. Warcraft rank, low level. OZW.com. Warcraft skills, Fangs, Ant Tide. Weakness of Warcraft, Fire. Warcraft characteristics. More than 100 bullet ants can launch an ant tide. The strength can reach the intermediate level of Warcraft. Pay attention to avoid. Everyone be careful. This is a bullet ant. Don't be bitten by them. They have poisonous teeth. Don't. Feng Yixiu reminded quickly. Fortunately, this group of bullet ants does not seem to have as many as 100. At least now it seems to be absent. But before the wind had finished, Shilling suddenly spit out a huge fireball. The bullet ants immediately covering the sharp-eared hedgehog were scorched directly, and the whole body began to curl up violently, provoking them. Feng Yixiu only finished what he didn't say at the moment. Don't look at me. This is Huahua's own hands. Shinryu was also confused. On the originally calm ground, small holes suddenly appeared, and one after another the bullet ants crawled out. However, in a dozen seconds or so, more than 100 bullet ants have appeared, and bullet ants are constantly drilling out of the ground. Feng Yixiu's face froze, and while the ant colony had not converged, he ran to the group of bullet ants that had just died. He quickly recovered 2 gray iron-level demon cards suspended in the air. Then he returned to the team at the fastest speed, looking at the 2 people who were still in a daze, anxiously said, What are you doing stunned? Not fast. Chapter 33 Wealth Insurance. Why run? Let's do it. Han Xiao grinned. During the conversation between the two, the originally scattered bullet ants finally gathered together, forming a huge ant tide. The passing place was almost unrestrained, and even the giant trees or boulders blocking them were not spared. This tide of ants like a torrent is approaching the wind and Yixiu quickly, as if to be avenged by their dead brothers. Then you stay and do them. Let's slip away first. We're optimistic about you. Feng Yixiu quickly pulled Shinryu to spread his legs and prepared to run. Guru, looking at the fierce ant tide, Han Xiao swallowed a slobber unconsciously, and then ran away holding Xiaoba with his legs. This is still a fart. It's too dry. You wait for me. Han Xiao closely followed behind the two, running panting. But because the turtle shell of Xiaoba is too heavy, his speed becomes abnormally slow. Feng Yixiu glanced back and said with disgust, "Brother, are you stupid? You first take back your little 8 to the magic book." Yes. After hearing the news, Han Xiao immediately reclaimed his little 8 into his magic book and soon followed the team. Fortunately, the speed of this ant tide is not very fast, and the long-range fire attack of the fire spirits can also slow down their speed of progress. An hour later, the three finally got rid of the entanglement of the ant tide. Oh, I swear I haven't been so tired in my life. Han Xiao sat on the ground, his clothes already soaked in sweat. OZW.com. Fortunately, the speed of the ant tide is not fast, otherwise we might be here to explain. Feng Yixiu was also tired and lying on the ground, panting. I'm sorry. If it weren't for my fire attacking the bullet ants, I wouldn't alarm the bullet ants. Shinryu was guilty and apologized. It's okay. If it wasn't for Huahu's ant tide, we might not be able to run out. Feng Yixiu smiled and touched Shinryu's hair, comforting. Shinryu looked at the fire spirits on the side and said severely, "Fire, fire, don't blow fire without my orders in the future, you know?" It seemed that Xiao Huoling also realized his mistake, shaking his body slightly, and his voice became a little deeper. They are still young spirits, just like children. Children inevitably make mistakes. Han Xiao also comforted with a smile. Feng Yixiu took out 2 magic cards and divided them directly between them. He smiled and said, "Big harvest. This is the magic card of the 2 bullet ants just now." Sure enough, begging for wealth and insurance. I did not expect that we completed the assessment so quickly, and then our pressure will be much less. Han Xiao took the card and excitedly. Brother Han, I have always heard that the demon card is very important, but how exactly is the demon card used? Feng Yixiu also took out the devil's card of the hedgehog and was puzzled. This demon card is almost as important as the war spirit to the war spirit master. Every time the war spirit master breaks through a large level, he must absorb a magic card to break through. We are now a first-level battle. The spiritualist can also absorb a magic card, and after absorbing the magic card, he can use the corresponding ability of the magic card. Han Xiao explained. Does it have to be absorbed before it can be used? Grandpa Zhou seems to have told us that it is best not to absorb low-level demon cards. Shinryu was also puzzled. Chapter 34 Armed and Enchanted. This is indeed the case. This card must be careful. After all, it cannot be changed after absorption. If it is not absorbed, you can use the magic card, but at most it can only play the effect of 50% of the magic card. Look at the fit of the card and the war spirit. Han Xiao replied with a smile. Fitness. What is the fit? Feng Yixiu then asked. The so-called fit is based on the matching degree of the demon card and the war spirit. For example, if a fire demon card is used for an ice war spirit, it will not only increase the combat power, but rather it will reduce the attacking power of the war spirits. For example, your little white building, the metal-spiked hedgehog just obtained is very suitable, just because your little white building is also a lightning property. This will not reduce your lightning power, and even add a defense. Han Xiao was about to rest, and stood up slowly, like a teacher, with his hands behind his back, talking. After your explanation, I probably understood. Feng Yixiu nodded and responded. However, there are exceptions to everything. The cooperation between the war spirit and the demon card can be described as ever-changing, and it cannot be used for common sense. It depends on the creative ability of the war spirit master. Han Xiao then turned his head and said rightly. Then how can the magic card be used? Shinryu asked again. This is very simple to use the magic card. Just read the name of the magic card, and then add the word arm or enchant to use it. Feng Yixiu explained with a smile. Armed and enchanted? What's the difference between the two? Feng Yixiu wondered. The spiked hedgehog you just obtained is an armed card. He can directly add a layer of sharp armor defense to the war spirits. But the enchanted card is a card that can directly increase the power of the war spirit skills. For example, the bronze-level magic card Purple Electric Beast. He has a chance to burst out enchanted cards, which can directly increase the thunderbolt power of war spirits. But enchanted cards are still relatively rare. Han Xiao explained it in detail. OZW.com, Brother Han deservedly came out of a big city, and it was really knowledgeable. Shinryu was stunned and couldn't help but applaud. Han Xiao scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, "It's just some basic knowledge. After you enter the school, there will be a special teacher to talk about it. I'm just annoying, so I know a little bit more. Not enough. Not enough." Feng Yixiu took out the demon card with curiosity, and then said loudly, "Hedgehog, hedgehog into." Oh. Before waiting for Feng Yixiu to finish the last word, he was covered by Han Xiao. This demon card is very consuming spiritual power. We are now only a first level war necromancer. It is estimated that our own spiritual power can only use gray iron level demon card twice. You are inexplicably used if you encounter a Warcraft surprise attack. That's not over, Han Xiao hurriedly reminded. It's still thoughtful by Brother Han. Then I'll try again next time. Feng Yixiu only reluctantly received the card back. At this moment the sun is going to set. Let's hurry up and go to sleep in a tent. Han Xiao glanced at the sunset that was about to set and suggested, "This night's steel forest is more terrible than during the day. After all, many Warcraft come out for food at night, and humans are inherently disadvantaged at night, so it is best not to conflict with Warcraft at night." Chapter 35 Harvest. The three of them worked together to cut down a smaller tree and quickly set up a simple tent. Then, with the flames of the fire spirit, a vigorous bonfire was lit outside the tent. This low-level Warcraft has not much wisdom, and it is instinctive to escape the firelight, which can effectively prevent the invasion of some Warcraft. Han Xiao was still a little uneasy. He took out a bottle of yellow powder and sprayed some powder around the tent, forming a circle. "Brother Han, what kind of powder are you? It smells pungent." Feng Yixiu was curious. "This is animal powder. Although it has no effect on some high-level Warcraft, it is still useful for low-level Warcraft. We should be able to rest at night." Han Xiao explained with a smile. "You are really prepared." Shinryu could not help but sigh. "You go to rest first. I will stay for the vigil first, and after 3 hours the wind will repair you to replace me. The three of us will take turns in the vigil so that there will be no problem." Han Xiao said rightly. "That's good. Then it's hard work, brother. You will call me 3 hours later." Feng Yixiu smiled. Feng Yixiu and Shinryu entered the tent. The tent was still quite large, and the two lay flat there without any problems. The two experienced high-intensity exercise during the day. The body was already exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. This night there was no Warcraft raid. It is estimated that firelight and beast extermination powder played their role. OZW.com. One night without dreams. The three people took turns to watch the night. Almost everyone slept for more than 6 hours, which is quite difficult for the crisis of the Steel Forest. After finishing for a while, the three set foot on the journey to find Warcraft again. Although the three have already passed the assessment, it is difficult to come to this Steel Forest once. If you don't take the opportunity to get more magic cards, it will be a little unreasonable. After the tacit cooperation of the three people, the cooperation between them became more familiar, and it was more convenient to hunt down the low-level Warcraft, and there was almost no embarrassment for the first time encountering Warcraft. Among the team of three, Feng Yixiu's Xiaobela took the lead role. With extremely fast speed, he can positively contain Warcraft. Every time, he can unexpectedly launch a surprise attack and use Death Coil to control Warcraft. Shinryu's Fire Spirit is the role of long-distance output. With its strong attack power, Fire Spirit can give Xiaobela a critical blow every time he controls Warcraft. As for Xiao Xiao of Han Xiao, he played the role of cheering. Most of them were standing in a daze. However, in several emergency situations, Xiao Ba's 2-yuan shield avoided the injury of Xiao Bailu. With Xiao Ba's shield, both Xiaobela and Huahua can attack with more confidence. There is only 1 hour left until the end of the assessment. Let's say that this time we have gained a lot. Let's allocate some loot, Feng Yixiu suggested. At the moment, the three people's faces were all irresistible excitement. This time it was a bumper harvest. Shinryu held 3 gray iron-level demon cards in his hand. This demon card is an iron beetle iron armor. This demon card is more suitable for Brother Han. This one is for you. Ryu directly pulled out a demon card and handed it to Han Xiao. Chapter 36 Narrow Path. Han Xiao also took it directly and smiled. Then I'm welcome. This little 8's turtle shell is probably hard to break. This bamboo leaf green fangs, give it to me. You have collected that fire enchantment card. We can't use it anyway. Feng Yixiu pulled out a card from Ryu's hand and smiled. All right, then I'm welcome. Ryu gladly put away the only enchanted card. This is a magic card burst from a flamingo they killed. The name of the card is Flamingo Flames. After discussion by the three, I was going to find a slightly safer place to spend the last hour safely, so as to avoid any accidents. Oh, aren't these three wastes? They haven't been eliminated yet. But just as the three were about to leave the place, a familiar voice suddenly came. Then, after hearing a series of footsteps approaching, 4 figures gradually appeared in front of them. This is headed by someone they are all very familiar with, Li Kaiyuan. You haven't eliminated such waste. How can we eliminate it? Feng Yixiu stood up with a smile, sneered. Huh, you are still so hard-mouthed. Maybe you haven't figured out the situation now. If you are sensible, quickly hand over the devil card in your hand. Maybe my lord will let you go as soon as I feel good. Li Kaiyuan sneered and laughed. Brotherly, this is just a bunch of Dingbon's rubbish. Just some low-level war spirits. Why don't you talk nonsense with them? Just hit them on their knees and beg for mercy. A high voice. OZW.com. Yes. What are you talking about with these Dingban people? I don't need you to shoot at all. My scorpion spirit may be able to beat 3 of them one by one. The thin man with a cold face echoed. These people are my old classmates anyway. I have to be more affectionate. And don't say we have more bullies and fewer people. Lose all hands of the magic card you got. Do you dare? Li Kaiyuan reached out and stopped the 2 people beside him with a self-talk. I have nothing to dare. Since you are coming to send me benefits, I am too late to welcome. Feng Yixiu said easily. Hara, you, a low-level war spirit, dare to speak up in front of my intermediate war spirit. I want to let you know what is crushing. Li Kaiyuan said fiercely. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in junior high school, he didn't want to avenge his hatred all the time. It took him a lot of effort to find Feng Yixiu and his party, just to be able to humiliate him in public. Low-level war spirits? Haha. I hope you will not be beaten by my low-level war spirits to find teeth. Feng Yixiu sneered. In Feng Yixiu's opinion, this war spirit simply does not have any difference between low and high level. All this is caused by people's too one-sided understanding of war spirits. Even if there is a distinction between low-level war spirits and high-level war spirits, it is also aimed at the potential afterwards. Now that everyone is a young spirit, this superiority is too inexplicable. Then I will let you see the difference in strength between us. Red Fox, come out. During his speech, Li Kaiyuan summoned his own war spirit, a red fox spirit with fire properties. Chapter 37 Death Twine. Feng Yixiu also summoned his own war spirit almost simultaneously. Xiabela seemed to feel the tense atmosphere and confronted the fox spirit on the opposite side as soon as he appeared. Feng Yixiu's mind also showed all the information of the opponent's war spirit. War spirit name, fox spirit. War spirit attribute, fire. War spirit rank, young spirit. War spirit level, level 1. War spirit skills, foxfire, quick bite. Long-term demand for promotion, Chi and Fox, low-level Warcraft crystal core. I want to see how your pet snake can withstand my red fox. Let's go. Li Kaiyuan ordered. Roar. The speed of the fox spirit is extremely fast, and it rushed towards the snake spirit of Feng Yixiu, wanting to be surprised. Its tail actually ignited a faint flame. This is the first skill of fox spirit, foxfire. Xiabela, pay attention to avoid its attacks. Don't be burned by his flames. Feng Yixiu ordered. Facing the menacing fox spirit, Feng Yixiu's snake spirit didn't choose to directly confront it. After all, he used war spirit skills as soon as he came across, which was very laborious. It only needs to continuously consume the opponent's spiritual power, and when the opponent is weak, he will be killed. This is the tactic of Feng Yixiu. I saw that Xiabela was like a slippery loach. It kept swimming around the red fox, and even couldn't be caught even by walking under the red fox's feet a few times. OZW.com Feng Yixiu Snake Spirit is a Thunder-type war spirit, and its speed is one of its greatest advantages. Few war spirits can catch up with the little white building in speed. Damn. Feng Yixiu, will your little earthworm just hide? Li Kaiyuan was furiously angry, but there was no way. Feeling the spiritual power of his rapid disappearance, it seems that he will not be able to support the state of Fuwa. Red Fox, use a quick bite. Li Kaiyuan couldn't help it anymore and immediately ordered. Suddenly, the whole body of Red Fox turned into a red streamer and directed at the snake's spirit in front of him. Comparing with my speed, you are still tender, Zyabela. Use arc flash to avoid bite. Feng Yixiu smiled lightly and ordered. There was a harsh thunderstorm sound on Zyabela's body, and then the whole body disappeared from the spot. The sharp teeth of Fox Spirit could only be bitten empty. Where did the small earthworm go? Why did it disappear suddenly? Li Kaiyuan looked incredible. Fool, behind your Red Fox. Zyabela, use the winding of death. Feng Yixiu ordered again. Zyabela directly wrapped its Fox Spirit with its soft body and released current constantly numb the other party's body. Under the paralysis of huge strangling power and electric current, Fox Spirit slowly began to lose vitality, and the struggling rate became smaller and smaller. Red Fox, hateful. Why are you all looking at it? If you don't hurry to give me, my Red Fox seems to be almost gone. Li Kaiyuan was suddenly anxious. His face angered and shouted at the people beside him. Don't you just say you want to go heads up? Why is this? The big man on the side looked puzzled. Single fart single. Give me all. Li Kaiyuan said badly. The three immediately released their war spirits, a poison scorpion spirit, an earth bear spirit, and a water frog spirit. The war spirits of these three people are all intermediate war spirits, and all belong to the war spirits with better fighting power. Chapter 38 Spiked Armor. Bear Spirit, give me a cracking hammer. The earth-bearing Xiongling took the lead and jumped violently. His palms were crossed into a hammer shape, and he rushed towards the snake's spirit hammer, also repaired by the wind. Boom! The surrounding land was all struck by tremendous force and stirred up the smoke. Puff! Li Kaiyuan spit out a spit of blood and looked at the big man beside him in a dazed expression. Xiong Xian, you? Are you trying to kill me? Li Kaiyuan touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then in the thick smoke that did not spread, a red aura of light floated into Li Kaiyuan's demon spirit collection. Obviously, his war spirit has been killed, and he can only turn into aura and return to the magic book to recuperate. The killing of this war spirit is not a real death, but will be turned into a channel of aura to return to the demonic reincarnation. It usually takes a whole day to summon again. However, the war spirit and the war spirit master are one. If the war spirit is seriously damaged, the war spirit master will also be severely bitten. Therefore, the war spirit master will try to avoid the death of his war spirit as much as possible, because if the war spirit is dead in a very critical situation, he will declare that he is not far from death. The big tall man named Xiong Xian scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Very sorry. Sorry, brother. I just aimed at the snake spirit. Forget it. I don't care about you anymore. I was just so powerful. Presumably that kid's war spirit should also be smashed into meat. Li Kaiyuan shook his head helplessly and sneered. But I don't seem to see any other auras flying out. Besides, look at Feng Yixiu. That kid doesn't seem to be injured. That kid's war spirit will not be alive. A thin man on the side frowned. Pei Wensheng, do you mean that the kid's war spirit is still alive? How is this possible? Li Kaiyuan's face narrowed, and there was an ominous hunch in his heart. OZW.com. No, my Xiongling seems to be under control. Xiong Xian suddenly shouted. To some extent, this war spirit and war spirit master can be psychic, and if one side is attacked, the other side can also feel it. At this moment, the smoke finally dissipated. What appeared to everyone was that the huge bear spirit was entangled by a snake spirit, and he would not be able to break away for a while. Your big stupid bear is too slow, and you want to hit me at this speed? It's ridiculous. Feng Yixiu shook his head and said loudly. Damn, don't be proud of your kid. You even want a small earthworm who wants to trap my soil Xiongling. It's almost inexplicable. Xiong Xian said angrily. It is a shame that I am a terrible intermediate war spirit, and an earth-bearing spirit known for its strength is bound by a small snake spirit. Dolly Ant's Julie Arms. A gray iron demon card flying out of Xiong Xian's demon scripture is exactly a strong ant. The gray iron-level demon card turned into a streamer and flew directly into Xiong Ling's body. A layer of earthy yellow rock began to form on Xiong Ling's arms. Feng Yixiu sighed badly. If it is successfully armed, I am afraid that the strength of the bear spirit will be upgraded to a new level, and it will soon get rid of the death twine of Xiabela. No, you must not make him armed successfully. Feng Yixiu reminded himself secretly. Isn't it a magic card? No one is like it. Shadowed hedgehog armed with pointed armor. Feng Yixiu roared. Suddenly the wind also flew out of a gray iron-level magic card in the magic book floating next to the body, and quickly painted a silver-gray streamer into the body of Little White House. Chapter 39 War Taunt. As soon as the silver-gray light entered the body of Xiabela, it instantly turned into countless sharp spikes. Because at this moment Xiong Ling still has not got rid of the death twine of Little White Mansion, the countless sharp spikes are like deadly blades, directly piercing Xiong Ling without armor. Roar! Xiong Ling let out an angry roar, and the severe pain made it completely lose its resistance, and slowly turned into a spiritual light to return to Xiong Xian's demon spirit collection. Poof! Xiong Xian was also seriously injured and spurted a sip of blood. Damn it! Dare to hurt my brother. I want to make you pay. Pei Wensheng looked cold and helped Xiong Xian, who was about to fall to the ground. Han Xiao and Shun Ruyu, who had not responded to each other, recovered at this moment. The battle just happened between the electro-optical firestones. Feng Yixiu solved 2 intermediate war spirits in less than a minute, and one of them was still very powerful. Bear spirit. Oh my god. Brother Feng, you are too fierce. You are so dazzled by your operation. I did not expect a defensive demon card to be used by you as an attack type, and the bear was directly used in one move. Ling gave seconds. It was really amazing. Han Xiao couldn't help wondering. Feng Yixiu smiled, and then felt a little weak. The whole person wobbled, as if the wind would fall. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Shin Ryu hurried up to support Feng Yixiu. No, it's okay. I just used war spirit skills and demon cards one after another, and my spiritual power was a little overdrawn. Feng also fixed his mind and smiled. You are too chaotic. We are only level 1 and level 1. Of course, there is not much spiritual power. You take the war spirits back first. And us. Han Xiaoling said. Feng Yixiu nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to take back Xiabela, a huge pliers snapped its tail. I want to go after hurting my brother. It's not that easy. Pei Wensheng sneered. OZW.com. Suddenly, the scorpion spirit hidden under the land revealed his true face and slowly burrowed out of the soil. It turned out that while Xiabela and Xiong Ling were fighting, Scorpion Ling lurked underneath the location of Xiabela. The spiritual power of Feng Yixiu has just dried up, and the sharp armor of Xiao Bai Lu disappeared. Scorpion Ling took the opportunity to directly clamp the tail of the snake's spirit with the powerful pliers. Scorpion spirit, use stinger. Pei Wensheng ordered. The scorpion's cold-spirited tail, thorns hung high, and a drop of dark purple venom dripped slowly along his tail thorns, violently smashing towards the Xiabela. If you are hit by this poisonous tail stab, I am afraid that Xiabela will be hit hard. Xiao Ba, use war to taunt. Han Xiao immediately shouted, summoning his own war spirit directly, and threw it to the side of Xiao Bai Lu. Guru. His tortoise suddenly made a very sharp voice, completely different from the usual lazy voice of Xiao Ba. At the same time, Han Xiao also threw out a gray iron-level demon card, which is the Iron Beetle Iron Armor. The turtle shell of Little 8 was instantly covered with a layer of silver-white metal, giving an indestructible feeling. When the tail thorn that was supposed to hit the Xiao Bai Lu directly hit the turtle shell of the Xiao Ba on the side, and a clear and pleasing metal collision sound was made. Chapter 40 Meteor Thorn. The scorpion spirit was directly flicked by the huge rebound force, and its sharp tail thorn directly became curved. I am afraid that it is impossible to use venom in a short time. On the other hand, The turtle's shell just showed a slight scratch. Feng Yixiu also seized the opportunity to summon the snake spirit and sat down on the ground to recover his spiritual power. Pei Wensheng was embarrassed at that time and said angrily, "Fool, what are you doing with that shrunken turtle? You got rid of that snake spirit first." Hiss. Scorpion spirit also made a sound of grievances. "What? You said that the turtle with curly head scolded you? You really couldn't help but shot it." Pei Wensheng listened carefully for a while. His face looked incredible and asked again, "What did you scold you? You just can't wait to get rid of that little earthworm before you shoot." The war spirit and war spirit master can see that they can communicate with each other, but it is only limited to the war spirit master and the war spirit. In other people's eyes, it is no different from the beast's roar. Hiss. Scorpion waved a pair of large pliers constantly, as if expressing something. "What? It says that your master. I am a thin monkey, short winter melon." Pei Wensheng's expression gradually became untidy, and his eyes seemed to be able to spew out fire, frantically. Fuck me the tortoise. He hated the most people in his life that he was a monkey dwarf winter melon. After all, this is his physical defect. He is now 16 years old, but still only 1 meter 4 or 5 meters tall. Compared with people of the same year, it is really very bad. Short. Brother, don't be impulsive. Kill the snake spirit first. Otherwise, when he restores his spiritual power, we're all done. Li Kaiyuan on the side was about to cry. "Don't stop me. I want to kill this tortoise. It's actually said that I'm a dwarf melon. I want it to die." Scorpion spirit gave me the turtle shell of the turtle spirit. Pei Wensheng has been completely lost roared with reason. OZW.com. The scorpion spirit once again launched a charge to Little 8. But in the face of the armored turtle, its curved tail thorn has no effect at all. "Hatch, you dwarf melons endlessly? Are you tickling me again?" Han Xiao looked yawning and languid. You made your head-down turtle come out." Pei Wensheng said angrily. "Hee hee. You have the ability to break the defense. I don't come out. I'm mad at you." Han Xiao, arms around, whispered. I have to fight with you." Scorpion spirit, use meteor sting." Pei Wensheng said furiously. Scorpion spirit's 2 huge pliers and the curved tail slowly began to accelerate the attack. The speed became faster and faster, and soon only a set of afterimages could be seen. "It's a bit interesting. Xiaobai uses Tuyuan shield." Han Xiao smiled lightly and ordered. For a time, after the violent attack was weakened by the Tuyuan shield, it could not cause any damage to the Xiaobai. "Lu Jia, take the opportunity to attack Feng Yixiu directly. If this kid recovers his spiritual power, we will all be finished." Li Kaiyuan whispered to another man in blue clothes next to him. "Direct attack on the war spirit master? Isn't it a joke that my frog spirit's high-pressure water bomb is in trouble? What should we do if we make a mistake? After all, we are evaluating it. There is no need to make such a big thing." Lu Tuo frowned and was worried. "Road, what are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, I will take care of it. If you don't listen to me, I will ask my uncle to assign you to Class C. The difference between these 2 classes must be clear to you." Li Kaiyuan sneered. Chapter 41. Make every effort. "This." Lu Tuo frowned for a moment and said after a moment of silence, "That's good. Then you promised me that I must be assigned to Class B. That's natural, when I haven't spoken before." Li Kaiyuan patted his chest and promised. Lu Tuo nodded and whispered, "Little frog, aim at the man sitting cross-legged and use a high-pressure water bomb." Puff. The frog's airbag began to inflate slowly and suddenly reached a limit, suddenly ejected a powerful high-pressure water bomb. The speed of this high-pressure water bomb is extremely fast, as if it was ejected from a high-pressure water gun, and it rushed towards Han Xiao with a blast. "Brother Feng, be careful. Hua, stop me that water bomb." Shinryu noticed the rapid water bomb and reminded loudly. Shinryu summoned the fire spirit at the fastest speed and instantly released a violent flame bomb, directly facing the high-pressure water bomb. Prick. The meeting of water and fire made a boiling sound, and the high-pressure water bomb instantly turned into a mist of water and dissipated into invisible. But the flame bomb only shrank by half, and the other radius smashed towards the frog spirit. Boom. The violent high temperature will defeat the frog's spirit instantly. turning into a little blue aura and returning to the magic book. Lu Tuo also spit out a big sip of blood, apparently seriously injured. Then, that's the fire spirit. How is this possible? Li Kaiyuan looked at the fire spirit floating in the air with horror and said in horror, "Didn't all the elemental spirits enter Class A? Were they sent directly to Class A? But what is obviously floating in the air is the fire spirit, one of the elemental spirits." OZW.com. Brother, don't you mean that they are all Dingban? Shouldn't they all be low-level war spirits? What is going on? Lu Tuo wondered. The three of them were willing to help Li Kaiyuan, on the one hand, in order to be able to enter Class B smoothly, and secondly, they heard that the other party was nothing but a junk of low-level war spirits. Both Class B and Class C are intermediate-level war spirits. This subclass depends on the performance of this assessment. There is still a lot of room for operation. But the current situation is clearly beyond their expectations. Whereas a group of low-level war spirits, I am afraid that high-level war spirits are not as fierce as them. The snake spirit that Feng Yixiu met and killed 2 intermediate war spirits. Although the turtle spirit had no attack power, its defense power was really terrible. What's more, the other party still has a fire spirit, which is the elemental spirit of Zheng'er's 8 classics. There have been 2 in the entire grade, and I never imagined that one of them would be assigned to Dingban. How do I know? The ghost knows what's going on. Li Kaiyuan was also completely ashamed. You are going to kill us. You are here to play. We will not accompany you. Pei Wensheng made a decision in an instant, and he was ready to leave this place while he supported Xiong Xian. I rely on. Even if I was assigned to Class C, it would be better than losing my life. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Tuo's followers and the 2 of them walked limpingly away. You wait for me. Don't leave me alone. Without a helper, Li Kaiyuan panicked completely and wanted to leave with the 3. But before he even took a step out, a fiery fire spirit blocked his way. Oh my goodness! Li Kaiyuan was taken aback, turned to crawl, and turned around, but was blocked by a white snake spirit in front of him. Chapter 42. The door opens. Hiss! Feng Xiaoxiu's Xiabela made a threatening voice, and then slammed his tail on Li Kaiyuan's face. Li Kaiyuan was fanned by a huge force, and he rolled for 4 or 5 times on the ground before stopping. At this moment, Feng Yixiu's spiritual power has been restored for the most part, and Han Xiao and Shun Ryu have stepped forward to encircle Li Kaiyuan. What do you want to do? Li Kaiyuan shivered, touching the face. What do we want to do? You still don't know? Use teeth for teeth, eyes for eyes. Feng Yixiu squeezed his fists alternately, approaching step by step. Don't mess up. My uncle is the director of Qingyun College Li Chang'an. If you dare to move me a hair, you are done. Li Kaiyuan tried to get up several times, but failed. Only is to use his hands to barely support his body to constantly recede. Oh, no wonder your kid dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that there was a backer at Qingyun College. But the college has no regulations to rob the devil card. Feng Yixiu said with a condensed face and sneered. After speaking, Feng Yixiu prepared to reach out and the magic book suspended beside Li Kaiyuan. He directly opened the last pages of the magic book. These pages are all temporary storage areas for magic cards. If the cards are officially absorbed, they can no longer be retrieved. Feng Yixiu found 3 gray iron-level monster cards in Li Kaiyuan's magic book and directly collected the only 3 monster cards. Cut. I thought you had a lot of magic cards. It turned out to be 3. It really disappointed me. Feng Yixiu said contemptuously. My demon card, give it back to me. Li Kaiyuan wanted to back his own demon card, but was evaded by Feng Yixiu. Your kid is against me twice and twice. I just took away your demon card and let you be eliminated. It is already very kind. Okay. Feng Yixiu sneered. OZW.com you. I'm never ending with you. Li Kaiyuan still said eloquently. Hee. Wait until you have a chance to talk. Feng Yixiu sneered. After all, Feng Yixiu directly stunned Li Kaiyuan with a knife and threw it directly on the ground. Let's go? It's almost time now, and it's time for us to go out. Feng Yixiu glanced at his watch and said straight. Is this too cheap for this kid? Han Xiao looked at Li Kaiyuan on the ground contemptuously, coldly. He's just a dog. Don't the dog bite me, and I won't be able to bite back, rest assured. He didn't have the magic card. He should have no chance to enter the Qingyun Academy. Feng Yixiu waved his hand with a smile, faintly wrote. He didn't take Li Kaiyuan in his eyes from beginning to end, but he was just a clown who jumped on the beams and couldn't attract his attention. Moreover, she is still a student after all. Although she is a war spiritualist, she has not been able to ignore the law before she has reached the level and strength she wants to be. Okay, let's go out now. In this way, we will all pass the second pass. Han Xiao smiled. It didn't take long for the three to come to the entrance of the Iron Forest again, and at the moment there was a large wave of candidates waiting to open the door. But it is obviously much less than the number of people who entered the Steel Forest yesterday, almost half of it. Kaka. With the sound of mechanical gear teeth rolling, the gate of the Iron Forest was opened again. Chapter 43 Assessment completed. At the moment, the door of the Iron Forest was full of Qingyun College staff, which naturally included the former leader teacher, as well as Director Li Chang'an. However, this time Li Chang'an did not stand in the center of the team, but an extraordinary middle-aged man, wearing a white shirt, looks extraordinary. In addition, most of the teams are medical teams. This time, most of the candidates were injured more or less. Among them, like the Feng Yixiu team, there was almost no team that was unharmed. Among them, Xiong Xian and Lu Tuo's team also saw Feng Yixiu, but their eyes were evasive and dared not to look directly, lowering their heads to the side. Feng Yixiu and others followed the crowd silently, and then everyone came to the inspection office and gave the magic card they obtained to the staff of the inspection office for inspection. They used a very precise instrument to inspect the card. I saw the staff directly put the demon card that the candidate gave to their own on the machine for testing. Most of them passed the inspection smoothly. Ding! This card does not belong to the Iron Forest demon card. Suddenly, the silent instrument suddenly sounded the alarm, and the student holding the card was cheated on the spot and was directly dissuaded. With this lesson in mind, a few people who were still lucky enough left the team silently and retreated. When Feng Yixiu was inspecting, he obviously saw that the supervising Director Li frowned, as if he shouldn't be here at all. Then Director Li's eyes began to sweep up the entire team again, as if looking for something. After a while, he looked somber and entered the Iron Forest alone. OZW.com The detection speed is very fast, which probably lasted for half an hour, and all qualified personnel gathered again. After all the passing candidates had assembled, the middle-aged man in a white shirt walked forward slowly and stood at the front of the team. Congratulations on your official membership of Qingyun Academy. You are all true warriors. The man standing in the center of the team said in a deep voice. Although the sound does not sound very loud, it is full of energy. Every note trembles. You may all see me for the first time. I am the vice principal of Qingyun College. The name is Zhou Yan. You can call me Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou smiled slightly and said rightly, "Good Principal Zhou." All the candidates spoke in unison. Students don't have to be polite. You have worked hard today too. Go back today and have a good rest. Tomorrow we will formally class after the opening ceremony. I hope you can all become excellent war spirit masters. Possessing magic, it makes people feel a little warm. Feng Yixiu Yuguang suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the gate of the Iron Forest. It was Li Kaiyuan, who was previously stunned by himself. Under the help of Director Li, he slowly left the scene. Li Kaiyuan obviously also saw Feng Yixiu in the assembled team, glaring at him fiercely, but he had no courage to come up to find Feng Yixiu now, but he could only leave him. Everyone boarded the helicopter again, and this time everyone felt a lot lighter, talking and laughing along the way. Chapter 44 There is a mine at home. Qingyun College is here. This is the key to your dormitory. All salutes have helped you move in. Just check in and go to bed early tonight. There will be an opening ceremony tomorrow. You will be able to see you at that time. Teacher, don't be late. Teacher Hai reminded. Hai Yunxing sent each student's dormitory key to everyone, and this key also indicated everyone's dormitory number, so you don't have to worry about not finding your own dormitory. Okay, teacher, we remember. Feng Yixiu and others nodded and agreed. It's finally over. We can finally have a full meal. Han Xiao just laughed at his empty stomach when he just glanced at the helicopter. It's time to eat now. The cafeteria should have food now. Let's go now, Feng Yixiu suggested. All listened to Brother Feng. Shin Ryu echoed. It didn't take long for the three to come to the cafeteria of Qingyun College, Qingyun Restaurant. Feng Yi amended to pull Shin Ryu to go to the first floor to have a meal. He was pulled by Han Xiao. This finally passed the martial arts test. In order to celebrate that we have become a war spiritualist, we must not eat a delicious celebration. I think the food on the first floor is fragrant. Feng Yixiu said seriously. Hey, that's the food you haven't eaten on the third floor. When you have eaten it, it is estimated that you will never find the food on the first floor delicious again. Han Xiao said with a smile. But it won't be very expensive. Feng Yixiu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and whispered. He now has a total deposit of more than 5,000 yuan, which is still saved by his daily frugality. He does not want to eat himself poorly with a meal. Not expensive or expensive. A luxury package is only 999, very cheap. Han Xiao said seriously. Feng Yixiu. Haha, I don't understand the local tyrant's world. A meal 999 you said to me is not expensive. Why don't you grab it? Feng Yixiu smiled bitterly and prepared to go to the first floor to have a meal, but he was caught by Han Xiao again. It's a big deal for me to invite guests. OZW.com, let's go. Brother invites you to eat a big meal today. Feng Yi also repaired a 180-degree turn and pulled Shin Ryu directly to prepare to go up the stairs. Han Zhao's face went dark on the spot. Can your attitude be more obvious? Besides, is it really okay for you to take my money and invite others? It's wrong. The elevator is here. Han Xiao shouted though he was speechless. Cough. Brother Han, it's not that I said you. You said you were young. I don't know how to exercise more. It's okay to climb stairs, and how good. Since you don't want to climb, let's accompany you to the elevator. Who let us be brothers? Feng Yixiu cleared his throat and calmly said. You're just happy. Han Xiao smiled and pressed the elevator on the third floor. Soon, the three quickly arrived at the restaurant on the third floor. The number of people on this floor was obviously much lower than on the first floor. More of them are school leaders and teachers. The students are not saying no, just saying that there are very few, and everyone looks like a brand. Wow, worthy of 999 rice. Just delicious. Feng Yixiu tasted the set meal in front of him and immediately praised him. That's for sure. The ingredients on the third floor are all raised by Warcraft. The spiritual power contained in it is not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. Regular diet can not only enhance physical fitness, but also slowly increase spiritual power. It can be said that apart from being expensive, there are no shortcomings. Han Xiao also took a sip and smiled. Brother Han, there will be no mine in your house. Feng Yixiu joked. How do you know? Han Xiao looked surprised. Snapped. The steak in Feng Yixiu's mouth fell off in an instant, and the delicious food in front of him suddenly stopped smelling. Chapter 45, 4 Big Families. You said that if we were assigned to a class, just talk to us about your story. It should be time now. Shin Ryu also echoed. Then, well, have you heard of the 4 big families? Han Xiao nodded and responded. Although he didn't want to talk about this matter very much, the two of them are not considered outsiders now. Coupled with the fact that he owed his mouth before, he has already promised others, so naturally, he can't say anything. 4 big families. The kind of dream of red mansions? Feng Yixiu puzzled. Han Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly and then explained. The 4 big families. Actually, we have to talk about it 300 years ago. At that time, when the whole mankind was caught in the water and was almost wiped out, at that time, China appeared 4. A savior-like character, the Holy Spirit of all 4 of them became the guardian spirit of the entire China. In the end, in order to fight against the powerful masterclass Warcraft, they finally sealed it with their own lives at the cost of it. Only then has humanity now rise again. Although the 4 supreme Holy Spirit kings sacrificed, fortunately they all left their blood. Their descendants became the 4 major families, and their mission is to protect China. So you are one of the 4 major Han families? Shin Ryu continued the other party's words and continued. I didn't expect San Mei to be so well informed. I know all these secrets, that's right. I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate. I am the heir of the 4 big families. My father is the current Han family head, and it is his youngest son. Han Xiao was a little surprised. Wow. Although I didn't hear it very well, it sounded very powerful. But since that's why did you come to Jiangshui City? Feng Yixiu asked. It's a long story. Han Xiao seemed to be caught in memory, with a sad expression on his face. Then you will make a long story short. Feng Yixiu patted the other party hard and urged. Simply put, it's that my qualifications are too bad. The people in my family don't want to see me. I ran away from home in one go, but I'm glad I made this decision, or I won't be able to meet you. The haze on Han Zhao's face gradually dissipated and smiled. OZW.com qualification is too bad? I think you are quite good. That's because they have no vision. I believe they will regret it sooner or later. Feng Yixiu patted each other with a smile shoulder. Seriously. Han Xiao was a Feng Yixiu who comforted him, smiled and smiled, then replied, I also hope to have this day. Hiss. After eating a stack of sashimi, the Zyabela on the side screamed again. You are a foodie. You see that your stomach is full. You can't eat anymore. Feng Yixiu glanced at the Zyabela, who was eating attentively, and fell into the air. At this time, the belly of Zyabela had obviously bulged, but still looking at Feng Yixiu with its innocent eyes, he kept spitting out the snake letter and selling cuteness. Okay, the last dish. I'm afraid you will be struck to death again. Feng Yixiu shook his head helplessly, then turned and walked to the self-service area behind him. When he was holding an empty plate, he happened to see a familiar middle-aged man. Isn't this the vice principal of our college? President Zhou is good, Feng Yixiu said politely. Principal Zhou slowly turned around, only to see Feng Yixiu beside him, and said kindly, If I remember correctly, you should be called Feng Yixiu. Chapter 46 Deja Vu. Principal, do you know me? Feng Yixiu puzzled. The other party is the vice principal. He is just an obscure Dingban student. It is normal that the other party does not know himself. Of course I know. You made such a big noise in the awakening ceremony before, and I heard it too. Principal Zhou smiled. Oh, then you think I'm a waste. Feng Yixiu was disappointed. Principal Zhou frowned suddenly, then gently knocked on the head of Feng Yixiu, and said seriously, There is no waste war spirit, only waste war spirit master. Do you think you are a waste war spirit master? Of course I am not. Feng Yixiu replied without thinking. Very good. Since ancient swords have been sharpened, I hope you will not let me down in the future. President Zhou only smiled again and encouraged. Thank you for your request. I will not let you down. Feng Yixiu bowed very respectfully and thanked. Principal Zhou smiled and took out a business card from the pocket of his jacket and handed it directly to Feng Yixiu. He said with a smile, If there are any difficulties in the future, you can call me directly or take this directly. The business card came to my office to find me. Feng Yixiu immediately took over the metal business card with both hands and thanked. Thank you for the principal's concern. But you, why do you treat me so well? Principal Zhou did not answer Feng Yixiu's question, but after taking his own meals, he returned to his seat. It's really weird. I clearly saw President Zhou for the first time today. Why do I always feel very kind? Feng Yixiu also took a plate of sashimi and fluttered back to his seat. Is it the Principal Zhou who talked to you just now? Han Xiao naturally saw the scene that just happened and was puzzled. OZW.com. Feng Yixiu nodded absently. He seems to be familiar with you. Did you know him before? Han Xiao then asked. I don't know, but he gave me a business card, so I will go to him later if I have any difficulties. Feng Yixiu recovered and took out the metal business card. Then you said you don't know him. I heard that President Zhou could not easily distribute business cards. Most teachers in our college do not have his business cards. How did you do it? Han Xiao was even more surprised. I don't know. Maybe I'm too good. Feng Yixiu thought about hundreds of reasons, but still think this reason is the most reliable. Han Xiao and Shun Ryu stopped talking on the spot. They were really hungry in the iron forest before them. The three of them ate for more than an hour for this dinner. They almost hung up before they put down their chopsticks. After three people greeted Principal Zhou, they took the elevator again and left the restaurant on the third floor. When Feng Yixiu and the three stepped out of the restaurant, President Zhou slowly stood up and said to himself, It seems that my father did not lie to me, and it turned out to be a good seedling of the two warlords, and one of them was still an element. Ling, it's just why it was assigned to Dingban. It seems that it's time to talk to Li Chang'an's kid. The age director of this is how a genius has been assigned to Dingban. It's not ridiculous. Principal Zhou stunned and walked out quickly. The restaurant. After Feng Yixiu and others left the restaurant, they started to find their dorms according to the address on the keyroom card. Chapter 47 Bloodline Psychic. Building 121, Building A, it should be here. According to the information on the room card, Feng Yixiu quickly found his dormitory location. This Qingyun College is worthy of being a key high school, and the environment of the dormitory is first class. Both the sanitary conditions and the hardware equipment are very perfect. When he just wanted to push the door directly in, he heard a harsh laugh inside. Which villager is this? This suitcase looks like a sack. Yeah, would this guy be a mom treasure? How dare you still carry your family portrait with you? Hurrah! This kid even brought a sachet. I don't know who sent it. This is too ugly. Feng Yixiu frowned, kicking open the door of the dormitory. At the moment, two men wearing famous brands were looking through their luggage. His clothes and daily necessities were turned upside down by them. One of the men was holding his only family portrait. The two heard a loud noise, and at the same time looked at the door. Both of them had a look of contempt, no apology at all. You put it down for me. Feng Yixiu's whole body trembled, trying to be as quiet as possible. You are Feng Yixiu. Isn't it just Dingban's garbage? What cattle are you cattle? One of the men stood up straight and said coldly, I will say it one last time, and let me put down the photo in your hands. Feng Yixiu's eyes slowly became cold. OZW.com. There are really few things he cares about in his life, and the sachet that Shun Ryu gave to himself and his family portrait are one of them. The two of them even looked at their luggage while they were no longer there, and they were still so abused in the background. The standing man frowned. Not only did he not plan to put down the photo, but instead threw the sachet directly on the ground and sneered. Do you know who you are talking to? I'm a genius in Class A. You are a small class trash. Is best to figure out where you are. I am the boss of this dormitory. With that said, he slowly raised his feet, ready to step on the family portrait with his dusty shoes. At the moment, Feng Yixiu's mind constantly replayed his happy childhood, and the warm smiles of his father and mother kept echoing in his mind. His pupils also dilated suddenly, and his heart rate suddenly doubled more than once. He clearly felt his blood flow rate also speed up. Not only that, but there were millions of ants biting in his veins, and the severe pain almost fainted. But looking at the falling feet, Feng Yixiu tried to maintain a sober consciousness, and finally the huge pain finally reached a peak. Just like the flood discharge of the dam, a strong thunder force broke out. Ding! It detects that the host is in the limit state and automatically activates the blood channel. At this moment, Feng Yixiu's mind once again sounded a long-lost electronic prompt, and suddenly felt that his blood was no longer just blood, but the power of thunder. The wind also repaired, and his figure disappeared in place instantly, only to see where there was a small electric light explosion just where he stayed, and he seemed to teleport to the man. The fist with the power of thunder was thrown out with full force, and there was a series of loud noises in the air. When the opposite side did not respond at all, I just wanted to raise my fist to block it, and Feng Yixiu's fist was already printed on his chest. Chapter 48 Too Slow. Boom! Feng Yixiu's fist hit the opponent's chest firmly, and the huge impact force directly knocked it out, just like being hit by a high-speed truck, and fell directly into the wardrobe behind him. You should know that this wardrobe is made of metal. This metal product is connected with the whole bed. It was actually deformed by the impact and was directly sunk into it. The man fainted directly without even a chance to hum, and the position of his chest had obviously collapsed. Damn it! You hurt my brother to death. A man on the side looked a little bit, and immediately summoned his own war spirit, which was an earth-bearing cow spirit. As soon as he was summoned, the bull spirit directly occupied a third of the volume of the entire bedroom, and his eyes were red, staring at the wind in front of him. Moo! Niuling couldn't help but say that he rushed directly into the wind, and if he was hit by the sharp horns, he might have to stay in the hospital for half a year before he died. Too slow. Feng Yixiu instantly released his war spirits and threw it directly along his arm. The snake spirit twined the man in an instant, and Feng Yixiu took the opportunity to throw out another magic card. Pointed hedgehog pointed armor. Feng Yixiu said coldly. Suddenly, the snake spirit's body suddenly grew countless spikes, but Feng Yixiu didn't want to kill people, but kept the spike and the man at a certain distance, forming a spiked cage. I'm wrong. Don't kill me, the man counseled on the spot, and immediately knelt to beg for mercy. OZW.com Niu Ling was taken back in an instant, and now his life is in the mind of others, where there is courage to resist. Say, who asked you to target me? Feng Yixiu slowly bent down to pick up the photos on the ground, and then carefully collected them. The two of them never met each other, and if no one was doing anything about it, he would not believe it. No, no one, the man whispered. Feng Yixiu didn't say much, but tightened the spike cage slightly, and the sharp spike touched the skin surface. Ah! The severe pain made the man make a scream, and then quickly changed his mouth. That man is our roommate. Your luggage was brought in by him for you, and it was already opened when you moved in. Yes, he also said that you are from the garbage from Dingban, and that you were assigned to the A dormitory by walking through the back door. The dormitory allocation is also based on the placement of classes. In general, the dormitory in Building A is occupied by students in Class A, while the residence in Building B is the students in Class B, and so on. The first floor is generally the first-year students. The second floor is the second-year senior. The third floor is naturally the third-year senior. Is he called Li Kaiyuan? Feng Yixiu gritted his teeth. Yes, that's right. That's the name, the man shouted. Before this, two people walked in slowly at the door of Building A. It was Li Chang'an and Li Kaiyuan. Uncle, you go faster, don't miss the show, Li Kaiyuan said excitedly. Your boy, it's not ridiculous for me to deal with a dingban waste, Li Chang'an said lightly. That kid's evil door is very serious, but it can't be treated with common sense. But he is even more powerful. I am afraid that I have been beaten by my two roommates of Class A. Li Kaiyuan was excited. Chapter 49, At Your Own Risk. He was in Steel Forest before that he took away all your demon cards. Li Chang'an asked. Yes, it was the kid who did it. Uncle, you must help me make the decision. Li Kaiyuan grieved. Okay, what do you want me to do? Li Chang'an thought for a moment and promised. Wait later. You will just kick this kid out of Qingyun Academy on the grounds of fighting and fighting, to see his kid dare to fight me. Li Kaiyuan sneered. It's no problem. He is just an orphan without power. The war spirit is still an abolished war spirit. No one can speak for him. Li Chang'an nodded and said in a deep voice. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise came from the corridor, echoing continuously in the corridor. Haha. Presumably that kid was beaten up by my two roommates. This is too cruel. Li Kaiyuan's eyes lit up, excited. Then Li Kaiyuan made 3 steps and 2 steps, quickly came to the door of the 121 dormitory, and then saw a picture that made him feel incredible. I saw 2 of my roommates. One was beaten into a metal wardrobe, apparently into a coma. The other one was trapped by the familiar snake spirit, trembling in the horrible spiked prison. And Feng Yixiu stood and scathed, with thunder still entangled in her body, and from time to time made a crackling sound. What's the situation? Li Kaiyuan suddenly froze, looking at what was happening in front of him with a confused look. Shouldn't Feng Yixiu beg to kneel for mercy now? Why is it completely different from what I thought? His roommates are all geniuses of Class A. All of them are senior war spirits. OZW.com. It was hit by a dingban on the ground, and it seemed to be unable to fight back. It's him. The man trapped in the spiked cage saw the stunned Li Kaiyuan at the door, just like seeing the enemy, roaring. Feng Yixiu turned his head quickly, and also saw Li Kaiyuan, who was standing at the door with a confused face, shouted, Okay, I was just looking for you. I even sent it to the door. Xiabela, hold me for him. Suddenly, Xiabela turned into a ray of thunder, quickly surrounded Li Kaiyuan, who had not responded, and released all his spikes. Li Chang'an, who was originally slow, also saw a flash of thunder, saw Li Kaiyuan trapped, and immediately accelerated to the door of 121 dormitory. He saw everything happening in the 121 bedroom for a long time. He didn't recover until he heard Li Kaiyuan's screams. It's such a bold courage that he committed murder in front of me. So let him go. Li Chang'an said angrily. What if I don't let it go? Feng Yixiu stared at Li Kaiyuan with cold eyes, coldly. I have never been a troublemaker, but I am not a fearful person. This time Li Kaiyuan has touched his bottom line. Even if the emperor comes here, I ordered you as the director of the age, and let him go quickly, or I'll be proud of myself. Li Chang'an didn't think that his words didn't work. This situation was the first one, so he increased the volume. Humph, do you think I was scared? Not only did Feng Yixiu not let go of Li Kaiyuan, but he slammed his palms together. Chapter 50 Flame Roar. The spike cage contracted again, and the sharp spikes directly penetrated Li Kaiyuan's skin to a depth of half a centimeter. At the same time, there was a weak current that made Li Kaiyuan miserable. Uncle, save me. Li Kaiyuan's heart-breaking tears, but there are spikes around, so that he did not dare to move, can only cry out for help. You find death. Li Chang'an was really angry. Originally a grade director of his own, and the students did lose face, but now they can no longer care about it, and they directly summoned their own magic book. Voracious Wolf, catch me this kid. A red greedy wolf was summoned directly, and as soon as he was summoned, he rushed towards the wind. At the same time, Feng Yixiu's mind also showed the message of the opponent's war spirit. War spirit name, Greedy Wolf. War spirit attribute, Fire. War spirit rank, Mature period. War spirit level, Level 4 and Level 5. War spirit skills, Flame Roar, Flame Spur, Scarlet Fury, Flame Storm. Promotion to complete body needs, Red Flame Demon Wolf. War spirit features, a more comprehensive fire attack war spirit. The weakness is the abdomen. The flame-ridden great wolves flew straight towards the wind and did not use any psychic skills, and directly hit the wind-stricken abdomen with its steel-like head. It's fast. Feng Yixiu couldn't help sighing. Although the greedy wolf is not a speed-type war spirit, it is also a mature war spirit, and the speed is far from comparable to that of wind and cultivation. No, never fight hard, Feng Yixiu secretly decided. Feng Yixiu directly lay down, wrapped his right fist with thunder, and slammed into the abdomen of the greedy wolf with a punch. Woo! OZW.com. The greedy wolf failed to hit, but was hit by the wind and repaired his abdomen and issued a painful wailing. But it was only a wave of wailing. After a moment, he turned around and grinned at the enemy in front of him. Although Feng Yixiu's punch succeeded, his hand was burned by the terrifying flame of the greedy wolf, and a large blister quickly rose. Damn, is this the strength of the warrior in the mature period? It's terrible. Feng Yixiu surprised in secret. Li Chang'an, not far away, was even more surprised and could not help but exclaimed, This is blood psychic. How is this possible? Isn't he a waste war spirit? No way. Even now the enemies have been engulfed, and if this kid is allowed to grow up, I am afraid it will become a disaster in the future. Voracious Wolf, roar with flames. Li Chang'an secretly contacted his war spirit. After the war spirit and war spirit master have reached a certain level of understanding, they can have a good heart. Even if they don't use language to communicate, they can directly give orders. Even if his greedy wolf lost his hand and severely wounded the wind, he would shirk his responsibility on the ground that the war spirit was out of control. Enough. Roar. Suddenly, a huge fire column erupted from the mouth of the greedy wolf, and the target was aimed exactly where Feng Yixiu was. Seeing this, Xiaobela could no longer ignore the order of the master, and directly released Li Xiaoyuan's shackles, rushed directly towards Feng Yixiu, and stood in front of Feng Yixiu. Using a spiked cage, the wind was repaired inside. However, at the very moment of a sudden attack, a huge figure broke through the window and directly crossed the top of Feng Yixiu's head, directly blocking him in front of him. Roar! After hearing a violent lion roar, it seemed that the whole world was quiet. The wind also slowly opened his eyes, and it was a lion with golden flames in his eyes. It's such a great prestige. The inspiring director Li is so cruel to a first-year freshman. Before seeing him, he heard the sound first, and then a familiar figure slowly jumped in from the window. Chapter 51 Skyfire. Principal Zhou. Feng Yixiu recognized the person at a glance. It was President Zhou, who had just met in the restaurant. At the moment, he was holding a long flame knife, exuding a terrible heat. His appearance instantly made everyone on the scene feel an inexplicable heat, as if in the flames of the flames. Principal Zhou didn't do anything, just stood there with a sword in his hand, and it was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time, which made people unbearable. In particular, the long knife that can release flames in his hand is nearly 2 meters long, and the whole body is red, just like it was just taken out of the forging furnace, exuding the fearful high temperature. Principal Zhou, why are you here? Li Chang'an said with a horrified expression. He never imagined that the always busy Principal Zhou would come to a freshman dormitory and seemed very angry. He has few fears in the academy. The dean of this week is one of them. He is one level higher than himself, and he has reached the level of the 5th level War Spirit King. Don't see that the 4th and 5th levels are just one level apart, but the difference is like the sky, because the War Spirit Master can get the spiritual soldiers after reaching the 5th level and can have his own spiritual soldiers. The combat power is no longer just rely on the War Spirit, but become the War Spirit King alone. Why am I here? I should ask you this sentence. Principal Zhou frowned and said coldly, I heard someone was fighting in the dormitory, so I came to deal with this matter. Li Chang'an said intermittently, Yo, I didn't expect you to have the power of the unknown prophet. I think you are dealing with things that are false, and it's true that you come here to publish private enemies. Principal Zhou's tone suddenly became harsher, and his momentum was even more violent. If he hadn't just gone to Li Chang'an's office to find him, he would have wanted to talk to Shun Ruyu about his elemental spirit. OZW.com, but when he learned that he came to the dormitory of Building A to deal with things, he immediately followed him. No, not dare. Li Chang'an was frightened with cold sweat, only promised. Don't dare? I think you were very brave when you first attacked the new student. It's such a magnificent use of a dazzling 4th level war spiritualist to a 1st level war spiritualist. President Zhou's eyes were cold. Road. Aye. Li Chang'an was so scared that he couldn't speak and stammered. Since you have used war spirit skills against Feng Yixiu, then I will also use spirit weapon skills against you. So even if it is even. Principal Zhou looked at the long sword in his hand and sneered. Skyfire. Without giving Li Chang'an the opportunity to refuse, President Zhou's long flame sword was raised high, and then he suddenly rushed toward the greedy wolves. This seems to be a simple hacking action that can no longer be simple, and even the speed does not seem to be very fast, but it gives people a sense of avoidance. The temperature of the whole room suddenly rose by 12 degrees with a knife, and a knife with a naked eye saw the flame directly in the center of the greedy wolves, just like tofu, cut directly in half. The greedy wolf didn't even have a chance to hum, so it turned into a red streamer and returned to the demon spirit book beside Li Chang'an. Puff. This War Spirit Master and War Spirit are one. Obviously, Li Chang'an was also seriously injured and spit out a thick blood. Chapter 52 Fight to Death. You? Li Chang'an looked at Headmaster Zhou with an angry face, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Why? Do you still want to continue with me? Principal Zhou caressed the spirit soldier in his hand and said coldly, Dare not. Li Chang'an bowed his head and said, Don't dare. I thought you wanted to compare with me again. That's a pity. Principal Zhou took the spirit soldiers back in his hands and turned them into a little aura. Feng Yixiu was shocked to see it. This is the first time that a strong man of this level saw that the power of a knife directly cut the war spirits of the same mature period into 2 halves, which is terrifying. Moreover, it seems difficult to imagine that if President Li still had some close, it would be impossible for him to split this dormitory in half. This is the strength of the warlords. It's really strong. When can I become such a strong player alone? Feng Yixiu couldn't help but sigh. Although Feng Yixiu does not appear on the surface at this moment, his heart seems to be generally hot in the current dormitory, and it must become stronger so that no one can bully. If President Zhou is okay, then I will say goodbye. I seem to have some things to do. Li Chang'an wiped the blood on his lips with his cuffs, weakly. Not busy. I have something to ask you. Come with me. After talking, Principal Zhou walked to the door and walked towards the end of the corridor. As soon as I came out, I found that many students ran out of their dorms because of the noise just now, and the probe was watching what happened in bedroom 121. Look what I see. Don't even roll it back to me. Don't talk to me today about things that violate the school rules. Principal Zhou frowned. His voice sounded like thunder. OZW.com. Boom. Suddenly, all the students obediently closed the door of their dormitory. They didn't want to be stared by President Zhou as soon as the school started. Why are you still stunned? You haven't come with me yet. Principal Zhou glanced at Li Chang'an with his head down next to him and said coldly, Good, good. Li Chang'an whispered. Feng Yixiu, wait here for me for a while, and I will have something to discuss with you later. Principal Zhou turned suddenly and said to Feng Yixiu with a very kind tone, just thinking as he walked. He glanced back at Li Kaiyuan and said 4 words in his lips, Fight to death. Feng Yixiu nodded and compared with an okay gesture. Li Kaiyuan on the side seemed to have noticed something wrong. As soon as Li Chang'an and Principal Zhou left, they wanted to escape like crazy. However, Feng Yixiu's speed was much faster than his, and a moment appeared beside him in a cold voice. Want to run? Not so easy. What do you want to do? Here is the school. Don't mess up. Li Kaiyuan shivered. Hee hee. You still know that this is a school. Feng Yixiu sneered, then dragged Feng Yixiu into the 121 bedroom and directly locked the door, cruelly smiling. Some people are like this. They have more face. By the way, the dogs thought they were lions, so I wouldn't give you some bukkake. You're really endless. Feng Yixiu wrapped his right fist with thunder, issued a frightening, crackling sound, and without any hesitation swiftly punched directly into Li Kaiyuan's face. Chapter 53, Just Get Acquainted. Boom! A huge force lifted Li Kaiyuan's volley, directly hit the door of the dormitory, and smashed a visible depression. Li Kaiyuan spit out a spit of blood and passed out. He collapsed weakly on the ground. Waste. I was dizzy before I even tried hard. Feng Yixiu looked at Li Kaiyuan lying on the ground disdainfully. Then he looked at the dumbfounded man and said in a cold voice, Did you just see anything? The only member of the 121 dorm who was still awake reacted at this moment, secretly glanced at the two lying on the ground, couldn't help shivering, and shook his head again and again. No, I didn't see anything. That's them. It's none of your business if you beat each other and hurt both sides. You are still conscious, then I won't stun you. Feng Yixiu smiled with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, He has never been a good student. Before being influenced by Dean Zhou Kongming, he was always a problem boy. It's just that his temperament has been converging in these years. But if someone really does not open his eyes to provoke him, he does not mind letting him go to the hospital for the first half of the year. At the same time, at the end of this long and narrow corridor, President Zhou and Director Li are talking. The two hadn't even started talking. They heard a loud noise, and they didn't have to think it was 121 dormitory. Principal Zhou, let me see what happened in the past. Li Chang'an sighed badly and hurriedly said. He was scared and stupid just now, and he forgot to let Li Kaiyuan leave first. According to Feng Yixiu's strength, I am afraid that beating his nephew is like playing a child with an adult. Stop for me. Do you think I'm here to find you naughty? Principal Zhou was as steady as Mount Tai, and his voice was muffled. OZW.com Li Chang'an was so scared that he didn't dare to take another step and trembled and said, I don't know what is important for President Zhou to find me. At this time, his mind kept thinking about whether he had made any mistakes in his work at this time, but it seemed that there were no major mistakes. For a time, it was also a mess. I didn't know what was going to make Principal Zhou come to find himself. This week, the principal seldom took care of this kind of thing, and it was even less likely that he would personally come and ask himself a grade director. There must be something important that came over to ask. How many elemental spirits does our college have this year? Principal Zhou asked. Li Chang'an thought carefully for a while, and then replied without hesitation, a total of 2 elemental spirits, 1 light spirit and 1 ice spirit, were all assigned to Class A, serving as the squad leader and deputy squad leader respectively. Are you sure? Principal Zhou frowned seriously. I'm sure, Li Chang'an affirmed. Are you sure a fart? A genius who has awakened the fire spirit has been divided into different classes. How do you say that you are the director of this age? Principal Zhou suddenly raised the volume and said angrily. How is this possible? Li Chang'an's pupils contracted, surprised. Immediately afterwards, I turned on my mobile phone and re-examined the student information sheet that was assigned to Dingban. Sure enough, I found an elemental spirit, fire spirit. Shenruyu. It's the little girl in the breeze. The girl from the team of classmates. Li Chang'an exclaimed. Yes, it's the girl, Not just her, but Han Xiao, who is in the same team with them. I don't think you want to know his identity. Principal Zhou didn't look directly at Li from the beginning to the end. Director looked directly at the tall buildings in the distance. Chapter 54, I Want Me to Feel. The surname Han. Li Chang'an was also in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Is it the Han family in Beijing?" "Hush." Principal Zhou compared a gesture and continued, "You are a smart person. Some things don't understand too much as I say, just know what you have." "I get it. I will arrange the three of them to Class A." Li Chang'an nodded and immediately prepared to deal with the matter. "This is not necessary. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. Now the head teacher of Class B is that person. Do you think our college has a better teacher than her?" Principal Zhou pressed and held it directorly. Xinxing said. Li Kaiyuan's heart rate suddenly increased when she heard that. Her eyes kept dodge, and she whispered, "Then, what do you mean? What resources does this Class A have? This class can only be more, not less. Do you understand?" Principal Zhou paused and said, "But our college's resources are limited. I think." Li Chang'an's complexion was embarrassed. "The resources of this school are all fixed, and it is impossible to use the resources of the Qiajia class for no reason. This will inevitably lead to criticism." Before Director Li finished speaking, President Zhou interrupted his words. "I don't want you to think. I want me to think that that is your problem, not my problem. I only look at the results and don't care how you do it. Understand?" "Ming, understand." Li Chang'an responded with a sad face. This week, the headmaster made it clear that he wanted him to use his salary to make up for the resource disadvantages of Dingban. Fortunately, he only needed to give the 3 people resource subsidies. But Rao is so, it almost costs half of his salary, but it is not a small fee. Although it is extremely uncomfortable, who let him have so many handles in the hands of others? OZW.com. Not to mention anything else. The mistake of assigning elemental spirit candidates to Dingban alone is enough to make him lose his job, let alone some other handles. He is hard to say a word. "Very good. I will explain to the principal in person about the elemental spirit. Do you have anything else to report?" Principal Zhou nodded with satisfaction, said lightly, "No, no." Li Chang'an replied, "If you don't have that, don't you want to roll quickly? If you don't, you will let me invite you to dinner." President Zhou said in a loud voice. In fact, he has been unhappy with this directorly for a long time. If it were not for his work, his professional ability, and his ability to pass, he would have been let go. Yes, I'll leave now," Li Chang'an said with relief. After talking about it, Director Li turned around and fled like a flight. Just a few minutes after talking with Principal Zhou, the shirts in his suit were soaked and the sweat was cold. Not only did the other party control his own handle, but the most important thing was that the strong man's strong momentum naturally exuded him. Director Li came to the door of the 121 bedroom as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Kaiyuan lying on the ground. His blood and flesh on his face were unclear. This kind of serious injury, Rao is an era where medicine is so developed now. I am afraid that it will take 1.5 years to go to the hospital to restore health. My brother asked him to take care of Li Kaiyuan, but he didn't expect him to take care of Dao Hospital. How can he explain to him? Chapter 55 Origin Project. Cough. When Li Chang'an was about to have an attack, he heard the coughing sound of President Zhou in the back and calmed down instantly. Just silently, he picked up Li Kaiyuan and walked towards the door of the dormitory building, preparing to drive directly to the hospital. Seeing this, Feng Yixiu also dropped his defensive stance, which was a relief. "Your kid is really merciless." Sure enough, the old man is right. "You are really a thorn." President Zhou came in with a big smile. "Old man." Feng Yixiu was confused and suddenly thought of what he had thought and was surprised. "You are also surnamed Zhou. Could it be that you are Grandpa Zhou's son?" "Ha ha, your kid is not too stupid. The reaction is quite quick." Principal Zhou said happily. "How come I have never seen you before?" Feng Yixiu puzzled. "I have been in the welfare home for 3 years, and it seems that I have never seen this uncle." He just knew that Grandpa Zhou had a son, but he never heard of it, as if he was a little bit resentful about this son. "I have been in the army a few years ago. I have only returned to Jiangshui City as a deputy principal in the last 6 months. I have been busy with official duties. I have only had time recently, so I plan to go back to see the old man in a few days. Principal Zhou explained. It turns out so. No wonder I haven't seen you before. Feng Yixiu suddenly realized. I have been outside all these years and have no time to accompany the old man. Thanks to you and Shun Ryu for accompanying the old man. My father called me when you came and said, let me take good care of you. If you are wronged, then don't recognize my son. Principal Zhou joked. Principal Zhou, don't say that. If Grandpa Zhou adopted us, I'm afraid we won't have today. We should thank him. Feng Yixiu smiled shyly and smiled. Okay, I have something important to tell you. OZW.com in his words, President Zhou looked at the confused 121 dormitory members on the side. Principal Zhou, you talk first. I will send him to the hospital first. The student immediately understood what President Zhou meant and carried the roommate who had fallen to the ground and quickly walked out. Snapped. The man did not forget to take the door with him when he went out. Principal Zhou, do you have any important things about me? Feng Yixiu was puzzled. Don't always call me Principal Zhou. Everyone is a family, so it seems so much. You just call me Uncle Zhou. Principal Zhou frowned. Okay, Uncle Zhou. Feng Yixiu immediately changed his mouth. Actually, it's not a big deal. Just now I accidentally seemed to see that you opened the blood channel. I don't know if it is my illusion. Can I take a look? Principal Zhou behaved like a curious baby with a full-face longing. Without thinking too much, Feng Yixiu instantly controlled the power of thunder in his body, allowing thunder to gather with his right arm. Cracking. Suddenly, the wind also trimmed a layer of thunder visible around the arms, which made people wonder. Sure enough, it's bloodline psychic, and it's the power of thunder. What kind of luck is my old man able to cultivate two geniuses to come out? President Zhou looked like he was looking at the artwork with his arms under the wind and repairing. Could not help but sigh. I can take the liberty to ask, what is blood channeling? Feng Yixiu is still confused. The so-called blood channel psychic. This is only possible if the blood spirit purity of the war spirit is extremely high, which is called the origin plan in the entire war spirit alliance. Principal Zhou suddenly became a little serious and said in a deep voice. Chapter 56 Gene Lock. Origin plan? What's that? Feng Yixiu asked, more puzzled. The so-called origin plan is a plan secretly carried out by our warrior alliance. It is specifically designed to cultivate a great plan that can break through the yoke of human evolution. The people involved in this plan are all top geniuses. Zhou the headmaster explained seriously. But what does this origination plan have to do with me? Feng Yixiu became more and more puzzled. Now that I am just a student, how can I have anything to do with a secret plan of the War Spirit Alliance? I don't even know where the War Spirit Alliance headquarters is. Then let alone mention the origin plan. He heard him confused, but he just felt very powerful. Of course it has something to do with you. Participants of this origination plan must awaken the blood channel psychic, but the possibility of reaching the blood channel psychic with their own strength is very small. Generally, a special potion is used to experience the limit. After the test, there is a chance to awaken the psychic blood. You should be considered a miracle. Principal Zhou looked at the wind like a monster and slowly repaired. Oh, I just saw that someone was going to destroy my only family portrait. I was a little emotional. I didn't expect to awaken the blood and psychic, and I don't know very well. Feng Yixiu supported us. Although he believes in President Zhou very much, he still understands the principle of innocence and guilt, and if he can, he is still willing to rot the secret of the system in his stomach forever. It may be that your blood of war spirits is very pure, but no matter what, you can be regarded as a strong man who has unlocked the genetic lock. Although it is only first order now, it is much stronger than its peers. Principal Zhou didn't think much, nodded, and agreed with Feng Yixiu's statement. Gene lock. What is that thing? Feng Yixiu frowned, his face confused. Don't think too complicated. Let's talk to you this way. Don't you think that all living things are evolving now? It's strange that only human beings haven't evolved. President Zhou said loudly. Aren't we awakening the blood of war spirits? Feng Yixiu asked instead. Yes, but this is to summon war spirits. This is an important talent for human beings, but it is not evolution itself. After people's research, it is found that it is not that humans cannot evolve, but that humans have not reached the conditions for evolution. Zhou the principal said slowly. OZW.com Conditions for Evolution? What conditions need to be met? Feng Yixiu also became interested and wondered. The reason why other creatures have evolved fast is because they are in nature and face the test of life and death at all times. In that case, it is easier to unlock the genetic lock. Of course, there is a probability of failure and success. Failure will death, the success is evolution. President Zhou said, "If you say this, I understand. You mean that human beings in a safe human society have no chance to experience life and death, so they can't open the genetic lock to achieve the purpose of evolution?" Feng Yixiu suddenly realized that he immediately answered, "Yes, this origin plan is to verify this fact, but human beings as advanced animals are obviously not the same as the general biological gene chain. Only people with extremely pure war spirit blood can withstand evolution. Backlash, otherwise ordinary people can only try to die." Principal Zhou turned around and then said, "No wonder I just felt my heart rate increase, and my blood vessels seemed to explode. It turned out to be like this." Feng Yixiu was a little scared when he recalled. If it was not that strong sense of faith that supported himself, I am afraid that he had already passed out. Principal Zhou patted Feng Yixiu's shoulder heavily and said with envy, "Anyway, you have succeeded, and you still awaken the powerful thunder, which has a promising future. Listening to you, does everyone have different blood-channeling psychic abilities?" Feng Yixiu heard the voice outside the string and asked, "That is nature. What kind of war spirit do you awaken? And that is what kind of bloodline psychic you get. Your snake spirit is a thunder system, so your awakening nature is the power of thunder. If I successfully awaken the bloodline psychic, then I am the power to control the flame." Principal Zhou explained patiently. "Did Uncle Zhou have your bloodline psychic?" Feng Yixiu wondered. "Little guy, what do you think? Although my talent is not bad, there is still a big gap with the genius who can participate in the Origin project, and because I am so old, I don't want to struggle between life and death all day. It's good to be a vice principal here." Principal Zhou smiled heartily, then touched the hair of Yixiu Feng and laughed. But at this moment, the door of the 121 bedroom was kicked open suddenly, and before this man came in, he heard a roar. "Who dares to bully my brother? Stand up for me." Chapter 57 Rich World. Feng Yixiu looked at the person who broke in with a look of embarrassment. It was Han Xiao who rushed over when he heard the news. While moving, he felt warm in his heart. But on the other hand, I felt a little embarrassed. I covered my eyes with embarrassment and said without a word, "Brother Han, I'd better not bully others. Where can someone bully me?" Han Xiao looked at this devastated dormitory, but it was also a mess. But when he saw President Zhou beside Feng Yixiu, he immediately stood straight and shouted, "Good morning, President Zhou." "Hurrah! Feng Yixiu, you really have a good brother." Principal Zhou smirked. "Let Uncle Zhou laugh. My brother Han has this character." Feng Yixiu scratched his head and smiled. "Do you need me to help you adjust the dormitory? But it may be a bit troublesome. You sent 2 roommates to the hospital on the first day. I am afraid that other dormitory will not let you stay." Zhou the headmaster thought about it, but it was a bit embarrassing. Brother Feng, on the first day you sent the 2 Class A students to the hospital? You are too cruel," Han Xiao said with a surprised expression. He knew that his brother was very fierce, but he really didn't expect to be so fierce. No wonder he was alone in this dormitory, and all of them were beaten to the hospital. I am afraid that any dormitory will be afraid of such a shame. Where do I know they are so easy to beat? I haven't tried hard yet. Feng Yixiu whispered. In this case, then you can move directly to my dormitory. Anyway, I am bored in the dormitory alone. I will barely accept you for it. Feng Yixiu suggested immediately. You live alone? Did you also hit your roommate to be hospitalized? Feng Yixiu's eyes widened, wondering. Han Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly and said lightly, What do you want? I'm not as fierce as you. I live in a student apartment, 120 square meters, but I live alone. OZW.com study, student apartment? Still 120 levels? This school has such a place. Feng Yixiu was confused. Could it be that poverty limits my imagination? Sure enough, the world of the rich is different. Even school accommodation can live in a 120 square meter student apartment. What's wrong? Is it too small? Or let's get a detached apartment. Han Xiao was surprised when he saw the wind and whispered in his ear. No, No, it's too big. I'm afraid of haunting. Feng Yixiu quickly waved his hand. That's fine. The two of you live together or have a care. The school opening ceremony will be held tomorrow. I have to go back and prepare, and I will go first. President Zhou Jianfeng's accommodation problem was also solved, so he got up and said, Principal Xiao Zhou just left the dormitory this week. Han Xiao looked at Feng Yixiu suspiciously and asked, Hurry up. Are you the principal child of Principal Zhou? Why is he so good to you? Feng Yixiu knocked Han Xiao directly on the head and said, You are a big head ghost. My surname is Feng, and his surname is Zhou. Do you think it is possible? Ouch! Han Xiao screamed in pain and said innocently, It's the same, but why is he so good to you? Because his father is my grandfather Zhou. It's not normal for him to treat me well. Feng Yixiu said lightly. You still say that you are not his illegitimate child? Han Xiao, I have seen your posture. It's over. The explanation is unclear. Feng Yixiu shook helplessly and sighed. Chapter 58 Luxury Apartment. But after Feng Yixiu's persistent explanation, Han Xiao finally understood the relationship between Feng Yixiu and Principal Zhou. The two talked, and soon came to the location of the student apartment. The environment of this student apartment is obviously much better than that of the student dormitory, and the surroundings are very quiet. Here, this is our home in the future. Han Xiao opened the door of the apartment with the door card. Feng Yixiu was immediately frightened by the luxurious decoration here, which turned out to be a luxuriously decorated duplex apartment, divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the living room and kitchen, and the second floor is the bedroom. There are no more than 2 bedrooms. Wow, this apartment is too luxurious. How much do you spend a month here? Feng Yixiu was shocked and took a sip of tea calmly. It's not expensive, it's only 10,000 a month. Han Xiao sat on the leather sofa opposite Feng Yixiu. Poof. Although Feng Yixiu was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't hold back. A sip of tea was spouted out, surprised, and said, 10,000. January. Han Xiao reluctantly took 2 paper towels and wiped the water stains on his face, saying lightly, You can rest assured that I have paid the rent for a year and don't need you to share with me. Then, how embarrassing. Should I share it with you? Feng Yixiu picked up an apple in front of him, took a bite, and said vaguely, How much is sharing? 10%. Han Xiao joked. What? What did you just say? I didn't hear too well. Feng Yi pretended not to hear clearly. Yes. When I didn't say it, you just live here. You said you want me to be the king of the Holy Spirit, but you are responsible for me. Han Xiao directly took out a room card and threw it to the wind, also repaired, happy. Responsible. What I have said is absolutely responsible. Feng Yixiu took the room card with a smile, confident. OZW.com. It's not too early. Let's take a break soon. The school opening ceremony will be held tomorrow. Han Xiao walked to the second floor with Hatch and entered his room. After Feng Yixiu rinsed for a while, he returned to his room. Just when he was taking a bath, he found that his skin became smoother than before and his muscle lines became more perfect. Although it is still so thin, it also belongs to the kind of superb figure that dresses thinly and undresses and has meat. Is this a change brought to me by the bloodline channel? It feels pretty good. Feng Yixiu said narcissistically to the mirror in the room. Huh. Now it's time to study the card fusion function of the system. Feng Yixiu squatted up from the bed with a carp. He summoned the magic book and took out all his cards. These days he got a total of 4 magic cards, 2 of which were obtained by killing Warcraft. One was sent by Grandpa Zhou, and the other was taken from Li Kaiyuan. There are a total of 4 gray iron magic cards. I will fuse 2 to try them first. Feng Yixiu immediately selected 2. He picked 2 cards that he could use, Hedgehog Sharp Armor, and Bamboo Leaf Green Fong. When he took the 2 cards in his hand at the same time, he finally heard the system prompt again. Ding! It is detected that the host possesses 2 gray iron level demon cards, which can be fused into a bronze level demon card. Are they fused? This time Feng Yixiu answered without hesitation. Yes. Chapter 59 Bronze Card. Suddenly Feng Yixiu's eyes appeared a fusion interface. 2 card grooves can be placed below, should be used to place magic cards. However, there is a slight difference in that the main card is written below the groove on the left, and the secondary card is written on the right. What does this mean? Feng Yixiu was also confused for a while. and then guessed. This should be the main direction to determine the fusion. Then let the spiked hedgehog be the main card. Feng Yixiu carefully placed the hedgehog pointed armor on the left and the other directly on the right groove. Will the fusion card be placed? Will the fusion start? The system reminded again. Start fusion, Feng Yixiu ordered. Booming. Suddenly, the entire fusion interface emits a dazzling light, especially the empty groove above the two card grooves, which emits a dazzling yellow light, as if it is condensing physical cards. However, during this period, Feng Yixiu felt that the spiritual energy in his body had begun to consume insanely, but within a short period of more than 10 seconds, he felt that his body was hollowed out. Ding! Congratulations on the successful fusion of the host, obtaining a bronze demon card, Iron Hedgehog Sword Armor. The system sounded again, and a brand new card appeared in front of Feng Yixiu. Huh, it's finally done. This stuff is too spiritually consuming. A card consumes 3/4 of my spiritual energy. It seems that my dream of getting rich by this fortune is shattered. Feng Yixiu was also relieved and wiped the sweat on his forehead, panting. The function of this magic card fusion is not fully automatic, but it has to absorb its own spiritual power to function properly. OZW.com in that way, my desire to mass-produce magic cards was dashed. It was originally imagined that a gold-level magic card can be produced at once, which is probably even more impossible. However, it is enough to synthesize bronze-level magic cards. If you really try to synthesize gold-level magic cards, it is a small matter to absorb your spiritual power. I am afraid that the 2 silver-level magic cards will also be scrapped. Hey, am I too greedy? It seems that this meal still has to be eaten bite by bite. How can one eat a big fat man? Feng Yixiu said to himself. Feng Yixiu directly reached out to take down the synthesized bronze-level demon card and carefully examined it in his hand. This is worthy of the bronze-level demon card. It was heavy in his hand. Watching the Warcraft pattern and name on this bronze card have changed, it has changed from that sharp-edged hedgehog into a steel hedgehog. One of the most important changes is that spiked armor. It used to be like a nail, but now it looks like a sword with a handle. This is the power of the bronze demon card. Sure enough, Feng Yixiu rejoiced. It is conceivable that if Bai Lu uses this bronze-level demon card, the attack power will definitely double. Originally, he wanted to call Han Xiao to upgrade the Iron Beetle Iron armor for him. But as soon as he walked out of the room, he heard that the lights in the opposite room had been turned off. There was a slight grunt. Forget it. Don't worry on this day. There will be opportunities in the future, Feng Yixiu decided. After Feng Yixiu packed all his luggage, he placed the sachets he gave to his family portrait and ewer under his pillow and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 60 Opening Ceremony. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm sounded on time. Feng Yixiu got up on time, and after half an hour of meditation, he pulled Han Xiao up again. The two went to the square where the opening ceremony was held early after breakfast. Feng Yixiu found Shin Ruyu in the crowd for the first time and sat next to her under her greeting. He briefly glanced at everyone who participated in the freshman opening ceremony this time, as if there were about 300 or so. This shows that many people were eliminated during the second level of the Wukao examination. After all, not everyone with the War Spirit bloodline talent can become a War Spirit Master. Otherwise, the status of the Warlord will not be so respected. The more than 300 people were divided into 4 teams. Obviously, this is a square array divided by class. Most of the students in the square array where Feng Yixiu is located are listless. But it's no wonder. After all, they are assigned to Dingban. I'm afraid any student will not be too happy. Hello everyone, congratulations. You are officially known as a member of our Qingyan College. I believe that through these years of hard work, you can become a strong individual. It's not someone else who is speaking on the podium. President Zhou, who had just met with Feng Yixiu yesterday. I have to say that President Zhou's ability to speak is admirable, and he was alone for more than an hour. The class teacher of the following classes can lead the students of their own class to their own class. I hope that the students must remember that they should not be arrogant because they are assigned to the second class. As long as you work hard, there is still a chance for the attacked students. Come on. President Zhou finally finished reading his speech. OZW.com. After President Zhou finished reading his speech, The 5 teachers sitting next to him walked slowly towards this side. The only female teacher among them went towards Dingban. It looked very young. If he didn't know that he was a teacher, I would have thought it was a senior student. I saw him wearing a purple teacher uniform, reaching a height of 1.7 or 5. Even if he was not wearing high heels, it looked very slender. She has a purple long hair shawl. No matter her figure or appearance is impeccable. Even beauty blanks such as Shun Ryu could not help but admire. But the most amazing thing is that his pair of purple eyes, like 2 amethysts in the night, although very charming, but people dare not easily approach. Everyone in Dingban couldn't help but get a little drunk, and some male students could not help whispering, "Teacher, so beautiful." Good classmates. My name is Jialan Ziyu. You can call me Jialan teacher in the future. Jialan Ziyu stood directly in front of Dingban's square matrix and said in a deep voice, "I don't know if it's the illusion of Feng Yixiu. He always feels that this teacher seems to have looked at himself more intentionally or unintentionally. You come with me now. Let's go back to our class first." Jialan Ziyu finished and took the lead in the front of the team. The crowd followed the pace of Jialan Ziyu and soon came to their class, which had a T letter on the house number. All the teachers in the whole first grade are on the first floor. It is a huge circular building. The area of the class is also amazing. Chapter 61 Coffee Purple Ball. This teaching model is not like the traditional high school learning model, but like a university learning model. So all the students could only find their own seats, and Feng Yixiu naturally sat with Shin Ryu and Han Xiao. Good classmates. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jialan Ziyu. In the next 3 years, I hope we can make progress together. Jialan Ziyu introduced solemnly and wrote his name on the blackboard. Teacher, we want to know what your war spirit is. Many people in the audience curious. Everyone wants to have a strong teacher. After all, if the teacher is not strong enough, it is impossible to teach a good student. My war spirit is the Purple Flame King Snake, and I am a 4th level, 8th order war spirit master. Jialan Ziyu reached out to stop the commotion and solemnly said. Suddenly, all the students exploded. Oh my God! Shall we enter the wrong class? Could this be Class A? How could a teacher who is about to become the king of war spirits come to teach Dingban? Am I dreaming? And the teacher's Purple Flame King Snake is the best in the mature war spirits. Especially the fire poison is terrible. All the students were incredible for a while, and even some students walked directly to the door of the class to see if they entered the wrong class. Give me peace. Jialan Ziyu suddenly burst into an extremely strong momentum and suddenly made the whole class quiet again. OZW.com. You didn't make a mistake. This is indeed Dingban, but I don't want you to set limits for yourself. You are now Dingban, which does not mean that you will always be inferior. Jialan Ziyu paused for a while and continued. In my opinion, Class A and our Dingban are no different. You will not be worse than anyone. As long as you work hard, it is not a vain to surpass Class A. In this passage, although all students knew that it was Jialan Ziyu to encourage them, they unconsciously ignited a flame in their hearts, which instantly aroused the fighting spirit of all students. Dingban, who was still very lazy, became very active in an instant, and the atmosphere of the whole class gradually warmed up and was no longer so lifeless. There are a total of 92 people in our Ding class, which is considered a super large class. I am afraid that it cannot be managed by the teacher alone. Are there any classmates who volunteer to want to be the class leader? Jialan Ziyu glanced at the student, then loudly wrote. At present, the number of people in Dingban should be the largest, and the number of people in Class A should be the smallest. After all, the probability of awakening lower-level war spirits can be much higher than the probability of higher-level war spirits. Ms. Jialan, I want to be the monitor. As soon as the words of Jialan Ziyu fell, some people raised their hands to compete for the position of the squad leader. This classmate is very positive. Please introduce yourself and let the classmates know you. Jialan Ziyu smiled. This position of the squad leader can be said to be the core of a class. It is not a courage that can be assumed. It must pass a certain assessment. Good classmates, my name is Ning Chun, the dog spirit of my war spiritualist style. The student named Ning Chun introduced himself. Very good. Are there any other students who want to compete for the position of class leader? Jialan Ziyu looked at the rest of the students again and said loudly. Chapter 62 Competition Monitor. The ghost is going to be the monitor. It's laborious and unpleasant. Feng Yixiu whispered below. But at this moment, suddenly felt a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his wrists, violently exerted force, raised his hands up. Good. This classmate in white. Please introduce yourself. Jialan Ziyu said in surprise. Feng Yixiu looked at Han Xiao beside him desperately, then stood up helplessly. He was yawned by Han Xiao beside him, and he also regarded him as a good brother at a loss. Such a critical moment actually pitted himself. This classmate, are you listening to me? Jialan Ziyu saw Feng Yixiu stood up for a long time without speaking, and asked again. Listening, teacher, my name is Feng Yixiu. The war spirit is the thunder, snake spirit. Feng Yixiu introduced himself, although very reluctant. But since they all stood up, it can only be on the scalp. Looking at Han Xiao with a smirk beside him, Feng Yixiu decided to repair this Han Xiao well after class. Just when Feng Yixiu said the word lei, the eyes of everyone in the class visibly brightened. When he heard the next two words, he instantly lost interest. Cut. Startled me. I thought our class was a genius. It turned out to be a dead war spirit. Ning Chun, who was preparing to run for squad leader, sighed with relief, a bit disdainful. Although he is also a low-level war spirit, his war spirit has at least a chance to break through the complete body, but the possibility is minimal. But compared with the abolished war spirits recognized by the war spirits world, their war spirits are better than a star. If he is in Class C, he may not dare to say anything, but here is Ding Ban, and he is still confident that he is taller than himself. OZW.com. Besides, how can his war spirit be much stronger than a pet snake when he is young? Student Ning, pay attention to your attitude. There are no waste war spirits, only waste war spirit masters. If I were to let you hear such words, I will drive you out of Ding Ban personally. Jialan Ziyi seriously. Teacher, I was wrong. I won't say that again in the future. Ning Chen immediately apologized to Jialan Ziyu. But Feng Yixiu couldn't see the slightest apology in his eyes, but the contempt was revealed undisguisedly. Jialan Ziyu waited a little while and found that there was no other person competing for the monitor. He directly announced, then you can try it out, and the winner will be the monitor. Feng Yixiu and Ning Chun came to the rostrum together. This rostrum is different from the ordinary rostrum, and it is very large in area. This is also to facilitate the teacher to demonstrate the fighting skills of the war spirits. But just as Jialan Ziyu was about to call out, Han Xiao stood up cautiously. Teacher, will this hurt your classmates by mistake? You can rest assured, I will not be too ruthless. Ning Chun smiled contemptuously, then patted his chest to ensure. Student, you may have misunderstood what I meant. I am saving you. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and then sat down. He had almost foretold the tragic ending of Ning Chun. If the wind is really repaired, I am afraid that the hospital will have another long-term illness. You can rest assured, with me, I will guarantee their safety. Jialan Ziyu assured. Feng Yixiu and Ning Chun summoned their own war spirits at the same time. Ning Chen's war spirit is obviously much larger than Feng Yixiu's snake spirit, and as soon as he appeared, he shouted at the Xiao Bai Lu with a grin. Chapter 63 Wind Dog. In Feng Yixiu's mind, even if all the information about the other's war spirits appeared, war spirit name, dog spirit, war spirit attribute, wind, war spirit rank, young spirit, war spirit level, level 1, war spirit skills, bite blast, long-term demand for promotion, blast dog. Are you sure you want your little earthworm to compete with my dog spirit? Ning Chun smiled disdainfully. During the talk, the dog spirit's two previous values suddenly fell deep, as if at any time it might burst and hurt someone. Feng Yixiu smiled faintly and calculated. Just let me try the power of my bronze magic card. If you want to fight, where is there so much nonsense? Feng Yixiu sneered. He had never thought about competing for the position of squad leader, but the other party underestimated himself twice. If he didn't give him a lesson, I'm afraid he would dare to challenge himself afterwards. Well, don't say that I bully you, little earthworm. I will let you take the shot first. Ning Chun directly arms around his chest, his face relaxed. If anyone wants to challenge him, he will definitely deal with it seriously, but he is just a waste war spirit. and he must strive to leave a good impression in front of the teachers and students. "Oh, are you sure I want to shoot first?" Feng Yixiu asked. "That's natural. After all, I want to let you know that there is a gap between the lower-level war spirits." Ningchen mocked. At the moment, the students sitting under the stage also started to discuss one after another. Who said they will win? OZW.com. Aren't you nonsense? Do you think a pet snake can win the dog spirit? The same is true of this non-poisonous snake. What is the difference from a toothless tiger? Almost all students are not very optimistic about Feng Yixiu. After all, this pet snake's reputation is outside, but it is not a good reputation. "Xiabela, it's time for you to perform," Feng Yixiu ordered directly. Hiss! Xiabela instantly turned into a beam of thunder and immediately walked back and forth around the podium. Although the dog spirit is the war spirit of the wind system, the speed is still quite a bit lower than that of the little white building of the thunder system. What's more, the snake spirit is inherently weak and boneless, and its position is extremely strange, and it has passed through the dog spirit side several times. "Damn, are you a loach? Do you just hide?" Ning Chen's angry eyes were red and roared. "Little dog, use blast." In fact, Xiao Bailu, who couldn't catch the snake skin, could only use Ning Chen's own psychic skills. The dog spirit's limbs were covered with a layer of wind, as if the entire body became much lighter, and the speed directly doubled. "Yeah, compared to my speed? You think too much. Xiabela, let him see what speed is. Use arc flash." Feng Yixiu ordered directly. I saw that Xiao Beilu's moment turned into a thunder, a strong lightning burst out of him, and a perfect arc was drawn in the air, which dazzled people. At this moment, Xiabela is like playing with the dog spirit, and he is madly swaying in front of his eyes, but the wind-based dog spirit, known for its speed, can't even touch a hair of Xiabela. "Okay, this is almost the same. It's over." Death winding. Feng Yixiu also looked tired, playing hatch. Chapter 64 Sword Armor. Suddenly, Xiabela immediately appeared above the dog spirit, and the whole body was directly wound up, directly binding the dog spirit. Oh! The huge strangling force made the dog spirit make a sound of help, but the sound is getting smaller and smaller. At the moment, Ning Chun was also cold and sweaty, and his face was flushed. The war spirit was injured. As the master, the war necromancer would naturally be punished. "Hey, I said you are not my opponent, Xiabela. Let it go." Feng Yixiu shook his head and ordered. "Since everyone is a classmate, we have to meet in a class every day in the future, so naturally there is no need to be so unhappy." Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiabela released the dog spirit rushed up like a mad dog and directly pressed Xiabela with two claws. Xiaolan Ziyu sees that Feng Yixiu has already occupied a full range of 10, just want to turn around and announce that the winner is Feng Yixiu, just did not see this scene happening later. "Hey, the soldiers are not deceitful. The squad leader is mine. Green Mamba, Fong Fong armed. Little dog, use bite." Ning Chun faced with a frantic look and ordered directly. Upon seeing this, Han Xiao and Shun Ryu were both frightened and stood up directly. It seems that Ning Chun was serious, even a sneak attack. Even with the dog spirit armed with fangs to bite Xiabela, if it is bitten, I am afraid it will be seriously injured. "Brother Feng, be careful," Shun Ryu immediately shouted, and at the same time, he was ready to summon his own fire spirit. If it was necessary, he would not mind letting Ning Chun pay the price. Feng Yixiu also reacted when he heard the voice, and immediately frowned, thinking about letting him go, but he didn't think he didn't appreciate it. So don't blame yourself. OZW.com. He took 3 steps directly back, and then directly ordered. Xiabela directly shrunk into a ball. "Steel hedgehog sword armor," Feng Yixiu said coldly. Suddenly Xiabela seemed to turn into a steel hedgehog. Countless sharp swords directly extended from his body, covering a range of 2 meters. As soon as the dog spirit was about to bite up, it was put to one Jian by the countless swords, and it turned into a white aura of light and returned to Ning Chen's demon scripture. Guru, bronze demon card. The countless sharp swords were only 1 millimeter away from Ning Chen. The sharp swords hung directly in front of his pupils, almost making him blind. The intense fear made his legs soft and trembling, and he almost peed out. Even Feng Yixiu walked towards him, and he didn't notice it at all. Feng Yixiu directly slapped him directly on the shoulder. Hey, in front of absolute strength, don't you think your little cleverness is ridiculous? Boom! Ning Chun was suddenly taken aback, and suddenly knelt down on the ground, shaking, said, "Sorry, you will be the squad leader of our class in the future. You let me go to the left. I absolutely dare not go to the right. In the future, your little cleverness is better placed on dealing with other classes. If you let me know that you are dealing with your class brothers like this, I won't let you go as you do today." Feng Yixiu said in a deep voice, quite a kind of deterrent. This is the way the world is. The only truth that has not changed since ancient times is to respect the strong. Perhaps before the advent of the great maniac, the definition of the strong is other aspects. But since the advent of the great maniac, this strong man's definition is harder than anyone's fist. Chapter 65 Heaven is Good. In fact, Feng Yixiu also had some surprises in the power of his just move, which seemed to be much stronger than he expected. Could it be that because of the opening of the psychic of the blood, the power of his war spirit is made stronger? This question is still to find an opportunity to smell the teacher Jialan Ziyu. After all, she is a teacher. It is better than guessing. The winner just now is Feng Yixiu. Does anyone else want to challenge him? Jialan Ziyu also recovered from the shock and said to all students. For a time, Dingban looked at each other and shook his head frantically. "Teacher, aren't you kidding us? This style is too violent, and it's too fierce. How can you beat it? We are going to get a gray iron level demon card, and he has a bronze level demon card. This is not necessary. These are all low-level war spirits. How can this difference be so great?" All the students in Ding class are staring at Feng Yixiu with admiration. With such a powerful class leader, you will not have to be a man with your tail in the college in the future. Well, even no classmates want to challenge Feng classmates. Then I announced that Feng also amended to become my Ding class. Jialan Ziyu looked around and found that no one really raised his hand and immediately prepared a serious look for publicity. But at this moment, Feng Yixiu blinked towards Shun Ruyu, and Shun Ruyu immediately understood the meaning of Feng Yixiu. He cleverly approached Han Xiao on the side, and suddenly pushed Han Zhao's hand up. Jialan Ziyu immediately saw the person who raised his hand, and the words from his mouth were taken back, smiling. "It seems this classmate is very courageous. Come up and introduce yourself." Han Xiao looked dazed. Sure enough, there is a good reincarnation of heaven who will spare the sky. OZW.com. Han Xiao looked helplessly at Shun Ryu, who was laughing next to him, helplessly stood up and walked to the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Han Xiao, and the fighting spirit is the turtle of the earth." Han Xiao made a brief self-introduction. Just now Feng Yixiu showed such a strong strength. I didn't expect that someone would come to challenge him. It was really courageous. Everyone applauded and encouraged him. Jialan Ziyu saw Han Xiao feeling a little upset, thinking he not confident, so he encouraged everyone to encourage. "Papa." Suddenly, all the students applauded and thundered. "Okay, this time is running out. Please hurry up and try it." Jialan Ziyu looked at the clock in the classroom and urged. Han Xiao reluctantly summoned his own war spirits. As soon as Xiaoba came out, he saw the opposite Xiaobela and enthusiastically greeted him with his small paws. Xiaobela also shook his body happily and greeted Xiaoba. Han Xiao stared at Feng Yixiu resentfully and said in a lip, "Your kid is yelling at me." Feng Yixiu also replied with obvious lips, "My name is Li Shanghui." However, Han Xiao did not worry too much. His war spirit was not a little aggressive, and it was impossible to defeat Feng Yixiu. The position of this squad leader had to be his. "Hey, I have 100 ways for you to win." Feng Yixiu calculated. Immediately, he tried to wink at Xiaobela, and Xiaobela nodded cutely. Immediately, he rolled toward Xiaoba like a rolling pin. Xiaoba looked at Xiaobela rolling over, and thought it came to play for himself. Chapter 66 Hurt each other. So Xiaoba rubbed Xiaobela's body with his head, and occasionally grabbed Xiaobela's body with his claws. Suddenly, Xiaobela bounced up, and leaped directly into Xiaoba's just open mouth, pretending to be a paralyzed face, and spit out his snake letter. Feng Yixiu immediately pretended to be seriously injured, staring at Han Xiao with a surprised look, shouting, "Good strong bite force. I admit defeat." Xiao Ba and Han Xiao were stunned on the spot. What fairy operation is this, Nima? Can I still play like this? At this moment, Jialan Ziyu and all the students were stunned, staring at everything happening on the podium. The snake spirit that had just been so strong was killed by an instant spike. It seems that Han Xiao is a master. Horrible. Since Feng Yixiu has already conceded defeat, then I announce that the position of this squad leader will come from Han Xiao. Although Jialan Ziyu could see that the wind was repairing the sea, but he didn't reveal it, he announced directly. Since this kind of wind is also iron-hardened and doesn't want to be the squad leader, the twisted melon will not be sweet. Wait a minute. Han Xiao finally reacted. First looked at Feng Yixiu helplessly, then shouted, "Student Han, do you have anything to say?" Jialan Ziyu asked with a smile. "I want to report," Han Xiao said in a deep voice. "Do you want to report? Who do you want to report?" Jialan Ziyu was confused. "I want to report Shenryu. She is an elemental spirit. No one in our class is more suitable than him as a monitor." Han Xiao glanced proudly at Feng Yixiu, laughing and chuckling. Suddenly, the entire dinban blew up again, and even the teacher could not control the situation. OZW.com. What? Our class has you on. Elemental spirit? Are we still din class? Should I not be in the wrong class? I was in the same class as the elemental genius. I just endured a bronze-level demon card, and now there is another elemental spirit to make people live. In an instant, the entire dinban people were about to collapse. It was really too much to be hit on this day. Jialan Ziyu was also surprised when she heard the words, and then a large amount of Shunryu was carefully watched. Principal Zhou just told him to take care of the wind, and also repair Shunryu and Han Xiao, but there was no reason why she would understand naturally when she said what. Now she finally understands. This is really a big shock. She was originally assigned to Ding Ban, and there was a trace of displeasure, and now the haze in her heart disappeared instantly. "Mr. Shun, did Han just say that?" Jialan Ziyu named directly. Shenryu stood up helplessly, glaring at Han Xiao fiercely, and then replied, "Teacher, my war spirit is indeed one of the elemental spirits." Afterwards, Shenryu directly summoned his magic book, directly summoned his own fire spirit, and floated in midair. As soon as the fire spirit appeared in the classroom, the air conditioner seemed to have no effect, and the temperature of the entire class rose a few degrees in an instant. In this case, our class should have no stronger war spirit than you. This class leader should be yours to serve. Do other students have any opinions? Jialan Ziyu said in a deep voice. No. All Dingban students shook their heads like a rattle. This Nima has nothing to disobey. Others are the strongest elemental spirits, and they are also fire spirits of great strength. Who dares to convince them? Chapter 67 Self-Reliance. In fact, then the class leader will be Shunryu and Han Xiao will be the deputy class leader. In the future, you will have to take the responsibility of your class leader, unite your classmates, manage the class style, and assist the teacher. I hope you can do well. The voice of Jialan Ziyu had just dropped, and the sound of the next bell rang, and the morning session came to an end. The course of this war college is not the same as the general school. This class is usually one morning or one afternoon. If you need to use the toilet, you can go out through the back door. After all, this practice relies on consciousness, and no one will be too restrictive with you. Anyway, if the final assessment fails, it is simply impossible to graduate. Students, hurry up for lunch. In the afternoon, we will officially start the class. I hope that students will not be late. Jialan Ziyu turned and left the classroom. Han Xiao. As soon as the teacher Jialan Ziyu came out, Shenryu stood up furiously, immediately summoned her own war spirit, and rushed towards Han Xiao. You don't mess up. It's not you who hurt me first, otherwise I won't report you. Han Xiao begged for mercy. I don't listen. Shenryu said angrily. Feng Yixiu saw that the two rushed out, and they followed them directly out. It didn't seem to matter to themselves anyway. When he caught up with the two of them, Han Zhao's hair was as funny as a tinfoil. Yo, brother Han, would you want to be a scum man? Feng Yixiu laughed. Go for it. You're so embarrassed to laugh at me. I haven't settled the accounts with you yet. I didn't expect you to be an actor, brother. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. If you didn't frame me, would I act with you? You're called self-sufficiency. Feng Yixiu took Han Zhao's shoulder directly and walked towards Qingyun restaurant. OZW.com. Brother Han, as you just pitted us, you as our elder brother, don't you think it should be expressed? Shenryu said with a smile. How do you say that? Han Xiao looked sad. Although I really want to say no, but who will let me take care of it? We sent it very well. The restaurant walked up on the 3rd floor. Feng Yixiu continued. Farewell. I didn't expect you to have such a large amount of food. Han Xiao didn't even take a look at Shenryu sideways and whispered, especially Sanmei, look at your thin body. I have more. As soon as the words fell, Han Xiao suddenly felt a cold touch climbed up to his left neck, and a hot flame came from the right. Xiaobela and Huahua stared at themselves with cold faces. Guru, Han Xiao compromised on the spot and immediately promised, eat. Eat as much as you want. Don't be polite with your brother. After a meal full of wine, Feng Yixiu asked Shenryu and Han Xiao for the magic card in their hands while they were eating. Without too much inquiries, the two directly taught their magic cards to Feng Yixiu. Feng Yixiu promised to give them a big surprise in the afternoon, but this shock may be more than a surprise. As soon as he returned to the student apartment, he returned to his dormitory and locked the door directly. The class started at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it's only 12:30, and I have about 1.5 hours. Chapter 68 Scarab Card. Yuer said he wanted this magic card. Then this one would be the main card. Feng Yixiu once again launched the fusion interface, and then a gray iron-level demon card was placed in the main card slot, and another insignificant card was placed in the secondary card slot. Ding! Congratulations on the host's successful fusion, and a bronze demon card, Red Flame Sparrow Red Flame. Then Feng Yixiu did the same, and helped Han Xiao get a bronze monster card, Scarab Scarlet. So you're done. Feng Yixiu wiped the sweat from his face. It took more than an hour to refine the 2 bronze-level demon cards. He found that when he was making magic cards, it seemed to be of great benefit to his spiritual cultivation. During this period, the rate of increase of spiritual power is very rapid, and I feel that I will soon break through to the 1st and 2nd order. I didn't expect that this fusion card can also help my cultivation, which is a good way. Feng Yixiu was surprised. Then he sorted out the clothes and opened his door. Boom! Suddenly a figure rushed in front of him, and the wind also fixed his eyes. It was Han Xiao. Brother Han, what are you doing? What is this big gift for doing such a big lunch with me? Feng Yixiu hurried forward to support him and ridiculed. Han Xiao leaned on his waist and stood up slowly, eating pain. I just saw your room seem to be glowing. I thought your house was on fire. What do you want? Feng Yixiu was speechless, and then threw a bronze-level demon card to Han Xiao with a smile. This is to pay your rent. Don't be polite to me. Green, bronze-level demon card, Scarab Scarlet. Han Xiao took the demon card and looked surprised. Where did you get this? OZW.com. This is a secret. Do you want it? Don't give it back to me. Feng Yixiu is about to get back the magic card. There is no reason to take back the thing sent out. Yes, of course I want. Fools don't want it. Han Xiao immediately put it away. Since Feng Yixiu didn't want to say, he wouldn't be forced by a strong man. So he had to break the casserole and ask in the end, who has no secret after all. Feng Yixiu gave him this demon card, which means that he trusted him extremely, and he naturally could not live up to the goodwill of others. You said you are a young master in the capital, a super rich 2nd generation. Why don't you buy some advanced magic cards yourself? Feng Yixiu was curious. Even if Han Zhao's family is extraordinary, it must be very rich at home. Why didn't she buy some slightly more advanced magic cards for her? This is what you don't know. This demon card is different from ordinary things, but it is an important strategic material related to the development of warlords. The state explicitly prohibits any private merchants or families from selling or hoarding too many demon cards. Our Han family is no exception, Han Xiao explained solemnly. On the one hand, this rule is to maintain a good environment, in order to allow low-level warlocks to obtain the necessary magic card upgrades through their own efforts. Otherwise, the high-level warlocks will kill all low-level warcraft that are easy to kill, then sell it to the low-level war spirit master at a high price. Then the whole war spirit world is messed up. On the other hand, it is also to prevent the country's magic cards from flowing abroad. After all, the magic cards belong to important strategic materials. If they are sold to other countries by blackheart merchants, they will pose a huge threat to their own countries. That means that this thing can't be changed anymore. Feng Yixiu was disappointed. I was thinking about getting rich by relying on this fortune. It seems completely hopeless now. What? Are you thinking of selling this precious thing? Brother, you are my brother. Han Xiao couldn't believe it. Others can get the magic card they need, thank God, and sometimes do everything possible to change the magic card in other people's hands. This brother actually wants to make money? Doesn't it seem to drink alcohol at noon? What happened? Han Xiao remarked, and then patiently explained. However, although this monster card cannot be sold, it can be exchanged from the War Spirit Alliance. As long as you have enough Union coins, you can exchange the devil card you need. War Spirit Alliance is the only official organization that can legally exchange magic cards. Chapter 69 Alliance Benefits. Alliance currency? What's that? Can the gadget be exchanged for money? Feng Yixiu wondered. Han Xiao was silent for a while before answering. This Union coin is similar to the contribution value of the War Spirit Master, which can be obtained by completing the release task of the War Spirit Alliance. But it can also be exchanged for some other materials, such as Magic Card or Warcraft Crystal Core. I almost understood it when you said that. Feng Yixiu nodded, and then found that the opposite side didn't seem to answer his own question, so he asked again. You haven't answered my question yet. Can I exchange money for this Union currency? The Union coin is equivalent to military merit, and the Demon card is equivalent to arms. Have you ever seen anyone dare to buy these things with money? Han Xiao said a little. Everyone else is trying their best to get Union pay. How can this brother think of using Union coin to exchange money? If this is heard by others, I am afraid that I will be mad at this spot. Oh, I'll understand it by saying that I can't change the money, right? Feng Yixiu was disappointed. But you don't have to be too disappointed. If you want to be a warlord, you will basically not be short of money. Even if you don't do anything, you will get a sum every month just by the role of warlord. The expensive money is also regarded as the welfare of the warlords by the state and the alliance. Han Xiao was disappointed when he saw the wind, and specially reminded. Basically, after becoming a war spiritualist, this secular life has been far away from them. What they have to do is to continue to cultivate and become a more powerful war spiritualist. The country certainly will not let a psychic genius worry about those trivial things. Basically, as long as it is good enough, it will naturally get everything it wants. There is such a good thing. How much can you get in that month? Feng Yixiu's eyes brightened immediately, excited. This depends on the level of the warlord. We are now first-level warlords, and we can get about 7,000 a month. Not much, but as the warlord's level gradually increases, the money we can get there will be more and more. Even after reaching the War Spirit King, the state directly rewards a villa. Han Xiao is somewhat lacking in interest. OZW.com anyway. These $7,000 are drizzle for him. They are all optional, and he may not even go to the War Spirit Alliance to get his monthly salary. 7,000. After reaching the War Spirit King, even a villa can be rewarded. Feng Yixiu almost jumped up with excitement. In the past, when I was still working in a food stall, my salary for 1 month was 2,000 yuan. That was when I knew the boss very well. I remember when he was young, even some black-hearted bosses delayed wages indefinitely. At that time, he was young and he could not sign labor contracts. Naturally, he could only swallow his mouth. Now he doesn't need to do anything. As long as he keeps getting stronger, he can get a high salary, and his motivation to practice now is directly multiplied by 10 times. So why are you still here? Hurry up and go. Without saying anything, Feng Yixiu pulled Han Xiao directly and ran outside the door. Where are we going? Han Xiao almost stumbled and asked. Aren't you talking nonsense? Hurry to class. This time is money. Let's hurry up to practice. Feng Yixiu said seriously. Wait a minute. My slippers haven't changed yet. Han Xiao was dragged away by Feng Yixiu directly. Chapter 70 Qingyun Training Ground. But even if Feng Yixiu was in a hurry, he never forgot to call Shun Ryu and went to the girls' dormitory to pick her up. Then she went to Qingyun Training Hall together. The so-called Qingyun Training Hall is specially designed for the training of Qingyun College students. It is a large circular building. The steel used is special steel. Even the underground floors are made of super fireproof and waterproof materials. After all, the attributes of this war spirit are various. If it is a general building, I am afraid that it can't withstand the training intensity of the war spirit master. The three of them came to the first floor of Qingyun Training Hall together. This floor is specially used for the first grades. The seniors are trained on the second and third floors. It's really a key high school. The scale of this training hall is really big. Han Xiao praised it rare. Yo, it's rare that such words come out of your mouth. Is it that the War Soul Academy in Kyoto is not as good as here? Feng Yixiu said something strange. That's not there, but there is nothing new here. After all, the buildings in Kyoto are all old antiques. The training hall of Qingyun Academy should be newly built. Han Xiao explained with a smile. The whole Qingyun Training Hall is divided into 4 small training halls on the first floor. The area of each training hall is the same. There is nothing unfair. And this is a training room where all 4 class teachers draw lots, so it is fairly fair to say that. The 3 of them came to the training room number 3 as instructed by Mr. Jialan in the morning. On the way, they just passed the training room number 1. They just saw that there were already many students in it. Feng Yixiu knew it was Class A almost without looking, because he saw the arrogance of his life from their expressions, as if he was born to be superior. However, when the 3 of them passed the training hall number 1, because Shun Ruyu's temperament and beauty were too good, almost everyone in Class A's eyes gathered. Even some boys deliberately summoned their high-level war spirits, as if showing off their muscles. OZW.com. Among them is a figure surrounded by the center, and his eyes also follow Shun Ruyu's constant movement. He is the squad leader of the Class A, Bai Tang, awakening the spirit of one of the elemental spirits. Shun Ryu, who was on the side of Feng Yixiu's subconscious, protected it, and smiled coldly at the geniuses of Class A, but in a blink of an eye he disappeared at the entrance of number 1 training hall. Bai Tang, wouldn't you be in love with that girl? A silver-haired woman standing next to Bai Tang at the moment was quite bitter. Schwer, what are you talking about? How could it be? Bai Tang then recovered and smiled at Lin Schwer. Lin Schwer was Bing Ling, who had awakened one of the elemental spirits, and now serves as a general deputy squad leader. It's good if they don't. They seem to be all dingban. I don't think you will like a waste. Lin Schwer smiled coldly and scornfully. Bai Tang shook his head with a smile, and did not speak, as if thoughtfully silent for a while. This Qingyun Training Hall is a ring-shaped corridor outside, and it takes a certain time to enter the training hall number 3. I said 3 sisters, it seems that you are quite popular in our college. Han Xiao said with a smirk. That's nature, and you is also a school flower in our middle school. Naturally, this high school is no exception. When Shun Ryu spoke, Feng Yixiu proudly said. Chapter 71 Bullying. Brother Feng, you made fun of me again. Shun Ryu bowed his head shyly, but still couldn't hide his smile. I think many geniuses in Class A are interesting to Sanmei. Brother Feng, I think you are not under pressure. Han Xiao smirked. Do you think I will be afraid? Feng Yixiu didn't care. Han Xiao thought about it for a while, and then said seriously, I don't think you will, but the squad leader of Class A heard that he is very strong, and he cannot be taken lightly. I call him a genius or a fool. If he had to provoke you, I wouldn't be polite. Feng Yixiu glanced at Shun Ryu, looking very seriously. In the speaking room, the 3 finally came to the training hall number 3, but before they entered the door, they heard a noise from inside. Feng Yixiu hurriedly pulled the 2 into, but saw that his classmates were confronting a group of people he didn't know. Ning Chun, who had previously fought for the position of squad leader with Feng Yixiu, was obviously injured. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. If the classmates from his own class did not support him, I am afraid he could no longer stand up. Ding Hu, you are deceiving too much. This training hall number 3 is clearly ours. Why should we let you? Ning Chun stared at each other fiercely and roared. Why? Just because we are Class C, you are Dingban. You should let us. At the moment, a man standing at the forefront of the opposite class team, with a disdainful look, missed everyone in Dingban and said with a deep voice. The man's muscles are exceptionally well developed, wearing a black vest, and his strong muscles propped up the loose vest. If we don't let it, Ning Chen gritted his teeth. Ding Hu sneered and approached Ning Chun for 2 steps, condescending, and said, "Then hit you until you let it go. Just fight. Whoever is afraid. When our squad leader comes, we will ask you to beg for mercy." Ding Ban suddenly shouted, "Haha, I'm so scared. Where's your squad leader? Wouldn't you dare to hide from it?" Ding Hu pretended to look scared, and then began to laugh directly. OZW.com. Ha! Under the guidance of Ding Hu, the students in Class C began to laugh wildly. Damn! Shen Ryu stood at the door at the moment, frowning, and was ready to shoot on the spot. Feng Yixiu took her hand and said softly, Do you still need this shot for this little bite? Just look at me. They seem like a lot of people. You must be careful." Shen Ryugang's hand, ready to summon the Lingbodian, was put down again and smiled. "You don't worry. I haven't been afraid of anyone in this group fight." Feng Yixiu patted his chest and promised. After speaking, Feng Yixiu walked straight away and said loudly as he walked, "Who am I?" It turned out to be the garbage of Class C. "Why? I like to grab other people's training halls. Why don't you grab it?" "Class A. Who is it?" It was heard that Ding Hu and C Class all watched around. Only then did they see the 3 people walking towards this side, and their eyes were locked on Feng Yixiu, who was speaking. "It's your grandfather and me." Feng Yixiu. Feng Yixiu stood directly in front of everyone in Dingban. "Brother Feng, you are finally here. This group of people is simply too much." Ning Chen saw Feng Yixiu as if he saw a savior, and he looked wronged. After being beaten by Feng Yixiu in the morning, he was completely convinced of Feng Yixiu. Although he is not the squad leader, but his status in the hearts of everyone in Dingban is better than the squad leader. After all, only he showed his tremendous strength, and the squad leader and deputy squad leader did not really touch. Chapter 72. The Monitor is crazy. "Don't panic. Tell me what happened first." Feng Yixiu asked Xiang Ningchen in a low voice. Although this Ningchun is a bit insidious and cunning, he was able to stand up in the face of provocation by other classes, indicating that he was not a bad breed. With this alone, he would naturally not hold back the little contradiction with Feng Yixiu before. This is the case. Next to the number 4 training hall is the place where garbage is stored. This is usually okay. The hot weather this summer will give off some unpleasant smells, and it will often float to the number 4 training hall. People are trained to distract, so they have to change with us. We don't allow them. They are ready to grab hard. Ningchen explained. Feng Yixiu became more and more annoyed by listening, and this group of people in Class C simply did not take Ding Class in their eyes. Do they need to train in Class C? Do we not need to train in Class D? Go! Feng Yixiu turned all his anger into a single word, roared. "You even talk to me like this. Looking for death." Ding Hu's face sank, and he was ready to rush up immediately. But it was unexpectedly caught by the side. The girl in purple dress whispered, "Squad leader, don't be impulsive. I seem to hear that there is a kid in Dingban who has a bronze magic card. It seems that he is him." "What? Then you don't say that early." Ding Hu's pupils contracted suddenly and exclaimed in a low voice. "You didn't ask me earlier?" Z woman whispered, and then attached the ear canal to Ding Hu's ear. "It's okay. You are like this." After Ding Hu listened to the woman in Z, her eyes lit up and walked towards the wind. She said with a loud voice, "Isn't your kid relying on a bronze demon card? We have no ability to fight war spirits. Let's talk with our fists between men. What do you think?" Ding Hu, do you still need to make a face? We are all war spirit masters. Why can't we use war spirits? You are afraid that you can't beat my boss, and even proposed such a ridiculous competition. Don't you think it's funny? Ning Chen sneered, then retorted, "This? OZW.com. Ding Hu was also embarrassed when he heard the words, because the conditions for such a test were really ridiculous. This is like 2 people with guns. It is indeed ridiculous to have to use fists to decide the victory or defeat. However, Feng Yixiu sneered and walked a few steps forward, and walked in front of Ding Hu, said coldly, "Okay, I promise you." Hurrah! This is what he promised. I didn't force him. Ding Hu was overjoyed and excited. Everyone in Dingban thought that Feng Yixiu would refuse, but he didn't expect him to agree without hesitation. "Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. That kid is the Black Band 9. He is our Sanda champion in Jiangshui City. You must not be fooled." Squad leader. You don't persuade Brother Feng to let him not be impulsive. Almost all the students in Dingban are going crazy. They thought that the savior was coming. As a result, the savior with a machine gun lost his gun in his hand. Would he want to fight his opponent? Shinryu looked at Feng Yixiu's eyes quietly, then said lightly, I believe in him. It's over. Our monitor is crazy. Ningchun said with a sad face. Don't look at me. I believe in him too. Han Xiao just received the hopeful look of the class and immediately waved his hand. Chapter 73 Thunder Mode. You are not the monitor for a long time. It seems that you are really no one in Dingban. It's ridiculous to let a woman be the monitor. Dinghu said with contempt. I originally thought that this style is also the leader of Ding class, but now it seems that this is not the case. The squad leader turned out to be the girl who looked very beautiful, and the contempt for Dingban became heavier for a time. Shut up. Feng Yixiu finally moved, and a straight fist rushed past. Court death. Dinghu also snorted coldly. Also a straight punch directly blasted past. The two stepped back a few steps at the same time before slowing down. Feng Yixiu stepped back 3 steps. Dinghu actually stepped back 5 steps before slowing down. Damn, your kid still has some strength. But you can't be my opponent. Dinghu just rushed back and rushed towards the wind and also repaired. But this time he has put away the contempt. He no longer simply compares strength with Japanese style, but uses the cross steps of boxing, shaking again and approaching the wind. Feng Yixiu directly put a right uppercut directly in the past, but was about to hit the moment and was evaded by the opponent's strange pace. Good chance. Dinghu grabbed Feng Yixiu's gap and hit a knee directly to Feng Yixiu's chest. Feng Yixiu couldn't dodge, can only use his palm to block his chest, so Rao was also struck back 3 steps by huge force. Worthy of being a Sanda champion, this fighting skill can't be learned by fighting on the street, and Feng Yixiu immediately became serious. Hey, do you think my title as a fighting champion is fake? Dinghu succeeded, a little proud. OZW.com humph. But so, Feng Yixiu stood firm and sneered. You keep talking hard. Don't blame me later when you are taken to the hospital. Dinghu growled. Then he suddenly accelerated again. A dive rushed in front of Feng Yixiu. A large turn. A powerful elbow hit the head of Feng Yixiu directly. Thunder mode. Feng Yixiu stood still and said in a deep voice. This is Feng Yixiu's first name for his bloodline psychic first-level ability. When he uses it, he is wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the speed is so fast that it is unpredictable, and it will make a terrifying sound of thunder. Name it. Cracking. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound throughout the training hall, and the wind standing at the spot suddenly disappeared, leaving only a series of thunder lights still exploding. I'm going. Where are the people? Dinghu's elbow hit so hard that he stumbled almost without a hit, and immediately began to look around. Square, the squad leader. Behind you. The Class B stammered reminder. Dinghu didn't turn his head. He fell suddenly, and one of his legs swept away towards the wind behind him. Feng Yixiu jumped directly on the spot, and a 360-degree jump in the air directly kicked Dinghu's head with his toes. The huge force directly kicked Dinghu to a dog to eat shit. The floor of the training hall showed small cracks, and a white front tooth flew out. Oh hey, my front teeth. Dinghu said with some air leakage, stood up with his mouth covered, and said angrily, Don't you say you don't use war spirits? He had just seen a series of lightning flashes, and he was beaten without seeing Feng Yixiu's figure, and his front teeth were gone. He must have used war spirits. Chapter 74 Disgraced. Feng Yixiu landed steadily, his body still shining with thunder, and he saw a thunder in his palm, smiled at Dinghu, and said lightly, Huh? Zhongling. Where? The students of Dinghu and C class looked around immediately, and did not see a figure of a war spirit at all. Then they looked at the electric wind, which was also repaired, and their faces were confused. What kind of monster are you? You are not a war spirit. Why can you control the power of thunder and lightning? Dinghu said in horror. He didn't know the existence of the war spirit bloodline, nor did he know what the origin plan was. He hadn't had a chance to understand the power of that level. It is not just him. Looking at the wind like a who is like a god, and everyone in Dingban and Singbin is a face worship. Brother Feng actually won Dinghu, and did not rely on the power of war spirits. Originally, I thought Brother Feng was only more powerful than War Spirit, but I didn't expect him to be better than War Spirit. I decided Brother Feng will be my idol in the future. At this moment, Ding Ban's momentum has greatly increased. All the students are holding their heads up, and there is no longer the kind of gloom. Ding Hu, I advise you to continue to mess with our Ding Ban in the future, otherwise I will see you beat you once, understand? Feng Yixiu's body of light gradually disappeared, coldly. I'm sorry, I was just wrong. Ding Hu immediately confessed and bowed his head to the wind, apologizing, and then a little unwilling. Let's go. Squad leader? Let's just forget it. There are still people in Class C who are not convinced. Ding Hu immediately glared at the speaker and said angrily, Why? If you are not convinced, go fight. Anyway, I'm taking it. After all, everyone in Class C followed Ding Hu's pace and bowed his head to exit the training hall number 3. Squad leader, wait for me. The student who was just a little bit dissatisfied looked at everyone in Ding Ban's murderous eyes, almost scared to soften his legs, and even followed the team. Everyone in Class B had just prepared to open the gate of training hall number 3, but they met the teacher Jiu, who came in. Everyone in Class C saw that Ding Ban's head teacher had come, and suddenly lowered his head lower, speeding up his pace and preparing to leave. OZW.com. Slow down, but was stopped by Jiu. Ting Ding Ban, do you have any orders? Ding Hu stopped immediately, puzzled. Go back and tell your teacher, if this happens again, I'll break his leg. Jiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. The Class B people exploded in an instant. When he was about to refute, Ding Hu stopped him and gritted his teeth. Good teacher, I will tell you what we said. After all, Ding Hu led everyone in Class B back to the number 4 training hall with some odor, but found that his teacher was already waiting for them. This is a male teacher, wearing a black hard suit, with a very serious look. When he saw the arrival of his students, he asked directly, It's past 2 o'clock. Why are you late? We feel that the smell in training hall 4 is not conducive to training, so we want to find another class to change the training room. Ding Hu answered truthfully. It's just that he was a little embarrassed to answer that it was Ding Ban, and he was called back directly. But what he didn't think was that his teacher didn't seem to be very angry, but instead asked, Which class did you grab? Yes, Ding Ban. The teacher in their class also said, If this happens once, she will break your leg. Ding Hu said intermittently. He deliberately told this to his teacher. He was just beaten by the Ding Ban, but he was still not convinced. If you let your teacher help you find the place, you won't be too embarrassed. Your teacher will be a Class C teacher anyway. It is better than the bottom class teacher anyway. Snapped. While Ding Hu was still stumbling on his idea, the teacher in black slapped him directly and knocked down his other front tooth. Nonsense. I'd rather you grab Class B or even Class A training room than Class D. The teacher in black turned red and angered. Chapter 75 Formal Class. In the 3rd training hall, Teacher Jiu walked slowly to the front of the queue. Teacher, we just had to provoke them, and we were forced to shoot. Ning Chun was afraid that the teacher would misunderstand and quickly explained. I saw it. In fact, I have been here long ago, but I just haven't come in. You just did a very good job and didn't lose our Dingban's face. Jiu smiled. After hearing this, everyone in Ding Ban was full of joy. The teacher from home had been secretly protecting them. If it hadn't been Feng Yixiu and others arrived in time, I'm afraid he would take action in time. Student, if you look down on yourself in the bottom of your heart from the beginning, and if someone comes over to grab the training hall and give it to others, then you are the dead wood. Even a good teacher can't teach you, but your performance just now very good. At least when the squad leader didn't arrive, he didn't back down. The most important thing in the cultivation process is to have a heart that won't give up. Only with this kind of spirit can miracles be created. Softly. Teacher, don't praise us like this. We will be proud. Feng Yixiu grinned. Jiu stared at Feng Yixiu fiercely and said coldly, Classmate Feng, among the people I just praised, there is only you. What? Feng Yixiu was ashamed immediately. Didn't you just turn the tide by yourself and drove away Ding Hu by yourself? It doesn't matter if you don't praise yourself. How come you fall in front of the whole class? You can obviously defeat Ding Hu with the war spirits. When people use the miraculous method a little, You give up your advantage and start fighting with others. If you don't open the blood channel, what will the consequences be? Jialan Ziyu said very harshly. Feng Yixiu lowered his own head, thought over it carefully, and responded, should lose. OZW.com. The battle between the spiritual masters is often between a few centimeters. The shortest way to win against the enemy is the way to win. Do you understand? Jialan Ziyu said angrily. Teacher, I see. I will never make such a low-level mistake in the future. Feng Yixiu immediately admitted wrongly. Without knowing the other party's situation, he even fought at the other party's rhythm. If he didn't awaken the bloodline, he might really suffer. Although Mr. Jialan's words were a little harsher, he also knew that the other party was doing it for himself, and he quickly accepted it with humility. Okay, now we officially start the class. In the future, Training Hall 3 will be the venue for our actual combat class. Our current class is divided into theory class and actual combat class. You must not think that if you choose the martial arts exam, you will no longer need to learn the theoretical knowledge. On the contrary, you may need to learn more than normal high school. Jialan Ziyu said severely. We are all war soul masters. Why do we need to study? We just need to practice hard. Suddenly, the following began to cry bitterly, and all looked sad and bitter. In fact, some of them thought they would be free from the sea of books after they passed the martial arts exam. But when they heard Jialan Ziyu's words, they were completely desperate, and it seemed impossible to not study. This is also for your good. If one day you go to the wilderness and encounter a Lord-level Warcraft, you don't know his habits at all, maybe you don't even know what Warcraft he is, do you think you have a chance to survive? Chapter 76, Holy Spirit King. This one. In an instant, all the voices of discussion were quiet. This is indeed a very important issue. They have also experienced the evaluation of the Forest of Steel and have also suffered from not knowing Warcraft. Moreover, there are still low-level Warcraft. If it is really in the wilderness, what kind of Warcraft may be there? If you didn't know at that time, it would be a terrible thing. Not only the Warcraft General Education class, but also the War Spirit Theory class. If you are not even sure about your evolution route and evolution method, how can you cultivate excellent war spirits? Do you have to rely on luck? Jialan Ziyu continued. At this moment, even the slightest voice of discussion disappeared, and the entire training hall became audible. All the students in Ding class are attentively raising their ears to listen to every word the teacher said. It is possible that random words may save their lives in the future. Our theory courses are divided into general courses of Warcraft, warfare theory research, combat skills research, and finally the general culture course, which contains the knowledge necessary for high school students. If you don't want to be said that the warlord is if you are illiterate, don't be lazy. After all, Jialan Ziyu waved his hand, and suddenly a pile of books was moved to the training hall. All the students are about to cry. I am afraid that the number of books will be double that of ordinary high schools. Guru, this is too exaggerated. I understand why I don't give out books in the morning, and that classroom can't fit in. I always thought ordinary high school is hell, but compared to here, there is simply heaven. OZW.com. Not only the other students in Dingban, Feng Yixiu and others were stunned when they saw it. Squad leader, after the actual combat class is over, you are responsible for distributing all the books. Jialan Ziyu said in a deep voice. Good teacher. Shinryu nodded and said obediently. Because I am running for class monitor in the morning, I will tell you some basic knowledge that you must know. If you already know, you should deepen your memory. After all, Jialan Ziyu suddenly took out a remote control, and when he pressed a button, a stereo projector started to work. A very clear picture appeared in front of everyone. This picture clearly distinguished the level of the warlord. The War Spirit Division is divided into 10 levels, and each level is divided into 9 levels. But the Level 5 War Spirit Division is a watershed, because after reaching the Level 5 War Spirit Division, you can get a kind of Spirit Soldier ability, when the spirit of the War Spirit Division itself will get a qualitative change. After obtaining the Spirit Soldiers can be called the War Spirit King. And the 10th level War Spirit Division is the legendary existence. The War Spirit is no longer called the War Spirit, but the Holy Spirit, and the King of War Spirits has been upgraded to the King of Holy Spirit. For that level of existence, it is just a matter of thinking. The teaching stick in the teacher's hand pointed at the top of the Holy Spirit King and patiently explained the Tao. Wow, Holy Spirit King. If I could become Holy Spirit King one day, what awesome it. Many long-awaited students off the stage stared at the stars. Students, having dreams is of course a good thing, but the King of the Holy Spirit is not so easy to achieve. You don't want to be high and far away now. Think about your current cultivation path. Step by step, a step on the ground is the right way. Nodded, and then said in a deep voice. Chapter 77 Card Level. After talking about the level of the War Spirit Division, let's talk about the rank of the War Spirit. This War Spirit is divided into 6 levels. Your current War Spirit belongs to the Young Spirit stage. After the Young Spirit can evolve into the growing War Spirits, and then the mature stage, the complete body, the ultimate body, and the Holy Spirit body. Xiaolan Ziyu gently shook the remote control in his hand, and the next picture appeared in front of everyone. But when will the War Spirits evolve? Can I now evolve my young spirits into grown-up War Spirits? Suddenly someone raised his hand and asked. This classmate asked, well, whether this War Spirit can evolve or not depends on the level of the War Spirit Master. If you have to force upgrade at the lower level, it is impossible to succeed, because the process must cost a lot. The spiritual power is not only a test of the War Spirit, but also a test of the War Spirit Master. Xiaolan Ziyu once again shook the remote control, turned to the next picture, and continued. The first level War Necromancer can only be a young spirit stage. After reaching the second level, you can try to evolve into a growth period. You can try evolutionary War Spirits across 2 levels, but evolutionary War Spirits may fail. We will talk about them in the Warfare Theory class later. This magic card must be familiar to everyone. After all, the second hurdle of our martial arts exam is to ask you to obtain a magic card, which shows how important the magic card is to our War Necromancer, and even some excellent ones. The Necromancer can rely on the reasonable use of the Demon card to defeat the Necromancer who is higher than his level. Every time we cross a large level, we must use the magical impact of the magic card to cross a large level. For example, when you reach the first level 9th level War Necromancer, you must absorb a demon. The card can be upgraded to a 2nd level First Order War Necromancer. Xiaolan Ziyu pointed to the tree diagram of the projection picture. Teacher, I heard that the absorbed magic card will be more powerful. Is it true? Someone in the team asked. OZW.com. Yes. The power of the demon card absorbed in the Devil's Book is twice as powerful as the normal one. So everyone must be very cautious when absorbing the demon card. Does this demon card have any effect on you? Help. After all, the absorbed magic card cannot be changed. Xiaolan Ziyu explained patiently. What's the level of the magic card? I only know that the gray iron level is the lowest, followed by bronze. And then, I don't know very well. The team stood up and asked. This is the question I will talk about soon. The demon cards are divided into gray iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, black gold level, diamond level, epic level. The more powerful Warcraft, the more likely it is to burst high-level magic card. Xiaolan Ziyu smiled, and then explained carefully. Okay, the basic knowledge about the War Soul Master is almost introduced to you, but the detailed knowledge, we still have to explain in detail in the theory class. But now it is the time of the actual combat class. Then I will not occupy everyone its time. Xiaolan Ziyu gently waved her hand, and the projector slowly turned off. Now, all of you summoned all your War Spirits, and we started to formally group. Xiaolan Ziyu's expression immediately became serious, carrying his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice. Chapter 78 Group of 4. Suddenly, everyone summoned all their War Spirits, and the whole training hall became more lively for a while. All kinds of War Spirits stood obediently beside their masters, staring curiously at other War Spirit friends. Now I will divide you into 4 training groups according to the type of your respective War Spirits. In the future, if you train, you can communicate more easily. But if you have any comments, you can tell me. If you can convince me, I can help you change the group. After all, Teacher Xiaolan Ziyu started from the first War Spirit in the first row and prepared to group one by one. At this moment, all the groups have been marked beside her, and they are divided into the Strong Attack Group, the Control Group, the Auxiliary Group, and the Defense Group. Ice Mouse Spirit, you can enter the control group. Jialan Ziyu thought for a while, then said lightly. The first person to be grouped was a little girl, and without further ado, he walked alone into the group. After all, the teacher is the leader of their practice, and her ideas are naturally more mature than her own. She naturally has no need to take risks to choose a development route that the teachers are not optimistic about. He dare not have this strength. Fire Frog Spirit, you can enter the strong attack group. Earth Sheep Spirit, you can enter the defense group. OZW.com. Woodgrass Spirits, you can enter the auxiliary group. Basically, no students have any doubts about the grouping of Teacher Jialan. After all, the teacher has already shown a very strong ability. They still believe in his judgment very much. However, there was a Wind Bat Spirit who was assigned to the control group. The student was still a little dissatisfied at first and wanted to enter the strong attack group. But after Jialan Ziyu pointed out several evolutionary directions of his war spirits, the student immediately understood his limitations on the way of the offensive, so he could only walk obediently to the control group. You don't think there is any difference between the four groups? Whether it is the strong attack department, the control department, the auxiliary department, or the defense department, as long as you are good enough, then you can become an outstanding war spirit division. Those students who have been assigned to the strong attack department should not be too proud and natural. Although the strong attack department is the strongest spear of a team, but without the cooperation of other teammates, it may be a rusty spear. Students in the auxiliary department don't think they are easy to be assigned to the auxiliary department. A good assistant can be said to be a strong backing of the team. Almost everyone will subconsciously solve the assistant first. You must have enough excellent can protect yourself. As for the warlords of the control and defense departments, it is equally important. The warlords of the defense department are the strongest shields of a team. As long as you are strong enough to protect the teammates behind you, the warlords of the control department, the division, can be said to be the lubricant of a team, and an excellent warlord of the control department, which can create the best offensive opportunity for the team members of the strong attack department and make the opponent miserable. Jialan Ziyu saw that some students who were divided into the auxiliary department and the defense department seemed to be lost, so she encouraged everyone to say loudly, "If a class wants to develop healthily, then there can be no chain of contempt among the factions. It is necessary for all warlords to realize their importance, so that they can be more clear about their positioning in future practice." Chapter 79 Dilemma. When Jialan Ziyu passed by Shun Ryu, he said directly without thinking, "Squad leader, you go to the attack group, and you serve as the leader of the attack department." Shin Ryu nodded obediently and walked directly towards the attacking department. The group of students of the attacking department saw the class leader approaching them and gave up a main position very consciously. For Shin Ryu as the class leader of the strong attack department, no one in the strong attack group dared to raise objections. The fire spirit, one of the elemental spirits, is one of the youngest spirits with the strongest attack power. It is more than enough to be a leader of the Dingban attack group. Because Feng Yixiu and Han Xiao were taller, they stood directly in the last row of the team until all the students had finished their teams before it was their turn. "Teacher, needless to say, I will go to the Department of Defense now." The teacher Jialan Ziyu had just come over, and Han Xiao consciously prepared to walk towards the defense group. "Student Han, you're quite accurate with yourself. Go." Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly, then said lightly. At the moment, there was only one person left in the class, and Jialan Ziyu stood in front of Xiabela for a long time, but never made a judgment. After all, Feng Yixiu's war spirits are really special. Generally, students who have awakened lay snake spirits will be assigned to the control department. Because the lightning power of the average thunder snake spirit is really weak, it is not easy to paralyze the enemy slightly, but with the skill and dexterous positioning of Death Winding, it can barely be divided into the control system. However, students who generally awakened the lay snake spirit could not go far, and even gave up and chose to drop out. But Feng Yixiu, the snake spirit, was different. He had seen the battle of Xiabela with his own eyes. The thunder with thick fingers is very powerful. The lightning of that degree is not a simple paralysis effect. Even weaker war spirits can even be headed directly. OZW.com. If this is the case, it can be put into the control system or the strong attack system. But Feng Yixiu seems to have a magic card of a steel hedgehog and has developed a new type. Defense mode with both offense and defense. She can almost conclude that with Xiaobeila's level of defense, it is almost stronger than most of the defensive fighters present. That is to say, this style also seems to be able to go to any group except the auxiliary group. She thinks that she is also well informed, and it is more than enough to teach these students. Knowing that this war spirit of Feng Yixiu, he only knew what is called a black eye. For a time, Jialan Ziyu had a headache. He really didn't know which development route was most conducive to the development of Feng Yixiu. Teacher Jialan, which group do you want me to go to? Feng Yixiu saw Jialan Ziyu in a daze for a long time, reminded. Jialan Ziyu just recovered and was a little hurt. Classmate Feng, do you have any ideas? Feng Yixiu. What the hell? You are a teacher. I am a teacher? You even asked me what I think. Mr. Jialan Ziyu had thought about it. He had thought of letting Mr. Jialan make up his mind for himself. After a big bite, he closed his eyes and chose. But now it seems that Jialan Ziyu is more tangled than himself. Chapter 80 Devil Training. I didn't seem to think about it. Feng Yixiu was also embarrassed. That's not the case. You can participate in the training of the attack group, defense group, and control group. After you have considered your own path, you are good at that path. Jialan Ziyu thought for a long time. Finally came up with a compromise. After all, Feng Yixiu's war spirits are too versatile in reality. They are really unpredictable and can only be grasped. Wait until Feng Yixiu's spirit level is improved, and then determine the group with him. Okay, now that's how it can be done. I'll take part in the training in the offensive group first. Feng Yixiu smiled and walked towards Shenryu. At this moment, everyone in Dingban was stunned, and he looked at Feng Yixiu, who was walking towards the strong attack group with a surprised look. I'm going. That's okay. It's our boss. I also understand the teacher's hardships. If I don't know what to choose, if you don't know what to do, if you are all-powerful, are you angry? This is all war spirits. You say that the gap is so big. Suddenly, many students looked at the war spirits beside them and shook their heads helplessly. Now the team leaders are Shenryu, the leader of the assault team, Han Xiao, the leader of the defense team, Hua Ling, the leader of the auxiliary department, and Yun Mo, the leader of the control department. If there is no opinion, we will formally start the class. Our actual combat class time is very urgent, including physical training class, fighting skills class, actual combat practice class, and meditation spiritual class. Jialan Ziyu said seriously. Then a lot of training equipment was moved, which naturally included weight-bearing sandbags, dumbbells, boxing sandbags, and various strength training equipment. Everyone took a 10 kilograms weight-bearing sandbag to start a warm-up exercise, ran around the training hall for 10 laps, and then trained 10 sets of dumbbells and 10 sets of core strength training. The teaching stick in Jialan Ziyu didn't know when it turned into a teaching pointer and looked at all the students without expression. Old teacher, are you in charge of warming up? Han Xiao said incredulously. At this level of training, I am afraid that triathlon is nothing more than that. OZW.com it is estimated that the training intensity in the army is similar to this. She actually called this warm-up exercise. Huh? Do you have any comments? Suddenly, a flash of flame burst into Jialan Ziyu's eyes, which felt like a real flame. Everyone seemed to see the phantom of the purple flame king snake behind him, staring at all the students with murderous intent. No opinion. Han Xiao counseled on the spot and immediately responded. Suddenly, the four teams started the so-called warm-up exercise under the leadership of their respective team leaders. When they were running to the pool of the training hall, they were about to make a U-turn, and once again came a stern voice behind them. Jump down. Immediately, there was a girl who looked weaker. It was Hua Ling, the leader of the auxiliary group, frowning. Teacher, I can't swim. If you are in the wilderness, there is a fierce but non-swimming purple electric warcraft behind you chasing you. Will he let you go because you can't swim? Jialan Ziyu took a deep breath, coldly. Road. If you don't drink a few sips of water, you will never learn to swim. Jump in. Jialan Ziyu slowly approached the pool and ordered. They are now harsh on them. That is to enable them to be more alive in the future. It is not stupid for some people not to swim, but because they cannot overcome the fear of water. Even if a person is on the shore, Even if the posture is in the standard, then it will never be possible to learn to swim. Teacher, I see. Hualing just hesitated for a moment before jumping directly into the water. But the result was obviously opinion. But within half a minute, Hualing struggled for a moment and then stopped moving. Teacher Jialan Ziyu said nothing. Even the shoes were too late to plunge directly into the water, rescued them in time, and looked aside with concern. However, as soon as Hualing woke up, Jialan Ziyu regained her cold face again and said in a deep voice, "Continue to jump in until you have learned it completely." Chapter 81 Resource Allocation. Is teacher. Hualing didn't argue with her teacher, so she plunged into the water again. But with the last experience, her inner fear of water was much less. Although you won't learn to swim anytime soon, at least you will no longer have the mentality to resist water, and you can already move slowly with your feet in the water. Teacher Jialan Ziyu nodded with satisfaction when he saw the situation, but his expression was still very serious. Are you very busy? Give me 5 more laps. Jialan Ziyu said sternly when he saw everyone else stopping to watch the situation here. Thump. All of them suddenly plunged into the swimming pool. After swimming around the pool, they obediently climbed to the shore and continued to run around the training hall. This teacher is too cruel. We are not athletes. Han Xiao whispered softly. Hush. The teacher is also for our good. It is the so-called strict teacher who is a high disciple. Now we are strict with us so that we can go further in the future. Don't complain, just run away. Feng Yixiu whispered. After this basic physical training is completed, but after a rest of 15 minutes, the core strength training begins. I thought that after the core training was completed, the teacher asked each training group to play against each other in twos. Teacher Jialan guided the warfighter's dexterity. OZW.com until the bell of the class rang and the class next door was disbanded. Jialan Ziyu also asked to practice for another half an hour. But she did not force it, just let those who were willing to stay to practice, but no one in Dingban left the training hall in advance. Classmates, I know you are very tired today, but don't relax after you go back. This meditation spirituality is the fastest way to improve spiritual power besides actual combat. Is this your training resource this week? Teacher Jialan Ziyu asked the assistant to send the spirit stones. Everyone just received 3 spirit stones, which is all the resources they trained this week. This spirit stone is an important resource to upgrade the level of the war necromancer. Although the aura is ubiquitous during the reckless period, even if you don't need the spirit stone to meditate and practice, but with the help of the spirit stone, the speed is much faster. The students of Dingban were not very happy to receive their own spirit stones, because they knew that they received the least resources, and I am afraid that each class A can receive 30 spirit stones per week. Jialan Ziyu also saw the loss of her classmates and said comfortingly, Classmates, although our Ding class is now the class with the least resources, we have the opportunity to counterattack the class qualifying after half a year. Don't give up on yourself. Teacher, we know that you are comforting us, but this class qualifying has never had a precedent of successful counterattack in Dingban. Are we really hopeful? A student in Dingban murmured. I don't care what it used to be, but since I'm the class teacher of Ding class, then I can assure you that I don't say that we can definitely become Class A, but we can at least replace Class B. Is it true that you treat me like a teacher, don't have confidence? Jialan Ziyu looked at Feng Yixiu and Shun Ruyu, then said lightly, If it is normal, he dare not make such a marginal guarantee, but now with the resources provided by President Zhou as much as Class A, and there are unlimited potentials such as Shun Ruyu and Feng Yixiu, he is confident that at least he can beat Class B. Chapter 82 Unconditional Trust. What are you all talking about? You don't forget that our class has elemental spirits. Moreover, there is a wind boss. Our class is not worse than other classes. Ningchen on the side saw his class morale was low and high channel. The same is true. Our class will never be worse than other classes. I believe the class leader and the boss. We must not drag their hind legs. We must practice hard. Our class must create miracles. Don't stop talking nonsense. Don't hurry to finish your meal and go back to meditation and cultivation. Since you don't have enough resources, then work hard. Under their leadership, the originally depressed morale gradually became motivated, and they left the training hall with their resources and books. When Feng Yixiu and others were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped by teacher Jialan Ziyu. Mr. Jialan, do you have anything else? Feng Yixiu puzzled. The three of you don't have to go back to the bedroom after eating. Just come to the training hall. After all, Jialan Ziyu responded without waiting for the wind and repairing, and walked out without looking back. At one time, the entire training hall number 3 was left with Feng Yixiu and others. I don't know what Mr. Jialan asked us to do after training to the training hall, but I don't think it's a good thing, Feng Yixiu said with some confusion. After this day of devil training, he was sore all over, and he didn't feel sore without a muscle in his body. Take care of him. Maybe the teacher has something to explain to us. Let's just come over after dinner. Han Xiao said carelessly. This is the demon card for you. You take it away. Feng Yixiu now hurried to Shunryu with the prepared bronze-level demon card while no one was around. Shunryu didn't act as surprised as Feng Yixiu, but just cleverly took the magic card in Feng Yixiu's hands and stored it in her own magic book. OZW.com. I said, Sammei, don't you want to ask, where did this bronze demon card come from? Han Xiao was a little surprised. I was also a person of insight, and I was taken aback when I saw Feng Yixiu throwing himself a bronze demon card. But Shunryu's expression of reality is too calm, as if these are just as normal. Brother Feng will give me what I want. So why are there so many problems? Shunryu frowned, angrily said. Since it was Feng Yixiu's gift to himself, he accepted it directly. Since Brother Feng did not say much, he would not ask more. If this matter can be shared, she believes that Brother Feng will tell her the first time, since the other party does not say that. It is also for her good. Did you see it? Or is my family sensible, or you are the master in Beijing? A big man, so gossip. Feng Yixiu petted Shunryu's hair and smiled. Han Xiao was speechless. Brother Han, continue walking on the 3rd floor? Feng Yixiu suddenly put on Han Xiao's shoulders and said happily. Han Xiao did not struggle fearlessly this time. Very simply led the two to the 3rd floor of Qingyun restaurant. Who made him soft on other people's things. But the value of this bronze card cannot be measured by the amount of money. This time the three of them were the most they had eaten this time, because the physical strength during the day was too much. Chapter 83. Miss Lin. You see that those people are not there. They seem to be in Class A. The one in white clothes should be the squad leader. It seems to be called Bai Tang. And the other is the deputy squad leader, called Lin Shuer. She seems to be the most spent by our Qingyun College competition school. One of the favorable candidates. But H still has more support from our 3 sisters. Han Xiao glanced towards the wind and glanced at the dining table not far away. Just awakened both Guangling and Bingling. Feng Yixiu casually glanced at random. Yes, they are the 2. I heard that the 2 of them seem to have a special relationship. Han Xiao smiled meaningfully. Shunryu glanced at Han Xiao with a disgusted look, but rolled her eyes helplessly. Brother Han, you said you don't gossip. I found out that you know everything about our college. Sammei, you can't say that. This is called confidant and confidant. It's not for our future opponents to consider. Han Xiao was a little embarrassed. Feng Yixiu's 3 people secretly observed the 3 of class of there, but they did not know that they were secretly observing them there. Hey, where are your eyes looking? Lin Shuer saw Bai Tang's eyes inadvertently drifting toward Shunryu, angrily said. Bai Tang just recovered, and immediately took his eyes back, embarrassedly. No, nothing to see. Nothing to watch. You are obviously watching the girl in Dingban. Lin Shuer stood up angrily and said furiously. After talking, Lin Shuer walked angrily towards the wind and repaired this table, but was pulled by Bai Tang. Shuer, what do you want to do? Don't mess up, Bai Tang said anxiously. You don't care. Lin Shuer slammed the opponent's hand away, and even more furiously said, It's just a group of rubbish. What's wrong with it? If Bai Tang didn't pull her, it would be better. The more she stopped her, the more she showed her guilty conscience. OZW.com. She had just tried Bai Tang's attitude and was instantly ignited by the fire of jealousy. She glanced toward the wind and repaired the table with a gloomy face. Hey, you are Shunryu. Lin Shuer patted Shunryu's back very impolitely, coldly. Shunryu didn't know what was happening at all. He slowly turned around and looked puzzled. Hello, I am Shunryu. Do you have anything? I have nothing to do, but I don't want to see dingbans when I eat. It's simply affecting my appetite. You are not allowed to come to the third floor to eat in the future. Lin Schwer frowned, hands clasped his chest, and said coldly. Lin Schwer's voice was so loud that I heard it all over the third floor, but no one dared to come up to dissuade him. There are two reasons. One is that Lin Schwer is a genius of Class A. No one wants to offend the genius of Class A for Dingban. The second is Lin Schwer's family affairs. Her family is the largest consortium in Jiangshui City. The chairman of the Lin's consortium's palm. Even Qingyun College has shares in Lin's group. So neither the teacher nor the student dared to come up to dissuade Lin Schwer. Don't think you're a girl. I won't hit you. Han Zhao's temper suddenly stood up and roared. Humph. Do you know who I am, the waste from Dingban? I am afraid that you are not my opponent even if you are together. Bingling, let these people know how powerful you are. Lin Schwer summoned her own war spirit without a word. Chapter 84 Red Flame Finch Enchantment. Shen Ruyu's originally sympathetic expression suddenly became cold. Shen said, although I don't know where we offended you, but you better not go too far. She was pretty sure that this was the first time she met this Lin Schwer, and she couldn't remember where she offended her. But the other party has come to the door. If you continue to swallow this way, it is not her character. In fact, her character is not weak, but she will be gentle when she is next to Brother Feng. But it does not mean she is bullying. What are you thinking of? You just have a good skin, and dare to talk to me like this. Bing Ling, give me a good lesson about this bitch. Lin Schwentis' eyes widened sharply, gritted his teeth. I originally thought that the other party would not dare to challenge himself, and he would leave the party obediently with just one sentence. But she didn't expect the seemingly weak woman of the other party to become so strong. She had a hint of fear when she just looked at Shen Ruyu's eyes. Feng Yixiu appeared to summon his magic book without saying a word. Although his principle is not to beat women, he can make an exception for Shen Ryu. Brother Feng, you don't need to take action. Let's solve the matter between the women. After talking, Shen Ryu also summoned his own fire spirit and immediately confronted the opponent's Bing Ling. For a time, two war spirits couldn't help anyone, and the whole restaurant fell into a subtle situation of two sides. How is this possible? It's fire spirit. You're not Dingban. Lin Schwer was frightened to take 2 steps back, until Bai Tang rushed over behind to stop. Hee, anyone who says Dingban can't have elemental spirit. Shen Ryu sneered and retorted. OZW.com Lin Schwer slowly recovered from the shock, glanced at Bai Tang behind him, and found that his eyes turned towards Shen Ryu even brighter. Damn, even if you are an elemental spirit, you can never be my opponent. Frozen and extreme, ice enchanting. Bing Ling uses ice thorns for me. Lin Schwer has completely lost his mind, and he took out a gray iron-level demon card and said furiously. Suddenly, the cold surrounding the ice spirit was even more violent, and it had the meaning of overwhelming the fire spirit's flames. Rows of sharp ice thorns continued to spur toward the fire spirit from the ground. It's just a gray iron demon card. Red Flame Sparrow Red Flame Enchantment. Hua, use the Fire Dragon scroll for me. Shen Ryu smiled faintly, and then threw out a bronze magic card. In an instant, the flame power of the fire spirit increased by at least 50%, and a huge fire tornado greeted the icy thorn that was constantly hitting. Wow. For a moment, the icicles on the ground were completely melted by the mighty fire dragon, leaving a burnt black trace on the ground. The ice spirit carried the huge power of the fire tornado rigidly. If it was not at the last moment, use the ice shield to protect yourself in time. I am afraid that it will dissipate on the spot. But Rao is so, Lin Schwer's spiritual power is also exhausted and suffered a little injury. A little blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How could you have a bronze demon card? Lin Schwer looked at Shen Ryu with a surprised expression. Surprised. Chapter 85 Big Mouth. Oh, what a surprise, I also have one. Han Xiao instantly took out a bronze magic card and smiled. Scarab. It's another bronze demon card. Bai Tang was a little stunned, surprised. They are just freshmen who have just entered the school. It is not easy to obtain a gray iron demon card. The devil card in their hands is still issued by the college. The opponent actually has a bronze-level demon card, but it is only possible for an intermediate-level Warcraft card to burst. Seeing that the other party had no defense, Shunryu put away his war spirit and demon cards. Damn it. You are just Dingbon's garbage, not worthy of having a bronze demon card. After talking, Lin Shuer broke free from Bai Tang's arms and rushed towards Shunryu, trying to the bronze-level demon card in the opponent's hand. But Shunryu swung his wrist, and the other hand slammed Lin Shuer's wrist. This Lin Shuer is just a spoiled mistress. She usually wears clothes to stretch her hands to open her mouth. She belongs to the kind of person who has no power to restrain chickens, at least in the early days of training. You dare to hide, to death, Lin Shuer said furiously. Then he raised his vacant hand high and patted Shunryu's face with the utmost strength. Shunryu avoided the other party's slap extremely lightly and slapped his backhand with a somber face. Snapped. This great strength, if it were not for Shunryu holding Lin Shuer in one hand, I'm afraid it would be directly fanned. You, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Lin Shuer touched her hot face with surprise, surprised. OZW.com. He has never been slapped by other people in his life. Even his parents have not been willing to beat her. This time, she was slapped by a girl of the same grade who looked soft and weak, and she was under a large audience. Snapped. Lin Shuer's voice just fell, and a heavier slap came over, suddenly feeling his ears buzzing. I care who you are. Even if your parents do not discipline you well, then I will discipline you. Shunryu pushed Lin Shuer out. Bai Tang, you're still not a man. You just watch me beaten like this. Lin Shuer grieved and thumped Bai Tang's chest, grieved. Don't be angry, Shuer. I will help you out. Bai Tang comforted Lin Shuer and came to Feng Yixiu with a cold face. He is a big man who is embarrassed to have a conflict with Shunryu, and he does not want to have a conflict. It can only be transferred to the two people who walked with him. But Han Xiao has just exposed the bronze-level demon card, and it looks very arrogant and arrogant. So he had to transfer his anger to Feng Yixiu, who didn't say a word, and the boy seemed to have a good relationship with Shunryu. Let her apologize to Shuer. Bai Tang stared at Feng Yixiu coldly, and said coldly, You did nothing wrong. What made her apologize? Feng Yixiu sat in the chair from beginning to end, without moving much. I'll say it one last time, and let her apologize to Shuer. Bai Tang narrowed his eyes slightly and condescended. Chapter 86. Class A Teacher. What if I don't? Feng Yixiu's gaze finally caught up with Bai Tang and strengthened his momentum. Then I will agree with you. Bai Tang suddenly raised his fist, and a dazzling white light instantly wrapped his fist in it. The fist, which seemed to have little power, suddenly accelerated, and the sound of breaking the sky was aroused. Blood vessels. Feng Yixiu reacted immediately. This is obviously the performance of Bloodline Psychic. After the opponent's originally slow punch opened the Bloodline Psychic, the boxing speed was so fast that even the naked eye was very ugly. Oh, don't think that you have awakened your Bloodline and Psychic, Thunder Mode. Feng Yixiu instantly opened the Thunder Mode, and a terrifying thunder force burst out all over his body. Then he threw the whole body's thunder force in his right fist, which was also a punch. Boom! Suddenly a white light and a thunderstorm violently collided, sending out a circle of energy ripples. The seat after Feng Yixiu's body was torn apart instantly, and Bai Tang was also bounced off due to the huge impact force. If he was not caught by his companion behind him in time, he might be injured more seriously. Puff! Bai Tang suddenly felt a throbbing of his chest, and a sudden burst of blood spewed out. Squad leader, are you okay? At the same time, a lot of people from Class A came up to support Bai Tang. Damn it! Dare to hurt our monitor. We fight with you. Suddenly someone was going to rush up and the wind was repaired hard, but was stopped by Han Xiao to death. Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent. You even awakened your Bloodline Psychic. It was still the ley system. Could you be the wind that also awakened the snake's spirit of the ley system? Bai Tang stood in front of him, staring at Feng Yixiu. For a long time, he then said in a deep voice, Yes, it's me. Feng Yixiu nodded slightly and responded, Cut. Who do I think it is? It turned out to be you, the waste that awakened the waste war spirits. Lin Shuer looked at the injured Bai Tang and gritted his teeth. OZW.com. Hee. You are spitting blood from a waste. What are you? Isn't it even worse than the waste? Shunryu looked at Lin Shuer coldly, disdainfully. You really thought I was afraid you wouldn't succeed. Lin Shuer was about to prepare to summon war spirits. Give me your hand. But just as both sides were struggling, a thick voice suddenly interrupted both sides. I saw a young man in black sportswear walk towards this side. Although the man was expressionless, he had a domineering attitude. The group of students in Class A saw this person coming, and each of them had their eyes lit up, as if they saw a savior. Teacher Zhua, Dingban, they bullied our Class A. You must give us the lead. Lin Shuer saw her teacher coming and thought he was here to cheer them. Shut me up. Don't think I don't know what happened. Zhua Xiu angered Lin Shuer at Class A as soon as he came. Lin Shuer was ignorant on the spot. Aren't you the teacher of our Class A? Why don't you help our class talk, and even want us to apologize to Dingban for the garbage? They are just Dingban's waste. Why should I apologize? Lin Shuer frowned. Don't think that you are the eldest lady of the Lin group, and you are lawless. Since you are my student, you must listen to me. I'll say it one last time and apologize to Shen Ruyu. Zhua Xiu suddenly increased his voice and said furiously. Lin Shuer was frightened by the strong teacher's woe on the spot and could only walk to Shen Ruyu in reluctance. Sorry. Regardless of whether Shen Ruyu accepted it, she directly pulled Bai Tang away without looking back. When the two passed the wind and repaired, Bai Tang also stopped deliberately, whispered, You are strong. If it is not the abolition of war spirits, I am likely to consider you as the strongest opponent. Feng Yixiu didn't take care of the two of them at all, and let them walk past him. This matter is our Ban Lin Shuer's fault. This time the loss of the restaurant will be borne by our Class A. Zhua Xiu said quickly left the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Chapter 87 Sneak In. As soon as the elevator opened, Zhua Xiu saw that there was already a person standing inside. He saw that he walked in without expression and then pressed the elevator button on the 1st floor. Principal Zhou, are you satisfied then? Zhua Xiu dizzy and said coldly. Teacher Zhua, I hope you will discipline your students. Such a thing is best not to happen a second time. Principal Zhou said with a blank expression. Can I ask why you are so protective of them? Teacher Zhua asked for a long silence. I didn't protect them, but here is an academy after all. If you have the ability to compete in the qualifying competition, the conflict in private has no meaning. President Zhou saw the elevator had reached the 1st floor and went out the first time. Teacher Zhua Xiu followed. Shun said, Do you mean our Class A will be replaced by the Class D? I haven't said that. Principal Zhou stopped suddenly and continued. But after this, who will know? After all, Dingban's teacher is her. Talking about it, Principal Zhou smiled and left Teacher Zhua Xiu in the sight. Damn, it's Jialan Ziyu again. I will let you know who is the best teacher. Zhua Shi frowned, his fists clenched in anger. He is a newly recruited teacher of the college. With his excellent fighting spirit and resume, he became a teacher of Class A at first. However, he was proud of himself. He had heard of the name Jialan Ziyu more than once. It seemed that even if he was better than Jialan Ziyu, there was a wordless anger burning in his heart. Feng Yixiu and others came to Qingyun Training Hall as scheduled after eating. But what made them a little embarrassed is that now the whole training hall is closed, except for the Fierce Guard's grandfather. No one is in or out at all. OZW.com, should Teacher Jialan tease us? This training hall is closed. This is still playing with yarn. Han Xiao looked at the closed door with a helpless look. Who said no? Let us go through the window. Feng Yixiu also looked sad. If it was discovered by the fierce old man, we might be miserable. Shen Ruyu also looked sad. If we release Teacher Jialan's pigeons, what do you say he will do to us? Han Xiao said for a while. Suddenly the three of them fell into thought together, and then they shivered in shock. I think Teacher Jialan is a little scarier. Let's turn the window. Sanrin said almost at the same time. Then the three of them crept through the windows, sneaked into the training hall, and quickly came to the 3rd training hall. Just after entering this, I saw that Teacher Jialan Ziyu was already waiting for them. Teacher Jialan Ziyu slowly turned around, looked at the time, and said in a deep voice, I waited for you for 15 minutes and fined you for running for 15 laps. Teacher, did you give us time? Feng Yixiu whispered. Prepare. Jialan Ziyu shouted suddenly. The three men fired their bodies upright, daring to say a nonsense, and then obediently ran around the entire training hall for 15 laps. This is your resource for this week. You come and get it. Jialan Ziyu suddenly took out 3 bags from behind and said coldly, Chapter 88. Open a small stove. The three of them took the bag in the teacher's hand in a daze, opened it, and froze. Spirit stone. Han Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed, and then counted carefully. There are 27, plus the previous 3. Wouldn't it be a total of 30? 30. This is the only resource that Class A can have. Feng Yixiu was also surprised. Shinryu took the heavy stone in his hand and said softly, "Teacher, wouldn't you just open a small stove for us?" "Don't get me wrong. This spirit stone is not what I gave you. This is what the school means, but you must not preach it," Zhao Lanziyu reminded. "However, the teacher opened a small stove for us in this way. Is this unfair to other Ding class students?" Shinryu murmured with his head down. "These days I get along with my classmates, not to mention how good the relationship is, but at least I am a comrade in arms on the front line. This kind of feeling is like saying that you are struggling together. There is always some embarrassment when you go back to inheriting hundreds of millions of properties. There is no absolute fairness in this world. If you really feel sorry for your heart, you will turn your guilt into an effort to strive for a good ranking in the class qualifying competition. You can benefit from it," Zhao Lanziyu said in a deep voice. "Good teacher, we will not let you down. We must become the strongest class. Beat that class," Han Xiao said very seriously. "It seems that you are very confident. But Class A has 2 elemental spirits. Not only that, I heard that the teacher who taught them is also very good. Are you really confident?" Zhao Lanziyu smiled slightly. Asked rhetorically, OZW.com cut. "Isn't that the 2 elemental spirits of Class A? We have just played in the canteen just now, and I think that's the case. It's not because we were hit by the deserted escape." Han Xiao fluttered a little. Zhao Lanziyu suddenly frowned, extremely severe. "Don't take it lightly. The current strength does not mean anything. To know that the elemental spirit has such a high status, it is because their development potential is unlimited. Yes, they have 2 elemental spirits, and one of them opens the blood channel to the spirit. If you maintain this mentality, I think the result will not need me to say more. Teacher, I know I'm wrong. I will not let go in the future." Han Xiao looked down seriously. "Okay, it's not too early. You must hurry up and go back to meditation and practice. Remember, come here every Monday to receive your cultivation resources." Zhao Lanziyu waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. When the 3 were about to leave, Teacher Zhao Lanziyu stopped Feng Yixiu again. "Feng Yixiu, you stay for a while. You 2 go first." "Oh." Feng Yixiu stayed awkwardly. After the other 2 left, Teacher Zhao Lanziyu slowly said, "Feng Yixiu, I heard you spit blood from the Class A squad leader?" Feng Yixiu scratched his head embarrassedly and shook his head. No. I also suffered a slight injury." "You don't have to be humble. Come and fight with me," Zhao Lanziyu suddenly asked. Chapter 89. Gossip. You fight with the teacher?" Feng Yixiu was stunned on the spot. "You heard it right. You don't need to summon war spirits. Let's try our best to fight," Teacher Zhao Lanziyu said seriously. Then you are not bullying the children." "I don't fight." Feng Yixiu quickly refused. "Just kidding. Zhao Lanziyu is a 4th level and 8th order war spirit master. Even if he does not summon war spirits, he is not an opponent. The level of a war necromancer is not only the improvement of spiritual power, but also the comprehensive improvement of strength and speed. Even if you have opened the blood channel, it is by no means an opponent. You can rest assured that I will suppress my level at the level of the 1st war necromancer." After all, Zhao Lanziyu did not agree with the wind and repaired, and moved directly towards the wind and repaired with a sprint. Feng Yixiu didn't respond at all, so he was thrown by a clean and over-shouldered 7 meat and 8 element prime, and for 2 moments he struck Venus. "Teacher, come on really." Feng Yixiu struggled to stand up, holding his waist and eating pain. Teacher Zhao Lanziyu simply ignored the begging of Feng Yixiu. He saw that he stabilized a horse, and there was a feeling of rigidity and softness between his hands and feet. Then he waved his hand towards Feng Yixiu and signaled him to attack. "That teacher, I'm welcome." Thunder mode. Feng Yixiu also got serious. Suddenly, Feng Yixiu's whole body was entangled with thunder, and the whole person's figure suddenly became very fast. He constantly moved around the teacher Zhao Lanziyu, preparing to find opportunities to launch a surprise attack. However, He was surprised to find that although Mr. Jialanziyu stood motionless, it made him feel like he had nowhere to start, as if he was facing a defense like a copper wall and an iron wall. It doesn't matter. Start by being strong. OZW.com feeling the fast-moving spiritual power in the body. He has not been allowed to procrastinate. Immediately, a sprint directly around Jialanziyu, a rapid straight punch slammed directly into the opponent's back. His punch was naturally exhausted. He didn't think he could hurt teacher Jialanziyu so easily. Just when Feng Yixiu was half a meter away from Jialanziyu, Jialanziyu finally started to move. He seemed to have eyes behind him, avoiding Feng Yixiu's attack very precisely. At the same time, her slender fingers were very accurately buckled on Feng Yixiu's wrist, and Feng Yixiu's arm felt a moment of weakness immediately. Is it a grasping technique? Feng Yixiu was shocked in his heart, and he directly changed his fist into a palm. A clever turning wrist broke away from Jialanziyu's grasping hand. But just when he wanted to distance him, he suddenly felt a strong suction strike, and he involuntarily approached the direction of Jialanziyu. Gossip fire palm. Jialanziyu smiled slightly. His palm was wrapped with a layer of purple flame burning, directly palmed on Feng Yixiu's chest. However, Feng Yixiu took advantage of both arms to protect his chest in time. But Rao is still being bombarded by a powerful force more than 10 meters away, and flew directly into the pool. Even if Feng Yixiu is dull, he understands that the teacher has also started blood channeling, and it seems to use it better than himself. No way. This will inevitably be abused by unilateral blood. Must think of a way. Chapter 90 Flame 8. Teacher. Puff puff puff. Save me. I have cramps in my feet. Feng Yixiu suddenly shouted. He suddenly realized that since the teacher awakened the blood of the fire department, the fighting power on the land was naturally strong. If he was deceived into the water, the situation would be greatly improved. But Jialanziyu just stood on the shore with a serious face and did not plan to jump in. He saw the wind and repaired it during the day, but he was the fastest swimmer. It suddenly cramped, and the possibility is very small. Teacher, I can't do it, save me. Feng Yixiu decided to perform the show to the end. Fortunately, he sank directly to the bottom of the pool and kept his motionless posture. After the swimming pool no longer had any movement, teacher Jialanziyu finally panicked. Even knowing that Feng Yixiu might be acting, she did not dare to take risks and plunged into the water. But when he dived near Feng Yixiu suddenly showed a conspiracy smile. Not good. Fool. Teacher Jialanziyu exclaimed. Hey teacher, I'm sorry. Thunder mode. Feng Yixiu was wrapped in thunder again. Since water can conduct electricity, this current soon began to form a lightning zone in the water. Jialanziyu was very close to Feng Yixiu and was instantly paralyzed by Feng Yixiu's lightning. Damn it, the body can't move. Jialanziyu marveled. She tried to break through this lightning zone several times with the power of the flame, but the flame had not been ignited before being quenched by the surrounding water. At the moment, Feng Yixiu's spiritual power was about to bottom out. Immediately taking advantage of Jialanziyu's immobility, he quickly passed behind her and directly locked her with a cross. Hey, teacher Jialan, you admit defeat. Feng Yixiu was somewhat proud. OZW.com. Boy, you succeeded in angering me. Jialanziyu was a little angry. I saw that his eyes slowly ignited a purple flame, and then the purple flame spread throughout the body, even burning in the water. Pooh-pooh. Due to the intense and high-temperature flames touching the water, a fierce noise was made. A series of white bubbles floated upward continuously. What the hell? It's so hot. Feng Yixiu immediately released his hand. Then he saw a scene that made him incredible and almost cried out. Who said that the fire and water are incompatible? Who can tell me what happened? Jialanziyu's sullen face slowly moved towards the wind, and it seemed that the wind could not escape with a beating. Teacher, I admit defeat. You don't come here. Feng Yixiu immediately begged for mercy. Flame falls in 8 steps. Jialanziyu came to Feng Yixiu with a sprint and led his collar directly. The whole person was like a hot wheel. Feng Yixiu almost always faced the ground. If it is not under the water, the power of Jialanziyu has weakened a lot. I am afraid that Feng Yixiu's nose will be broken. The last spin, Feng Yixiu was directly thrown into the air by a huge force and was directly thrown to the shore. Xiaolan Ziyu rushed out of the water immediately afterwards, dried her whole body with flames for the first time, and came to Feng Yixiu without expression. "Dare you lie to the teacher in the future?" Xiaolan Ziyu said coldly. Feng Yixiu raised his head slowly and said vaguely, "No, I dare not." Chapter 91 Homemade Martial Arts. Although you just lied to me, you have to say that your combat talent is still very good. Knowing that the enemy is introduced into unfavorable terrain to start the war, but the combat skills are really too bad. Xiaolan Ziyu said with fairness. Feng Yixiu slowly climbed up from the ground, touched his puffy face, and grieved. "I haven't learned combat techniques again. You are too difficult for me. Every day in the future, I will teach you fighting techniques alone. Would you like to learn from me?" Xiaolan Ziyu said in a deep voice. "Teacher, I am willing to learn." Feng Yixiu thought for a while and responded. "That must be learned. Isn't that a fool without learning?" Just after a simple fight, Xiaolan Ziyu used several fighting techniques and still blended his bloodline psychic ability. The power is even more amazing. Learning martial arts is really very hard. "Are you sure you are ready?" Xiaolan Ziyu said for a moment and said seriously. "I am ready. In order to become stronger, no matter what kind of suffering, I am willing to." Feng Yixiu said firmly. "Well, your training volume will be twice that of other students in the future. This is the basis for you to learn martial arts." Xiaolan Ziyu said lightly. Feng Yixiu was shocked at that time. His training volume during the day was already at a perverted level, and he had to increase it twice? Is this to practice yourself to death? Why? Give up after such a little difficulty. Xiaolan Ziyu sneered. OZW.com. How is it possible? That's all trivial. I will start training later. Feng Yixiu smiled reluctantly, and then continued to ask, "But teacher, what are the moves you just used? Really good, amazing. These are all moves and fighting techniques. But because I awakened the blood of the fire department, I was able to integrate the power of the flame into these moves and created my own martial arts. You can also create your own in the future." Martial arts. Xiaolan Ziyu explained. "Wow, creating martial arts. It sounds so powerful. Can I create martial arts in the future?" Feng Yixiu stared at the star. "Of course, but the premise is that you can master the basics, that is, fighting techniques. Just like I also learned Xingyi Bagua Palm. After jiu-jitsu, I can create my own martial arts." Xiaolan Ziyu said patiently. "Xingyi Bagua Palm? Jiu-jitsu? My mother. No wonder I was beaten so miserably." Feng Yixiu felt his swollen face and had some lingering fear. Originally, the fighting technique has fallen, and it has become a physical exercise. However, since the origin plan was launched, people realized that humans can also evolve, and then the fighting technique has become the killing technique of the source martial arts. Road. "Teacher, why do you teach me alone?" Feng Yixiu was puzzled. Since the teacher's fighting technique is so powerful, why not give it to all students? If you don't turn on bloodline psychics, learning combat techniques is a waste of time, because even if the ordinary people learn well, they may not be able to withstand a simple war spirit. Xiaolan Ziyu slowly turned around and continued. "Instead of wasting time to learn these things, it is better to use time to improve my war spirit, which is why I don't teach everyone to fight." "Oh, this is the case." Feng Yixiu nodded. Chapter 92 Flying Card. However, you must not abandon the practice of the War Soul Master. After all, the War Soul is your strongest trump card. This fighting technique is nothing but icing on the cake, at least for now. Xiaolan Ziyu specifically reminded. The origination plan is not long now, and the evolutionary path of humans is still very long, so this road is still in the exploration stage. Compared with the War Spirit Master, this Source Warrior is definitely more reliable than the War Spirit Master. At least he has been developing for hundreds of years. "Teacher, I understand. I will prioritize." Feng Yixiu nodded and responded. "Okay, it's not too early at this time. Seeing that you are also injured, you don't need to train today. You should go back to rest soon." Xiaolan Ziyu finished and left the training hall. "Teacher, go back first. You said that I want to maintain twice the amount of training. I will finish the training before going back." Feng Yixiu said very seriously. Xiaolan Ziyu didn't say anything. He summoned his own magic book and summoned his own war spirit, a purple flame king snake covered in purple flames. Flying golden centipede six-winged armed. I saw that she pulled out a silver-level demon card from the devil's book, and it turned into a silver-white light and flew into the body of the purple flame snake. Suddenly, the purple flame king snake suddenly opened a pair of purple flame wings. Jialan Ziyu jumped up in a leap, and the purple flame king snake rose directly into the sky. Then I'll go back first. You go back to rest early after training. Jialan Ziyu rarely cared about Feng Yixiu, quickly flew towards the open window, and soon disappeared into the sight of Feng Yixiu. Wow! Flying demon card. Feng Yixiu looked at the disappearance of Jialan Ziyu diligently, and then slowly recovered. When will I become so strong to teacher Jialan? Feng Yixiu already ignited a blaze of flames and said loudly, "As long as I keep working hard, I will one day become a teacher like a strong man." After all, Feng Yixiu started his masochistic training and performed all the training during the day. OZW.com. Huh. It's finally finished training. Feng Yixiu sat on the ground and gasped. He looked down at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for him to go back to bed. But he didn't have the skill as Mr. Jialan. He could only sneak away through the window and dragged his tired body back to the student apartment. However, when Feng Yixiu disappeared around the training hall, a beautiful figure wearing a purple dress came out of the shadows. It was teacher Jialan Ziyu. This kid is really amazing. He actually completed the incredible amount of training. When I just fought with me, I was forced to open the second-order genetic lock. This kind of fighting talent makes me more and more interested. Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly and stared at the place where Feng Yixiu disappeared for a long time before turning around and disappearing into the shadow again. Feng Yixiu dragged his heavy body back to the student dormitory, but found that the light was still on and swiped the door card and went in. "Ah, mother, you are still awake at night." Feng Yixiu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the figure. He looked at it and realized that it was Han Xiao. "Oh my God, what did teacher Jialan do to you? How did you become such a ghost?" Han Xiao grinned hard. "Hey, it's hard to say a word. You don't sleep this big night. Are you waiting for me?" Feng Yixiu was puzzled. "You think too much, I'm a little hungry, just find something to eat." Han Xiaoji said. "Then look for it slowly. I can't bear it anymore. I'm going back to rest." Feng Yixiu listlessly returned to his room. After a little washing, he lay on the bed and fell asleep in a moment. Chapter 93. 4 months later. Busy and fulfilling days are always very fast. Feng Yixiu practices meditation every morning. In the afternoon, it is practical combat training, and in the evening, he sneaks into the Qingyun training ground for martial arts training. At the beginning, Mr. Jialan Ziyu didn't agree with Feng Yixiu to give up the study of theory class, preferring to sacrifice his time to learn martial arts instead of giving up the study of theory class. But in Feng Yixiu showed a surprising battle after the knowledge of spirit and warcraft no longer required Feng to take theory classes. However, for some necessary classes, such as tactical skills classes and general cultural classes, he will still go to the class obediently, in addition to all the time to practice. It was only when Feng Yixiu reached the breakthrough second-level war necromancer that he realized that 4 months had passed. In 4 months, Feng Yixiu, Shun Ruyu, and Han Xiao have made great progress. Among them, Shun Ruyu is the highest of the three of them, and has reached the first level and second level, breaking through the second-level war spirit. The teacher absorbed the bronze demon card that Feng Yixiu gave him. Feng Yixiu has to learn combat techniques at night, so there is not much time for meditation devotion, but it has also reached the first order and 9th level today. As long as he absorbs a magic card, he can successfully break through to the second level. War Spirit Master. However, coincidentally, Han Xiao and Feng Yixiu even reached the first order 9th level sorcerer on the same day. The two decided to use today as a day to break through the second level sorcerer. On Monday, it was the day when the three people issued spirit stones, still in Qingyun Training Hall. Nonsense. Shun Ruyu and Feng Yixiu have an elemental spirit, and one has opened the blood channel psychic. Both of them are very reluctant to absorb the bronze-level demon cards. You said you also want to absorb the bronze-level demon cards. OZW.com. An angry voice suddenly came from the originally quiet training hall. It turned out that teacher Jialan Ziyu was scolding Han Xiao. Teacher, we have all absorbed the bronze demon card. Why can't Brother Han? Feng Yixiu wondered. It is not a play to absorb the demon card. This is actually the process of playing with the devil in the demon card. It is not that I will not let Han Xiao absorb the bronze demon card. It is really too dangerous for him. If you fail, you can't break through and don't say. You may even be downgraded. Jialan Ziyu frowned. The warlord's absorption of the demon card is not randomly absorbed, which is equivalent to a process of conquest, and other people are basically unable to help. You must rely on yourself and the war spirit to conquer the demon in the demon card. Only by conquering the demon in this demon card can they be successfully fused. The reason why this elemental spirit is highly respected is not only because of its unlimited development potential, but also because the elemental spirit's early combat capabilities are also powerful, and it is easier to conquer bronze-level demon cards. This early combat effectiveness has little impact on the future, which is equivalent to a concept. The early development of the war spirit directly affects the later development. Shen Ryu successfully conquered the demon in the bronze-level demon card, Qi and Finch by virtue of the fierce attack and combat power of the fire spirit. And Feng Yixiu also relied on his bloodline's psychic advantages, coupled with the tacit cooperation with Xiabela, to conquer the bronze demon and steel hedgehog relatively smoothly. Chapter 94 Conquer Demon. Han Xiao still kept his head down and waited until Mr. Jialan Ziyu was angry and stubbornly said, Mr. Jialan, let me try it, just once. Your kid. Did I just tell you for so long? Have you been listening to me? Jialan Ziyu was so angry that he was angry and angry. He didn't want Han Xiao to hurt himself in order to absorb a demon card, so that it would be worth the loss. After all, this class qualifying will start in more than a month. As the strongest shield in the team, he does not want Han Xiao to be injured or even relegated. Mr. Jialan, let me give it a try. Han Xiao said the same thing. Just when Feng Yixiu began to absorb, Han Xiao also started to absorb at the same time. At that time, teacher Jialan had not come. When Feng Yixiu had absorbed it, Han Xiao still did not absorb it, and he was sweating. Is not optimistic. If it wasn't for teacher Jialan Ziyu who came over in time to interrupt the absorption process, I'm afraid Han Xiao would be downgraded. Jialan Ziyu can be seen. Han Xiao's boy is not ashamed of the Yellow River, can only let him try again. I can see it. Your kid's temper is like your turtle's turtle shell. It's very hard. Jialan Ziyu shook his head helplessly and finally said, Well, then let you in for the last time. If something is wrong, I will interrupt you immediately. Thank you, teacher. I will succeed anyway this time. Han Xiao was suddenly happy like a 3-year-old child. He had a reason to be stronger. If there was only one reason before he met Feng Yixiu and Shen Ryu, it was for his family, but now there is one more. That is, they do not want to drag the wind and repair Xiu Ryu's hind legs to become their strongest shields. OZW.com. You adjust your spiritual power and start absorbing the magic card after you are ready. Jialan Ziyu said very seriously. Han Xiao nodded, then sat directly cross-legged and quickly entered a state of meditation, beginning to recover his lost spiritual power. Hey, this needs to be conquered by the defensive scarab beetle, but Brother Han's tortoise does not have much attack power. It is really difficult for Brother Han. There are only 2 ways to conquer the demon. One is to allow the demon to be absorbed willingly, and the other is to defeat the demon and forcefully absorb it. However, this first kind of situation is generally impossible. The demon is formed by Warcraft, and it is impossible to take the initiative to absorb it. That is to say, if you want to conquer this scarab, then you must crush his super defense, which is difficult for the turtle spirit with basically no attack power. Feng Yixiu has also been thinking about this issue for a long time. Looking at Brother Han in order not to drag himself down so hard, he can only watch from the side, but his heart is a bit tasteful. Is there a situation where the demon can give up? For other aggressive demons, it is not easy to say. This scarab may have a chance. Mr. Jialan, can we give Brother Han a spiritual power when he absorbs the demon card? Feng Yixiu suddenly asked Jialan Ziyu aside. As long as Han Xiao is extremely trusting, there is generally no problem. Jialan Ziyu responded subconsciously, and then seemed to remember something. The pupil suddenly enlarged. You mean let us deliver aura and then live? That scarab beetle? Chapter 95 Scarab. Yes, that's what I meant. Since there is no attacking power, it is more patient than anyone else. Feng Yixiu said excitedly. For example, this scarab's defense is extremely high, but Han Xiao is a first-level, ninth-level war necromancer in any way. Even if the attack power is low, it can have a trace of damage to the scarab. There is always time to break the defense. As soon as Han Xiao finished his meditation, Feng Yixiu told him this idea. Han Xiao's confidence suddenly increased, and he decided to fight a tough battle. I saw that he directly opened his magic book, turned it to the second page, and then placed the scarab card very carefully in the blank card slot area on the second page. Suddenly, the demon on the scarab card suddenly turned into a spiritual light and flew directly into Han Xiao's eyebrows. This position is the most important spiritual knowledge area of the War Spirit Master. As soon as this aura entered Han Xiao's eyebrows, his entire body shook obviously, as if his soul had been shocked by no small soul. At this moment, Han Xiao's spirit consciousness suddenly appeared a scarab beetle with open teeth and claws, and rushed towards Xiaoba with his bulky body. Although the scarab was slower, Xiaoba's figure was slower and was directly affected. Crashed out. Hey, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, hugged the cute little eight, and directly bypassed the scarab beetle. This scarab beetle seems to have evolved from a beetle. Although the defensive power is amazing, but the attack power is not complacent, Han Xiao directly sat behind the scarab. Small 8. You retracted my head and used Tun shield. Although Han Xiao's turtle spirit is sometimes unreliable, but at this moment, he knew that this was a very critical moment, and he cleverly retracted his head back, and then used the Tun shield to surround the entire turtle shell. 80, 80, 80, Han Xiao shouted, smashing the scarab beetle's back with all his strength. Dang dang dang. OZW.com. Two extremely hard objects collided, and a series of collisions of gold and stone collided. But despite Han Xiao's efforts, the hard iron armor of the scarab was completely unscathed, but the scarab was constantly shaking his body to get rid of the madman on his back. At the moment, Han Xiao, who is beyond the spiritual consciousness, has the help of 3 people. These are the 3 people he trusts unconditionally. That is the teachers Feng Yixiu, Shenryu, and Jialanziyu. They took turns to convey spiritual power to Han Xiao. As long as the spiritual energy of Han Xiao was exhausted, he would directly send spiritual power in. After all, Xiaoba's 2 yuan shield was still very expensive. The spirit of the 3 people is also highly tense. If there is anything wrong with Han Xiao, it will be interrupted, but fortunately, there have been no accidents. The time when the spirit is highly concentrated has passed very quickly. When they came, the moon had just hung on the treetops. Now unconsciously, the first ray of sunrise outside the window has spilled in through the window. At this moment, Feng Yixiu and Shenryu and Jialanziyu are still firmly standing beside Han Xiao, taking turns to convey spiritual power for him. But Rao is so, this spiritual power will soon be exhausted. When. In Han Xiao's spiritual consciousness, Han Xiao's already swollen arm was still waving, and the original indestructible scarab finally appeared a crack. It is not Han Xiao, nor Feng Yixiu and Shenryu, who are the most collapsing nowadays, but the scarab that has been beaten for one night. This has heard of the boiled eagle, but has not heard of the boiled insect. Is this Nemo what people should do? Chapter 96 Successfully absorbed. Just when Han Xiao was about to persevere, the scarab beetle under his crotch finally couldn't persist in advance, and immediately turned into a spiritual light, disappearing into Han Xiao's spiritual consciousness. A yellow aura flashed from Han Xiao's eyebrows and fell directly on the magic book in front of Han Xiao. Then the bronze-level demon card, Scarab Scarlet, directly merged with Han Xiao's demon book and became an inseparable part. Han Xiao also broke through directly to the second-level First-Order War Necromancer level because of the strong spiritual impact. Successful. Brother Han really succeeded, Feng Yixiu said excitedly. Finally, the scarab betrayed to death, not easy. Shenryu also relieved. It really succeeded. I didn't expect that the lower-level war spirits can really absorb the bronze-level demon cards. This is simply a miracle. Jialan Ziyu was also delighted. Although Feng Yixiu is a low-level war spirit, the blood channel psychic is turned on, which is a special case. It can be accepted if it absorbs bronze magic cards. But Han Xiao really absorbed the bronze-level demon cards with his perseverance, which is a miracle. Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes at this time, very weak, and said, Did I succeed? Brother Han, you did it. Feng Yixiu smiled. It's so good. OZW.com. After all, Han Xiao immediately passed out, apparently a short collapse caused by excessive physical and spiritual use. You are very tired today. You don't need to participate in today's class. After 3 days, we will meet at the entrance of the school at 7 in the morning. Let's go to the first quarantine zone. The most tired one this night is Jialan Ziyu. After all, he is a 4th-level war necromancer, so he has the most spiritual power and naturally spends more time than Feng Yixiu and Shen Ryu. The first quarantine area? What is that place? Feng Yixiu puzzled. There is a site belonging to Warcraft, and you will know by then. Class qualifying will start a month later. You must find your own evolutionary materials as soon as possible, and the young spirits are not opponents of others. Jialan Ziyu explained. When Feng Yixiu heard about preparing his own evolutionary materials, his pupils contracted suddenly. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Good teacher, do we need to prepare? Shen Ryu was equally excited. In addition to having a good rest in these 3 days, you must also consider the development route of the war spirits after you. Then you will give me a glance at the evolutionary materials. Jialan Ziyu still trusts the 3 children very much, especially for the wind. I don't know if it is her illusion. She always feels that there is no secret in front of Feng Yixiu. She can always put forward many whimsy and even some advanced warcraft, even the warcraft he has never seen. It's well known. As long as he saw the warcraft and war spirits, he was not only able to recognize what warcraft this was, but even their attributes and shortcomings, which was incredible. However, Feng Yixiu did not tell Jialan Ziyu that this is his system's ability, nor did he easily tell the untrusted person about the evolutionary route of the war spirit that has not been discovered in this world, otherwise it might be dragged to the laboratory. When to study? Chapter 97. Are you serious? 3 days passed as scheduled, and Feng Yixiu and others came to the entrance of Qingyun College very early to wait for the arrival of teacher Jialan. After 3 days of rest and recuperation, all 3 were radiant and excited, unable to restrain their faces. You are surprisingly early this time. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the 3 of them. Mr. Jialan, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Shen Ryu waved quickly. Have you rested okay for these 3 days? Have you explained your evolution material sheet? Jialan Ziyu smiled. Feng Yixiu quickly handed over the 3 sheets of evolution materials he had written to Jialan Ziyu, which was the sheet of evolution materials he wrote after careful consideration. He has only one evolutionary route, which is naturally the direction of the Yulin snake, but although the evolutionary route is the same, the quality of evolution is quite different. Just the evolution direction of a Yulin snake. There are several evolutionary methods with different difficulty, which are ordinary evolution, elite evolution, and perfect evolution. Of course, he did not hesitate to choose the perfect evolution with the highest difficulty, except that the materials were extremely difficult to obtain. If you choose ordinary evolution, you may only need a low-level Thunder System Warcraft crystal nucleus, and then 10 years of White Orchids, 10 years of Lightning Strike, which can be successful. However, if you choose perfect evolution, the difficulty is directly increased by more than 10 times. The materials required are the intermediate-level Subdragon Thunder System Warcraft crystal nucleus, 5 White Orchids in 20 years, and 5 pounds of wood in 20 years. As for Shen Ryu's evolutionary route, there are too many to come by. He also consulted her personally. She made it very clear that she did not like the mainstream evolutionary direction. He felt that it was too follow the trend and wanted to evolve into a unique one. And the face value and strength are all the same. OZW.com. Feng Yixiu has repeatedly referred to this. Only a few evolutionary routes were selected, and finally Shen Ryu decided which one to choose. In the end, she chose the Yinling Sparrow because there was no such thing, just because she thought the name was pretty good. Han Zhao's evolutionary route Feng Yixiu did not think for too long, because there is only one that can evolve into the Holy Spirit, but his evolutionary route makes Feng Yixiu a little confused. Originally, what kind of attributes of war spirits? The crystal nuclei required for evolution are consistent with the attributes of war spirits, but Han Zhao's is different, but it needs the Warcraft crystal nuclei of the water system. However, Feng Yixiu determined that the evolution of the three people was the level of perfect evolution. Jialan Ziyu held the evolutionary material given by Feng Yixiu for 15 minutes without speaking. Feng Yixiu even saw Jialan Ziyu's hand trembling slightly. Feng Yixiu, are you serious? Teacher Jialan Ziyu finally spoke. Teacher, is there anything wrong with this evolutionary material table? Feng Yixiu was puzzled. Although I have not tested the accuracy of this evolutionary route, the system has not made any mistakes so far. Feng Yixiu, I believe you will not make fun of your own future. I hope this evolutionary material table is not written by you indiscriminately. Jialan Ziyu folded the evolutionary material table in his hand and returned it to Feng Yixiu. After taking a deep breath, slowly said, if you don't know that Feng Yixiu's research on war spirits and demons is above him, I am afraid he will tear off these 3 evolutionary materials on the spot. Because of these 3 evolutionary material tables, she didn't know any of them. Chapter 98, First Quarantine. Jialan Ziyu thinks that he is a super student, and it is like a backward course of evolution on the Alliance's bright side. But these 3 evolutionary material tables of Feng Yixiu are unheard of, unseen. Even if this Feng Yixiu's evolutionary material table is even higher, it is a higher level of existence than the original material. The difficulty is conceivable. The mid-level Subdragon Thunder System Warcraft Crystal Nucleus is an inexplicable existence. If it's just the application form of evolutionary materials, it's okay, at least it's traceable. The basic material properties haven't changed. That is, the materials have become more advanced, and there may be the possibility of evolutionary success. But Han Zhao, a tortoise of the Earth system, actually used the middle-level snake species of Warcraft Crystal Core. This nonsensical evolutionary method is certainly not written out casually. Nowadays, no one in the entire league dares to evolve war spirits with crystal nuclei of different attributes. Who knows what terrible consequences? No one will make a joke about their own future. As for Shun Ruyu's evolutionary material table, it is inexplicable. The fire spirit, one of the elemental spirits, can be described as broad as the sea. Is it not good to choose a strong fire spirit evolution of the fire department? For example, the fire spirit monkey and the fiery lion are very good choices. In the future, there is hope to evolve into the ultimate body, and even to the existence of the Holy Spirit. Why choose Yanlinke, a war spirit that you have never heard of before? Teacher, this is the result of my deliberations. I will be responsible for my choices, and I will not let you down. Feng Yixiu's extremely determined eyes met Jialan Ziyu's eyes, without any concessions. Yes, I believe in Brother Feng's choice. Shinryu agreed. I also believe my brother. Han Zhao immediately replied. OZW.com. Jialan Ziyu's brows are about to twist into a twist, but she finally shook her head helplessly and whispered helplessly, well, then I will go crazy with you. After all, Jialan Ziyu walked towards the helicopter parked not far away. Jialan Ziyu looked back suddenly and found that Feng Yixiu did not keep up with them, laughing and cursing. What are you disobedient boys doing? Teacher, did you agree? Feng Yixiu only reacted at this moment, surprised. That's not it. You are all so determined. If I don't believe you, it makes me feel like hell. Jialan Ziyu chuckled lightly, jumped into the helicopter with a light jump, and turned back to continue. Hurry up, come on. Helicopters are charged by the hour, very expensive. Feng Yixiu and others immediately boarded the helicopter and watched them getting further and further away from the ground. Mr. Jialan, what is the first isolation zone you are talking about? Feng Yixiu asked. This first quarantine zone belongs to the wilderness area. It is not comparable to the Forest of Steel. It is all wild world of Warcraft, except that our central China base is for safety. So as not to have a strong Warcraft directly break through the barriers, it costs a lot. The large cost divides the area outside the base, so that the less threatening warcraft is concentrated in the first isolation area, then the second isolation area, and so on. Most of the World of Warcraft in this first quarantine area is low-level and intermediate-level warcraft, and there are a few high-level warcraft. I hope you will not encounter it. If you encounter it, you must escape as soon as possible. Do not hesitate. Jia Lanzi Teacher You explained. Chapter 99 Steel City Wall. It has been half a day since the helicopter departed from Qingyun College and reached the periphery of the steel barrier at the central China base. The closer it is to the steel barrier, the more it feels the desolate and serious atmosphere here, which has a great contrast with the prosperity in the urban area, and some are only desolate and iron-blooded atmosphere. Feng Yixiu watched the soldiers in uniform under the strict guarding the periphery of the steel barriers, and everyone had a deadly spirit on their faces. It is not until you are really close to the magnificent steel barrier that you can feel the height of the steel barrier, which has a height of hundreds of meters, and the thickness is estimated to reach a few meters, giving a sense of heaviness like a copper wall and an iron wall. In addition, there is a looming energy shield above the steel barrier. From time to time, there are electric lights shining, directly forming a semicircular dome to cover the entire East China base. This is to prevent flying warcraft. Attack. Here it is. This is the last line of defense of our central China base, the Steel City Wall. Jialan Ziyu said softly. The helicopter slowly landed. Teacher Jialan Ziyu jumped off the helicopter first, and Feng Yixiu and 3 others jumped off the helicopter. Wow, this Steel City Wall is too magnificent. Feng Yixiu sighed as he looked at the high steel barriers. This Steel City Wall is so magnificent. Presumably our base in central China should be as solid as gold soup. Han Xiao also sighed at this. Jialan Ziyu's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't look at the fact that this Steel City Wall is so strong. In fact, warcraft broke through the city wall sometimes. I remember there was one in the second isolation area a month ago. Lord-level warcraft evolved into a disaster-level warcraft, and actually gained the ability to travel through the void, quietly traversing 2 steel castles in a row, killing in a small village not far from the border, and finally the Alliance Legion spent a lot of money. The price will kill it. The division of the level of warcraft is divided into low-level warcraft, intermediate-level warcraft, and high-level warcraft, and then up is the Lord-level warcraft. The warcraft that reaches this level already has wisdom and is extremely difficult to deal with. OZW.com. As for the Lord level, it is disaster level, disaster level, disaster level, and natural disaster level warcraft. The level of warcraft, like their level names, is almost synonymous with disaster. Hey, how can there be any good years, except that some people are going to carry the weight for us? Feng Yixiu could not help sighing. You know that the peaceful life is hard to come by now. It's not too early. Let's go quickly. Jialan Ziyu urged. There are still entrances and exits in this Steel City Wall. Each entrance is guarded by heavy soldiers, but Feng Yixiu still sees many people entering and exiting. Among them there are people like them who are also students, and they are all led by teachers. Stop. Please show your pass. A soldier dedicated to guarding the city walls stopped Jialan Ziyu and others. Jialan Ziyu took out the prepared pass and handed it directly to the soldier responsible for checking the pass. Feng Yixiu took a closer look at the pass of Jialan Ziyu and saw that there was no school badge of Qinghai College, but a military green pass with a thin line running through 2 5-pointed stars. The soldier who checked the pass saw the pass and immediately changed his attitude. He smiled and said, "It turned out to be a lieutenant, sir. Disrespectful." Chapter 100 Real Wilderness. Hello, these are my 3 students. Now I am going to the wilderness to obtain evolutionary materials and trouble to open the city gate. Jialan Ziyu said very gently. The rank of lieutenant is actually just a nominal name, but if an urgent mission is issued by the Alliance, you still have to do your blame. Entering the Alliance Corps will have a lot of resources and benefits, but the responsibilities shouldered will be even greater. Good sir. The soldier first saluted seriously, then turned around and shouted, "Open gate 1782. Click, click. Then the gate of the bulky city wall slowly opened, and all the city defense weapons were all directed outside the city gate, in case of warcraft broke in. Jialan Ziyu politely nodded towards the gatekeeper and then took the lead outside the gate. Feng Yixiu and others hurried up after seeing this. After the four of them completely exited the gate fell very quickly. It wasn't until he entered the real wilderness that Feng Yixiu realized the difference between this wilderness and the steel forest, which was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of terror. And the air is full of disgusting smell. There are many corpses of Warcraft outside the city wall. Attentively, he even saw corpses similar to humans, most of which are incomplete ones. I can imagine death. How tragic. Is this the real wilderness? It's really terrifying, Shinryu said with some fear. The surrounding giant trees are very lush, and even the ordinary vegetation on the ground is much larger than normal, and from time to time, unknown roars of Warcraft roar. OZW.com. You must fight with a spirit of 12 points, but here is a real wilderness, a world of weak meat and strong food. Everyday people are killed in the mouth of Warcraft, and you need to collect all the evolutionary materials in this month. Jialan Ziyu said seriously. In a month's time, it seems that the time is still sufficient. I should be able to collect it. Han Xiao also felt a little guilty. This depends on you. If you need low-level Warcraft crystal cores, it is quite simple. But the intermediate Warcraft crystal cores you need now, this difficulty may increase more than 10 times. Zhao Lanzi Jade sighed. We don't have a teacher, you. Teacher, you are now a 4th level, 9th level war necromancer. It is not easy to deal with the middle-level Warcraft. Han Xiao said lightly. You little devil's head, you know the attention of the teacher, but this time you are probably disappointed. This time you can only rely on yourself. Jialan Ziyu said very seriously. What? Teacher, are you not with us? The three exclaimed at the same time. I originally thought that Teacher Jialan would be with them. Presumably, with the strength of Teacher Jialan, dealing with intermediate Warcraft is not a problem at all, but now it seems that this is not the case. You also know that I have reached the 4th level and the 9th level. I need to get the magic card, I need to make a breakthrough. Besides, the teacher can help you for a while, but it can't help you for the rest of your life. This time the chance to enter the wilderness is your best exercise. Good opportunity. I hope you will not let your teacher down. Teacher Jialan Ziyu said in a deep voice. Okay, teacher, rest assured. We will not let you down. Feng Yixiu said confidently. Well, you have to store this locator first. If you encounter any danger, remember to release the distress signal. Don't try to be brave. Jialan Ziyu took out a locator and handed it to Feng Yixiu directly.